Chapter 1408. Every artifact of Changqi and Hoenn, whether it was offensive or defensive, was origin-grade high rank, and the pills they consumed were so good that Ning Xiangchun couldn't help feeling envious. Throughout his life, the best artifact he had ever owned was origin-grade low rank. In order to repair it, he had to travel far and wide in search of materials. Changqi had given him a few restorative spirit pills just now, but Ning Xiangchun was not willing to eat them and had quietly kept them. Thinking that he could also own these things, Ning Xiangchun felt more and more that his choice was correct. Over here, the atmosphere was harmonious, and the sound of laughter continued. Suddenly, Kai Yang's brow furrowed, and his happy expression sank once more. Changqi observed his expression and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "Many honored guests have come to visit. I'll go with you to have a look," Yang Kai sneered. "Honored guests?" Changqi and the others glanced at each other, but soon had some guesses and frowned before following Yang Kai outside. The thick fog covering Dragon Cave Mountain once again tumbled and parted, revealing a corridor that led directly to the interior. A moment later, the figures of Yang Kai, Changqi, and the others appeared. In an instant, countless pairs of eyes swept over this group of four, but after discovering that Yang Kai and the others were unscathed, everyone's expression changed to one of surprise, doubt, suspicion, shock, disbelief, and so on. Qian Tong and Fei Ji too, on the other hand, raised their brows slightly. Their reactions were quite different from the others as they secretly breathed a sigh of relief and nodded to Yang Kai in greeting. What a grand spectacle! Ning Xiangchun stood behind Yang Kai and swept his eyes over this group. Hearing this, he exclaimed. Outside Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array, countless masters had arrived, floating mid-air in twos and threes, all of them casting curious glances towards the interior. Needless to say, Qian Tong and Fei Ji too, Ning Xiangchun also saw Mo Shaosheng of Heaven Battling Union, Cheng Pengxian of Thunder Typhoon Sect, Jin Shi of Demon Blood Temple, Old Woman Feng of Myriad Beast Mountain, and Gong Ao Fu of Colored Glass Sect. In addition, there were also people from Grand Fire Temple, Clear Sky Sect, Twin Heart Valley, Sea Temple, and many others. Even Yin Pei and Rentian Rue from Treasure Trove Pavilion were here. These people had brought their own disciples with them. This was a semicircle. Surrounding Dragon Cave Mountain, each group exuded an aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. There were at least a dozen or so third-order origin returning realm masters in this group. There were countless first and second and first origin realm masters. Dragon Cave Mountains, this place is. Ning Xiangchun sucked in a mouthful of cold air, his heart uneasy. Without even mentioning the strength of the masters who had come here, just the sects they represented more than half of Shadowed Star's first-rate sects. In particular, Jin Shi and Old Woman Feng were glaring furiously at Yang Kai, and anyone could see the monstrous anger in their eyes. After all, many of their sects had participated in the attack on Dragon Cave Mountain this time, especially second-order masters like the Old Man and Middle-Aged Man. Now that Yang Kai had appeared safely while they were nowhere to be seen, it wasn't difficult to guess what their fates had been. However, did Dragon Cave Mountain really have such great ability? Could it have killed all the enemies who had intruded? Not only were Jin Shi and Old Woman Feng suspicious, but everyone else was also pondering this question. However, if those people hadn't died, how could Yang Kai appear here? What exactly happened inside Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array while it was closed? Everyone was confused. Although everyone who had come here was a master, no one dared to underestimate Dragon Cave Mountain anymore. However, when they looked at the mountain defending array and the layers of spirit arrays inside, all of them couldn't help feeling excited. There was no other reason other than the fact that these restrictions and formations were extremely profound. If he could find and capture the person who set up the formations, then the formations of his sect's headquarters would definitely be improved by a great deal. Junior Yang Kai greets seniors. Yang Kai shouted loudly, his expression neither servile nor overbearing. I did not know that seniors had come to visit Dragon Cave Mountain. Please forgive me for not coming out to greet you. The expressions of the masters from the various great forces changed, but no one answered. After all, not many of them had any kind of friendship with Dragon Cave Mountain or Yang Kai before. Most of them had come here out of curiosity, while others had come to inquire about information. As for Yang Kai, a trivial Saint King realm cultivator, none of them placed him in their eyes. Only Qian Tong chuckled and said heartily, "You don't need to worry about it. Us old fogies just came here to take a look." Qian Tong's words swept across the crowd, causing many of the masters present to glare at him fiercely. "Oh, so that's how it is." Yang Kai grinned and said indifferently, "Then I'll have to disappoint seniors. Dragon Cave Mountain is sparsely populated, and the scenery isn't very good. I'm afraid there isn't much to see here." Such an obvious eviction order could be heard by even a deaf person. Yang Kai had basically told them to go back to where they came from. But since so many experts had come, how could they just leave without getting the truth out of the matter? The others didn't care, but Jean Shi and Old Woman Feng would definitely not let this go. Thinking so, most of the cultivators turned their eyes to Jean Shi and Old Woman Feng, waiting for them to answer. At this point, Jean Shi and Old Woman Feng naturally could not stay out of this. The former coldly snorted and stared at Yang Kai with a dignified expression, shouting impatiently, "Boy, this old master will ask you, where did those people who entered the mountain go?" "So it is Senior Jean Shi." Yang Kai acted as if he had just discovered him, a respectful look appearing on his face as he asked casually, "You mean the group from the Xie family?" Jean Shi lightly coughed. This old master is asking about the people from the Xie family. Where are they now?" Although everyone knew that people from Demon Blood Temple had participated in this operation, Jean Shi was not stupid enough to admit it, because on the surface, this attack on Dragon Cave Mountain was a matter of grievances between the Xie family and Yang Kai. All those who participated in this operation were disciples of the Xie family, no outsiders. If Senior is concerned about the people from the Xie family, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Yang Kai's lips curled slightly. "What do you mean?" Jean Shi's heart clenched. "Haha, why ask a question Senior Jean Shi already knows the answer to? Those people dared to trespass into my Dragon Cave Mountain and try to harm this Junior, so Junior naturally sent them to the Netherworld. This Junior is not a good-tempered person." Yang Kai's expression gradually became cold. A series of gasps sounded, and everyone's expression became extremely shocked. Although everyone had already guessed in their hearts that the group of people who had broken into Dragon Cave Mountain had met with misfortune, now that Yang Kai had confirmed it himself, they still found it hard to believe. Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The expressions of the other masters were not much better, all of them looking like they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Among that group of people, there were more than 30 Origin Returning Realm Masters, 3 of which were Second-Order Origin Returning Realm, and 200 Saint Kings. Such a force had actually been wiped out on a small Dragon Cave Mountain. How was this possible? Was Dragon Cave Mountain really so powerful? If this was the case, then this small mountain could already be considered a second-tier force. What nonsense! You think you can do that? Old Woman Feng had always had a bad temper, so when she saw Yang Kai act so arrogantly, a trace of anger appeared on her old face and she slammed the dragon head walking stick in her hand into the air, obviously unwilling to believe Yang Kai's words. She instinctively felt that he had used some kind of spirit array to trap the intruders. "Senior Feng doesn't believe me?" Yang Kai glanced sideways at her. "Ignorant child. This old woman has lived for more than half of her life, but has never heard such a good joke." As soon as Old Woman Feng's voice fell, her face changed dramatically because she saw a one-handed axe appear in Yang Kai's hand and casually play with it. "Grandma, that is?" Feng Yan, who had been standing next to Old Woman Feng, also changed her expression because she could tell that this one-handed axe was Elder Du's artifact. This was an Origin-grade mid-rank artifact that he cherished so much that he would not easily show it to others. If Elder Du had not died, how could such an artifact have fallen into Yang Kai's hands? From the looks of it, the old man had really fallen. Even a second-order Origin Returning Realm Master had died, so there was no way anyone else could have survived. Old Woman Feng could no longer question anything as the facts were right in front of her. Continuing to doubt would be the same as deceiving herself. Yang Kai sneered and said, "Although my Dragon Cave Mountain is not big, it is not a place anyone can casually bully. Since all the seniors are here today, Junior will boldly say that if anyone without eyes dares to have any ideas about Dragon Cave Mountain in the future, the Xie family will suffer the same fate. Boy, are you threatening us? Jane Shi took a step forward and asked fiercely. Old Ghost Jean. Qian Tong coldly snorted from the side. What makes you think Yang Kai is threatening you? He only said those without eyes. Could it be that your demon blood temple wants to bully the weak? He could see that Jin Shi was trying to take advantage of this situation, so how could he give him the chance? Not to mention that Qian Tong had always been on Dragon Cave Mountain side. Shadow Moon Hall's current embarrassing situation was enough to annoy Qian Tong. So now that he had an opportunity, he naturally had to retort. After listening to his words, Jin Shi glanced over at Qian Tong and frowned, but it wasn't convenient for him to pursue the matter. After all, this was still Shadow Moon Hall's territory, so he had some scruples. Good, good, good. On the other side, old woman Feng grit her teeth and shouted, Sure enough, heroes come from the young. This old woman has underestimated you. Your courage is quite big. Yang Kai grinned, Many thanks for Senior Feng's praise. Many people say the same thing, but this junior doesn't know how big his courage is. Asterisk Poochie. Asterisk a chuckle came from the side as Dai Yuan of Colored Glass sect couldn't help giggling. Gong Ao Fu couldn't help glaring at her in warning. In Su Dai also wore a disgruntled look. Humph. What's there to be proud of? This little brat is so unruly. Sooner or later something will happen. Senior sister, it's best you don't get involved with him. You don't need to meddle in my affairs. Junior sister should just take care of herself, Dai Yuan replied indifferently. Chapter 1409. Your junior sister is right. Gong Ao Fu snorted. It's not a good thing for a young man to show off too much. The taller the tree in the forest, the more likely it is to be destroyed by the wind. If he doesn't change his character, he will definitely die an untimely death. Master will not allow you to have any contact with him, so as to avoid causing trouble for my Colored Glass sect. Honored Master. Dai Yuan was shocked and was about to say something when Gong Ao Fu stared at her with a dignified expression. What's wrong? Do you not even want to listen to your honored master's words? Dai Yuan bit her thin lip lightly and after a long time nodded. Disciple will follow honored master's instructions. Seeing this, Gong Ao Fu turned her gaze away with satisfaction. On the other side, two women stood together, both of them staring towards Yang Kai with sparkling eyes. One of them was slightly charming while the other was pure and innocent, but both of them were frowning slightly at this moment, seemingly somewhat worried. The strength of these two women wasn't high, both only Saint Kings, and they were standing in the middle of a group of people, so Yang Kai hadn't noticed them. If Yang Kai had seen them, he would have definitely recognized them as Clear Sky Sect's Chen Shitao and Luing Senior Sister. Yang Kai had several dealings with Chen Shitao, and the other party had repeatedly invited Yang Kai to join Clear Sky Sect so he could participate in the sect trial, but Yang Kai had always politely refused. It was also thanks to them that Yang Kai had been able to meet Qian Yu in Black Crow City, redeem her, and bring her back to Dragon Cave Mountain. As disciples of Clear Sky Sect, the two of them had come to Heavenly Fate City with their master to participate in the auction. Originally, the two of them had intended to visit Yang Kai on Dragon Cave Mountain, but due to the various matters they had to attend to, they hadn't been able to find an opportunity until today. Seeing Dragon Cave Mountain's situation, Chen Shitao and Lu Ying were naturally anxious. Yang Kai had given them a good impression and had even saved their lives in Grand Burial Valley. The two women weren't ungrateful people, but with their low strength, they had no right to speak at this time. Senior sister, he seems to be in big trouble this time, Lu Ying said softly. Chen Shitao nodded subconsciously. Her vision far more profound than Lu Ying's. She knew that if Dragon Cave Mountain's situation wasn't handled properly this time, it would be beyond redemption. Then do you think he can escape this calamity? Lu Ying asked again. How would I know? Chen Shitao smiled bitterly. If she had enough strength, she would definitely not hesitate to help, but she was just a Saint King realm cultivator, so there was nothing she could do at this time. Biting her red lips lightly, she said thoughtfully, It's just that his luck has always been good, so I wonder if he will be blessed by the heavens this time. Although the two women spoke softly, a middle-aged man in front of them heard them clearly. This man's cultivation was quite good, a third-order origin returning realm master like Qian Tong and the others, but his long hair was even darker and more beautiful than the two women's, reaching his waist. He had a tall stature and wore a scholarly robe, giving him a somewhat wild and unrestrained aura. Turning his head, with a gentle smile on his face, he beckoned to Chen Shitao and Lu Ying. The two women exchanged a glance before quickly stepping forward and bowing respectfully. "Honored Master." This man was Clear Sky Sect's great elder, Mou. He was a famous figure on Shadowed Star, on par with Qiantong, Feiji Tu, and the others. Originally, Chen Shitao and Tao Nu weren't qualified to worship him as master, but in Lu Yin's Sandfield, the two women had made great contributions and brought back countless saint crystals for the sect, so Mou made an exception and accepted them as his disciples. Occasionally, he would give them some pointers in their cultivation, allowing them to grow rapidly. The defensive artifact Chen Shitao used in Grand Burial Valley, the Nine-Palace Heavenly Silk Umbrella, was given to her by him. "Do you know this young man?" Mou asked with a smile. Chen Shitao and Lu Ying glanced at each other, not daring to lie in front of their honored master. Immediately, the former said, "Yes, honored master. He is the lucky friend I mentioned to you before." "Oh? Is he the one with great destiny you mentioned?" Mou raised his brow, showing a look of interest. "Yes, that's him." "Haha, that's a bit interesting. Luck is nothing but an illusion. A person can have good and bad luck. It's impossible for them to always have good luck. This is what they call extreme misfortune leads to bliss." Mou seemed to be talking to himself, but at the same time, he seemed to be teaching Chen Shitao. The latter didn't dare to interrupt and could only listen respectfully. Mou glanced over at her faintly and chuckled. "Do you expect Master to say a few good words for him?" Chen Shitao's tender body trembled as she quickly said, "Disciple wouldn't dare." Although Disciple is a woman, she understands the gravity of the situation and wouldn't dare ask honored Master to wade into these muddy waters. "Good, very good," Mou nodded lightly. "The current situation is unclear, so this old master naturally won't easily wade into these muddy waters." Although he looked like a middle-aged man, he was actually quite old, so it wasn't a problem for him to call himself an old master. Changing the topic, Mou smiled and said, "However, this old master is very curious. Just how lucky is he to be praised so highly by you? If he can overcome the danger this time, this old master will believe that he really is blessed with great fortune. In the future, you can communicate with him more often." "Yes." Chen Shitao smiled happily, but when she thought about the current situation, her pretty face couldn't help showing a trace of worry. In any case, Yang Kai had saved her life, but now she could only watch helplessly without being able to help, causing her to feel somewhat uneasy and guilty. However, if he can't survive this crisis, and if he can't, there won't be any future for him. "You can just sit with this old master and watch the show," Mou chuckled. Chen Shitao and Lu Ying glanced at each other, only able to stand aside and observe the situation. Inside Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai stood behind the mountain defending Array and cupped his fists slightly. Since so many seniors have arrived today, it stands to reason that this junior should invite all of you into the mountain to have a seat. But Mount Song has just experienced a battle and junior still has many things to deal with. I hope that seniors can forgive this junior's lack of hospitality. Please return." Yang Kai didn't want to waste any more time with these people, so naturally he wanted to drive them away. Everyone understood what he meant, but no one moved, especially Jean Shi and old woman Feng, who glared at Yang Kai as if they wanted to eat him alive. If it weren't for Qian Tong and Feiji Tu being present, it was likely they would have immediately attacked. However, it was impossible for them to just leave. After all, their two sects had suffered heavy losses this time, so if they really left like this, where would they put their face in the future? Yang Kai also understood this truth, but no matter what, he had to make his stance clear first. If these people really attacked regardless of the consequences, he would be in the right while Qian Tong and Feiji Tu would be able to intervene without implicating Shadow Moon Hall. Seeing that no one was leaving, Yang Kai sneered and said loudly, "What's wrong? Could it be that seniors like the Xie family have taken a fancy to this junior's little mountain?" "Little brat, don't say such nonsense. Since this old master has come here, Shouldn't you, as a junior, invite us in to rest? This is the proper way to treat guests, Jean Sure coldly snorted. Many masters heard this and nodded lightly. Although they had no grievances with Yongkai and Dragon Cave Mountain and had come here purely to watch the fun, after learning about the wonders of Dragon Cave Mountain's spirit arrays, all of them wanted to go in and take a look. As such, even if they understood that Jean Sure had other intentions, all of them agreed with him at this moment. As long as they entered Dragon Cave Mountain, with Yongkai's ability, how could he stop them from studying the spirit arrays? As for whether Dragon Cave Mountain would invite a wolf into the house and bring disaster upon itself, how could they care? Old Ghost Jean, do you have any shame? Others have already made it very clear that there are many things that need to be dealt with on this mountain and that it is inconvenient to entertain guests. We have already apologized in advance, yet you still insist on saying such things. Are you trying to bully the weak? If you really want to rest, Heavenly Fate City is just 50 kilometers away. Come with this old master, and this old master will entertain you. Qian Tong looked at Jean Sure with displeasure. No matter what, this was still Shadow Moon Hall's territory. Not giving Yang Kai face was equivalent to not putting Shadow Moon Hall in his eyes, which made Qian Tong very annoyed. Naturally, we must go to Heavenly Fate City, but this little brat is acting so arrogantly. He doesn't put us in his eyes at all, Jean Sure said with a look of unwillingness to give up. Don't try to use this as an excuse to make a fuss. If you want to cause trouble, this old master will accompany you. Qian Tong shouted, his expression becoming unfriendly. Perceiving Qian Tong's resolute attitude, Jean Sure frowned. He didn't know what the relationship between Qian Tong and Yang Kai was that made him not hesitate to offend him, but now, it seemed that if he continued to be entangled, things would definitely not end well. However, leaving like this was really inappropriate. Intentionally or unintentionally, Jean Sure glanced over at old woman Feng and saw the other party's gloomy face, her eyes filled with murderous intent as she glared at Yang Kai. His brow furrowed, and just as he was about to drag old woman Feng down with him, a shocking pressure suddenly descended from the distance. Jean Sure's complexion changed as he swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue and turned his head to look. Everyone else did the same. Among the masters present, there were a dozen or so third-order origin returning realm masters, but even with their tyrannical strength, they could tell that this newcomer was not someone to be trifled with, causing them to show looks of shock. Only old Black Yin Pei showed a look of astonishment on his face as he muttered, "Why is she here?" It was as if this person shouldn't have appeared here. In the distance, a blue light quickly approached, and a moment later, this blue light flashed and stopped a few dozen meters in front of the crowd before dissipating, revealing two figures hidden inside. One was a man, and one was a woman. The woman was the leader. She was dressed in a jade-green palace robe. Her long hair was tied up behind her head, revealing her slender and fair neck. Her bearing was graceful and luxurious. Her pair of phoenix eyes seemed to be born with the dignity to give orders. No one dared to look at her for too long. This woman in palace robes looked to be in her 30s or 40s, and although she was quite old, she had maintained her appearance quite well. Her skin was fair and delicate, and even a young girl in her late 20s could not compare to her. Her 10 slender fingers and enchanting figure were enough to arouse one's imagination. However, at this moment, no one dared to underestimate this woman because the aura that caused everyone to pale was coming from her. This was an aura that was even stronger than that of an ordinary third-order origin returning realm master. Chapter 14:10. Behind the woman stood a man. This man had a rather peculiar appearance. He had a pointed mouth, monkey cheeks, and narrow, slender eyes, as if he couldn't open them. There were only 2 slits in his eyes, and he had a mouthful of buck teeth that made him look like a rabbit. This man looked extremely wretched, and when he stood next to the beautiful woman in front of him, it created a sharp visual contrast, making the woman seem even more beautiful while this man was extremely ugly. However, from the way the two of them stood, it was obvious that this buck-toothed man should be a junior or disciple of the woman in palace robes, because he was standing behind her with a respectful expression, as if he was following her lead. His strength was also at the first-order origin returning realm, but the Saint Chi fluctuations faintly exuded from his body were much purer and denser than the average first-order origin returning realm cultivator. When he saw this woman, Yang Kai's face sank, not knowing what kind of background she had. If she was an enemy, then this situation would not be easy to handle. Facing this woman in palace robes, Yang Kai felt a faint sense of oppression, a feeling Jin Shi, old woman Feng, and the others couldn't give him. It was obvious that this woman was stronger than Jin Shi, old woman Feng, and the others. But when he saw the buck-toothed man, Yang Kai showed a look of surprise. Because he knew this person. This buck-toothed man was actually Gu Qi, the one who had exchanged his Star Emperor token for a spirit pill after the auction in Treasure Trove Pavilion. Yang Kai had a particularly deep impression of this man because when this guy saw Young Inflammation, it was like a mouse seeing a cat. Not only was he extremely afraid, but he was also quite respectful, even calling himself Shao Qi. This man's appearance was quite unique. How could Yang Kai forget such a strange person? He still remembered that after the exchange of spirit pills, the other party had said that if possible, his elder would come to visit him in Young Inflammation. Thinking about it, this woman in palace robes was Gu Qi's elder, and the spirit pill he wanted to exchange his Star Emperor token for was also prepared for this woman. Was this woman an enemy or a friend? Yang Kai frowned, his expression uncertain. However, the appearance of these two people successfully attracted everyone's attention, alleviating the originally hostile atmosphere by quite a bit. Moreover, when the experts from the various powers saw the woman's appearance, all of them revealed expressions of disbelief, and some were even extremely terrified. It was as if he was extremely afraid of this woman. Even Emo Xiao Sheng of Heaven Battling Union and Cheng Pongxian of Thunder Typhoon Sect were the same. The two of them glanced at each other and both showed looks of dread, secretly feeling a headache coming on. As the two giants of Shadowed Star, Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect did not put anyone in their eyes except for the mysterious Star Emperor Mountain. As for Emo Xiao Sheng and Cheng Pongxian, they were the great elders of the two great forces. Their positions were high, and their strength was extraordinary. To be able to make the two of them so fearful, this woman's identity and background were obviously not to be underestimated. Yang Kai observed his expression. Although he didn't know whether this person was an enemy or a friend, and what her background was, he knew that this woman was definitely a famous figure. How could it be her? Over at Shadow Moon Hall, Qian Tong also looked like he had seen a ghost, squeezing his eyes hard as his eyelids twitched. Fei Jitu's mouth opened like a hippopotamus, his expression not much better than Qian Tong's. Elder, who is this senior? Wei Guchang asked curiously from the side. The woman in the palace robe had only appeared once. She didn't say anything. She simply suppressed all the masters present with her absolute aura, causing Wei Guchang to feel very confused. At the same time, he also felt an inexplicable excitement. This was the power of a true master. Her? She is the previous sect master of Star Emperor Mountain, Qian Tong replied casually with a bitter taste in his mouth. Wei Guchang's body shook as he stared at the woman in the palace robe with even more admiration. He had never expected that this senior's background would be so great. Star Emperor Mountain was one of the most mysterious and powerful forces on Shadowed Star. No one knew how many masters they had or how much heritage they had, but it was said that Star Emperor Mountain had obtained the inheritance of the great emperors of Starfield. So even the great leaders of Heaven Battling Union felt inferior when facing Star Emperor Mountain. Fortunately, Star Emperor Mountain didn't compete for anything and rarely appeared on Shadowed Star. Otherwise, how could there be room for other sects to develop on Shadowed Star? Shadowed Star would have long since been unified by Star Emperor Mountain. Although Qian Tong's words were soft, they still fell into the ears of the woman in the palace robe. The other party turned her head slightly and glanced over at him with her pair of phoenix eyes. Being stared at like this, Qian Tong couldn't help feeling his scalp go numb, but he still managed to squeeze out a smile. The younger generation cultivator might not recognize this woman, but all the masters at the second-order origin returning realm or above present knew her name and knew her terrifying methods. Recalling the many major events that happened when this woman was in charge of Star Emperor Mountain more than 100 years ago, Qian Tong became more and more uneasy. Why would she appear here? This queen has been away from the world for a long time, but I didn't expect to see so many old friends as soon as I came out. The woman in palace attire suddenly opened her red lips, her voice pleasant to the ear, making people feel as if they were bathing in a spring breeze, their bodies and minds relaxed. Little money, little Faye. The two of you have also reached this level. It seems that you haven't lived these years in vain. The woman in the palace robe was silent, but as soon as she spoke, her voice was earth-shattering. Qian Tong and Fei Ji too were old star elders of Shadow Moon Hall, but in the mouth of this woman, they had become Xiao Qian and Xiao Fei. Countless Saint King Realm cultivators' eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, while many others couldn't help laughing secretly. Qian Tong and Fei Ji too, however, couldn't laugh. Exchanging a glance, they quickly bowed and cupped their fists. Greetings, Senior Sister Yi. After not seeing you for more than 100 years, Senior Sister Yi is still as graceful as ever. Congratulations. Forget it. The woman surnamed Yi waved her hand lightly, no trace of joy or sadness visible on her pretty face. I'm just struggling at death's door. What grace is there to speak of? Saying so, she turned her head to the other side and beckoned. Xiao Hei, come here. On the other side, Rintian Rue, who was known as the little black face of Treasure Trove Pavilion, heard this and responded reflexively. Just as he was wondering why this senior had called him, he saw his master Yin Pei stride forward with a smile on his face and quickly rush to the woman's side. Rintian Rue blinked his eyes and suddenly understood. It turned out that his master had also gradually grown from a little black face to an old black face. This senior wasn't calling him at all. She was clearly calling his master. Yin Pei greets Senior Sister Yi. What instructions does Senior Sister Yi have for me? Yin Pei asked respectfully. What happened here? Why are there so many people gathered here? The woman surnamed Yi frowned slightly and asked slowly. It's like this. Yin Pei, as the chief auctioneer of Treasure Trove Pavilion, was naturally an eloquent speaker. In a few words, he roughly explained the situation here, concisely and to the point, without any unnecessary details. Although he didn't explain it too clearly, with the shrewdness of this woman surnamed Yi, how could she not understand the twists and turns of the story? Hearing this, she coldly snorted with displeasure. Bullying the weak? They deserve to be killed. Saying so, she shot a cold glare towards Jean Shi and Old Woman Feng. These two masters, who were already considered top-level masters on Shadowed Star, both frowned as displeasure appeared on their faces. They did have scruples about this woman surnamed Ye's fame and prestige, but that was more than 100 years ago. Now, they had both grown to the Third Order Origin returning realm, so the other party not giving them any face naturally annoyed them. What's more, this woman surnamed Yi no longer represented Star Emperor Mountain. More than 100 years ago, she had disappeared, rumored to have had some kind of conflict with Star Emperor Mountain. Since then, there had been no news of her. In other words, she was now all alone. So no matter how great her fame was, could she compete with an entire sect? Although they were annoyed, Jean Shi and Old Woman Feng didn't show any intention of lashing out on the spot. After all, they still didn't know what the other party's intentions were, so rashly making enemies was unwise. After clarifying the cause of this conflict, the woman in palace robes suddenly turned her beautiful eyes to Yang Kai and asked the cultivator beside her, Xiao Qi, is he the one you were talking about? Guqi nodded respectfully. Yes, martial ancestor, it is him. Then where is master? The woman surnamed Yi frowned slightly as she muttered to herself. Her voice was so soft that even with the cultivation of everyone present, no one was able to hear it clearly, otherwise, it would have caused an uproar. Glancing towards Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array thoughtfully, the woman understood that her master was definitely behind it. Thinking so, she showed a warm smile and nodded to Yang Kai. You are Yang Kai, right? Yang Kai was quite nervous in his heart, but his expression was neither servile nor overbearing as he cupped his fists and said, This junior is indeed Yang Kai. What advice does senior have for coming to Mount Song? I wouldn't dare give advice. The woman surnamed Yi pursed her lips and smiled. Her peerlessly enchanting demeanor caused everyone to be dazed. Those with weaker hearts and weaker strengths were unable to shift their gazes away. It was as if there was some invisible attractive force coming from this woman that sucked in their gazes. This queen has come this time only to see a single person. If this queen has not guessed wrong, that person should be in this mountain. If it's convenient, could this queen ask little brother to open the array and let this queen in? Her attitude was gentle, without the slightest hostility, and she spoke in a negotiating tone. But Yang Kai's brow furrowed tightly, unable to make a decision for the time being. As for who this woman wanted to see, Yang Kai had some guesses. It could only be Young Inflammation. After all, when Gu Qi met Young Inflammation at Treasure Trove Pavilion last time, his performance had been too shocking, and before he left, he had even said that his elders would be coming to visit. Yang Kai didn't have any friendship with them, so the one they wanted to visit was undoubtedly Young Inflammation. However, the other party's origins were unknown, and it was unclear whether they were friend or foe. So how could Yang Kai open the spirit array so easily? If the other party had some kind of malicious intent towards Young Inflammation, wouldn't that be the same as inviting a wolf into the house? With the other party's methods, if they really entered Dragon Cave Mountain, none of the cultivators inside would be able to stop them. So Yang Kai hesitated for a while. Seeing this woman surnamed Yi actually speak to Yang Kai in such an amiable manner, even using the word please, Qian Tong and the others were all dumbfounded and dumbfounded. Chapter 14:11. The arrogance and methods of this woman, surnamed Yi, were something Qian Tong and the others had deeply experienced when they were young. As the previous sect master of Star Emperor Mountain, she was one of the strongest masters on Shadowed Star. Now that she had disappeared for more than 100 years, her cultivation had likely reached the point of returning to its original state. It could be said that there were very few people on Shadowed Star who could fight her one-on-one. She was bossing them around while treating a junior like Yang Kai with such a gentle expression. Was there some kind of mistake? Qian Tong and the others couldn't help feeling like they were dreaming. Seemingly noticing Yang Kai's fear, the woman surnamed Yi didn't urge him and instead said after a moment of contemplation, "How about this? This queen won't force you to open the spirit array, but can you allow this queen to speak a few words with that girl named Young Inflammation? This queen has no malice towards you and just wants to confirm something." Sure enough, she is here for Young Inflammation. Yang Kai raised his eyes to look at her and gently nodded. If it's just a few words, there's no problem. Senior, please accept. Saying so, he reached out and wiped his space ring, took out a communication artifact, and tossed it over to the woman surnamed Yi. The woman surnamed Yi didn't seem to move, but the communication artifact flew directly over to her and was gently caught in her hand. Immediately, in front of everyone's eyes, the woman surnamed Yi closed her beautiful eyes and poured her divine sense into the communication artifact to communicate with Young Inflammation. Time passed slowly and everyone present, regardless of their cultivation or background, didn't even dare to breathe loudly, as if they were afraid to disturb this woman surnamed Yi. As time passed, the woman surnamed Yi's tender body began to tremble slightly. The expression on her face also changed constantly, from shock and fear to uneasiness to pleasant surprise and excitement, as a powerful tsunami-like aura uncontrollably spread out from her tender body. All the Saint King realm cultivators trembled. Under the influence of this aura, they felt as if they were wandering around the gates of hell, as if a single thought from this woman surnamed Yi could kill them in the next moment. Even a first or second order origin returning realm cultivator would have to circulate their secret arts to resist. However, he was not affected by it, but he was also secretly shocked. Although they were also third order origin returning realm cultivators, the same realm as the woman surnamed Yi, none of them could achieve what she had. This was clearly a sign of great success. In other words, if not for the suppression of Shadowed Star's world principles, this woman surnamed Yi was likely already an Origin King Realm Master. An Origin Returning Realm Master wanted to break through to the Origin King Realm. His force had to reach the Great Perfection stage. This was something that none of the people present could satisfy. Realizing the gap between them and the woman surnamed Yi, everyone felt a sense of dread. Jean Shi and old woman Feng looked at each other. They rejoiced even more. Fortunately, they had suppressed their anger and did not have any conflict with the other party. Otherwise, even if it was 2 against 1, it was unknown whether they would be able to escape unscathed. After a long time, The terrifying aura slowly withdrew, and the woman surnamed Yi opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were full of vigor, and her beautiful face was slightly red, exuding a dazzling brilliance, as if she had encountered a joyous occasion. Yang Kai could clearly feel that her breathing had quickened, and from her tender body, a rapid heartbeat could be heard. What exactly did she communicate with Yang Inflammation? Yang Kai was filled with doubts. Everyone else was also curious, wondering just what kind of person on Dragon Cave Mountain could cause such a great change in mood. One had to know that a master of her level would never have such intense mood swings unless she had encountered something major. The woman surnamed Yi took a few deep breaths to calm her excitement before turning to Yang Kai and asking softly, "Little brother, can you give this communication artifact to this queen? This queen can exchange it with you." Yang Kai smiled. "There's no need to exchange anything. It's just a trivial communication artifact. If Senior wants it, just take it." At this moment, he had determined that this woman had no malicious intent towards Dragon Cave Mountain and most likely had some kind of relationship with Yang Inflammation. In other words, this woman was a friend, not an enemy. With such a powerful ally suddenly arriving, Yang Kai was overjoyed. So how could he care about a simple communication artifact? The value of this thing was not worth mentioning, as it was only used to transmit messages. If he wanted, Yang Inflammation could easily refine countless of them. Since that's the case, this mistress offers her thanks. The woman surnamed Yi was not a wishy-washy person. Hearing this, her pretty face lit up and she happily put the communication artifact into her space ring. At this moment, everyone could see that this woman surnamed Yi had some kind of relationship with someone from Dragon Cave Mountain. Jin Shi, Old Woman Feng, and the others all wore ugly expressions as if they had just eaten a dead fly. They had been putting pressure on Yang Kai and Dragon Cave Mountain all this time, but now that this woman surnamed Yi had really joined Dragon Cave Mountain, they had no choice but to withdraw. For the sake of their dead disciples, it was extremely unwise to become enemies with such a master, unless their heads were rusty. Considering all this, Jin Shi and Old Woman Feng both decided to withdraw. After all, there was still plenty of time for revenge, so it was best to first investigate the relationship between this woman, surnamed Yi, and Dragon Cave Mountain. Did he really manage to turn danger into safety? Over on Clear Sky Sect's side, Great Elder Mo's eyes flashed brilliantly, unable to believe what he had just seen. Just now, he had been lecturing Chen Shitao that the concept of luck was nothing more than an illusion, but in the blink of an eye, this inexplicable situation had actually taken a turn for the better. This little brat's luck, isn't it a bit too heaven-defying? I knew his luck had always been good, and it seems it really is the case. Chen Shitao was also inexplicably excited. On one hand, it was because Yang Kai had turned danger into safety, but on the other hand, it was because her belief had been confirmed. No one was happier than her. Over on Colored Glass Sect's side, Dai Yuan also secretly breathed a sigh of relief, while In Su Dai's pretty face was gloomy and filled with dissatisfaction. She had been hoping to see Yang Kai fall to his knees and beg for mercy, but how could she have anticipated that this woman surnamed Yi would suddenly appear and cause so many masters present to feel fear towards her? Seeing this show about to come to an end, how could In Su Dai be willing to give up? A bunch of wastes. She cursed in her heart, but there was nothing she could do. She had just broken through to the origin returning realm, so whether it was in terms of cultivation or seniority, she was inferior to all the masters present. At this moment, there was no room for her to intervene or speak. What's wrong? Is there some kind of heaven-defying treasure here? What is the purpose of all of you gathering here? After the woman surnamed Yi finished talking with Yang Kai, her pretty face became cold as she glanced around and shouted. Hearing this, many masters took a step back, revealing looks of embarrassment, but Qian Tong simply laughed. Senior sister Yi must be joking. How could there be any heaven-defying treasure here? Since that's the case, why haven't you left? Do you want this queen to drive you out? The woman surnamed Yi frowned with displeasure. We'll leave. Qian Tong said quickly, nodding gently to Yang Kai as he spoke. Yang Kai responded with a grateful look. With Qian Tong taking the lead, the other forces who had come to watch the show naturally didn't want to remain, causing the woman surnamed Yi to be displeased. They all cupped their fists to her before turning to leave. Jean Sure and old woman Feng couldn't do anything on their own and could only reluctantly withdraw. Just as the storm was about to subside, a sudden change occurred. All of a sudden, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth stirred, and then it became extremely chaotic. Everyone showed a look of horror as they instinctively thought that the woman surnamed Yi had broken her promise and taken action. Turning to look at her in shock, they were all stunned. Because the woman surnamed Yi herself had also lost all color as she stood in place with a look of shock. It wasn't that she had taken action, but that some kind of strange change had occurred. Hong long long. A violent sound came from the sky. The source of the sound seemed to be right next to them, but it also seemed to be far away, making it hard for them to figure it out. When they looked up towards the source of the sound, everyone's eyes narrowed and their eyeballs trembled. Because up in the sky, where the Emperor Garden was located, there was a scene of silver snakes dancing and thunder flashing, as if the end of the world had arrived. Since the Emperor Garden had appeared, it had been suspended directly above Dragon Cave Mountain. For so long, it had not moved, but many of Shadowed Star's masters had joined forces to try and break into it. But in the end, they suffered heavy losses and failed to find a way to enter. In the end, everyone came to the conclusion that although the Emperor Garden had appeared, it was not yet time to open, so no one could force their way in. All the great forces had sent disciples to stand guard near Heavenly Fate City to monitor the Emperor Garden's movements, waiting for it to open so they could send word back. But unexpectedly, the Emperor Garden, which had always been peaceful, suddenly changed. No one knew what this meant. After all, the Emperor Garden was the private residence of the great emperors of Starfield, so the secrets involved in it were far too deep. At this moment, high up in the sky, where the Emperor Garden was located, lightning bolts danced about as they rumbled violently, as if they were trying to tear apart the heavens and earth. As this voice rang out, the surrounding world energy became more and more chaotic, becoming more and more violent. Immediately after, a series of 5 colored balls of light began to take shape, filling the air as they slowly flew towards the Emperor Garden. 5-element world energy, someone exclaimed. There was no lack of masters present, so naturally, they were able to tell what these 5 colored balls of light were. They were clearly formed from the world energy of the 5 elements. Looking left and right, everyone was shocked, their expressions filled with wonder. Because as far as the eye could see, all they could see were these 5 colored balls of light. Even in places where they could not see, there was a large amount of 5-element world energy slowly floating up into the air. These balls of light formed from 5-element world energy seemed to be moving slowly, but in fact, they were converging towards the Emperor Garden at an extremely fast speed, as if there was some kind of attractive force coming from it. Gradually, the Emperor Garden, which was originally visible to the naked eye, disappeared and was replaced by a massive 5-colored light that completely enveloped the Emperor Garden. An even louder buzzing sound rang out from inside it, causing the world to tremble. Chapter 14:12. All the great forces had stationed their disciples near Heavenly Fate City, waiting for the moment the Emperor Garden opened. No one could explain the scene in front of them, but it was indeed possible that the Emperor Garden had opened. Realizing this, everyone couldn't help feeling a little excited, their bodies trembling as they began paying closer attention to the Emperor Garden's movements. Although everyone was excited, no one dared to step forward and take a look. The world energy fluctuations coming from the original location of the Emperor Garden were extremely frightening, and the scene was even more shocking. Who would dare to investigate this matter without fear of death? Most likely, before they could even approach the Emperor Garden, they would be torn to pieces by the violent world energy fluctuations. Even the woman surnamed Yi didn't dare to make any moves, simply standing in place with a gloomy expression. The expressions of Yang Kai, Changqi, and the others were also quite interesting. The 4 of them stood inside Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array and looked up, their expressions constantly fluctuating. Suddenly, a fragrant wind blew over as another person appeared beside him. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that Yang Yin had at some point run out and was now standing beside him, also looking up at the sky. It's not the Emperor Garden opening. Yang Yin Yin muttered softly, her expression indifferent. Unfortunately, only Yang Kai could hear her words. Even Changqi and the others were too focused on the changes in the surrounding environment to notice what she was saying. Then what is this? Yang Kai hurriedly asked, his concern clouding his mind. He had just forgotten that Yang Yin Yin was a soul clone of the great emperors of Starfield, so she should know something about the Emperor Garden situation. Since Yang Yin said that this was not a sign of the Emperor Garden opening, she must have her reasons. I don't know. However, it's definitely not the Emperor Garden opening, but it seems to have something to do with entering the Emperor Garden. Yang Yin Yin frowned, seemingly unable to understand. After all, she was not the original body of the great emperors, and many of her memories were incomplete, so it was understandable that she was unclear. Yang Kai frowned but didn't ask any more questions. Perceiving that Yang Yin Yin had appeared, the woman surnamed Yi showed a look of joy and her figure flickered, suddenly arriving in front of the mountain defending array. She stared at Yang Yin Yin respectfully and excitedly. But just as she was about to say something, Yang Yin Yin stopped her. If you have something to say it later. Come in first. Saying so, Yang Yin 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 sent out a wisp of Saint Qi. Of Saint Light, Yang Yin 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 stood in front of her. The lights Saint Yang's light immediately. Only one person at a time. Yin Yan's heart nodding, and of course, of Yang Kai's of Lady Yang Kai's Saint Yang Kai. Of Saint Yang Yin Yin squeezing into the mountain defending array, the buck-toothed cultivator Guqi naturally followed closely behind, a submissive look on his face as he glanced at Yang Yin from time to time before quickly averting his eyes, as if he was afraid his eyes would blaspheme her. Changqi, Haoan, and Ning Xiangchun finally turned their attention to this woman. At this moment, all of them had their mouths wide open as they stared blankly at the woman surnamed Yi, a look of disbelief on their faces. The three of them were standing next to Yang Yin Yin, so naturally they had heard what this woman surnamed Yi had just said. This made them unable to believe their ears, exchanging a glance with each other, all of them somewhat confused. Are you kidding me? This woman surnamed Yi, a person of such high status and strength, was actually acting like a subordinate in front of Yang Yin Yin. What was going on? Although Yang Kai was also a little surprised, his situation was much better than Changqi and the others. After all, he already knew about Yang Yin Yan's identity and secretly guessed that this woman surnamed Yi probably had some kind of relationship with the original body of the great emperors of Starfield. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to behave like this. Although he had some doubts in his heart, now was not the time to ask. So Yang Kai could only suppress his doubts and wait for an opportunity to ask in the future. Glancing at the buck-toothed cultivator, Yang Kai chuckled and cupped his fists to the other party. Brother Gu, we meet again. Ahem ahem. Guqi's face was full of discomfort as he bowed back and said, Little Qi, just call me Little Qi. Although he didn't figure out the relationship between Yang Kai and Yang Yin Yin, he didn't dare act arrogant at this moment. After all, even his martial ancestor was inferior to Yang Yin Yin. So if he didn't act humble, wouldn't that be disregarding his martial ancestor's position? This was a matter of deceiving one's martial ancestor. How could he possibly do such a thing? Yang Kai's eyes twitched, but he didn't say anything more. He was only a third-order Saint King right now, and although this buck-toothed cultivator didn't look very old, he was already a first-order origin returning realm master. No matter what, he couldn't just call Shaoqi by his name. For a time, everyone's eyes turned to the Emperor Garden up in the sky again. The humming sound continued as the entire sky was filled with violent lightning snakes. The small ones were a foot long while the big ones were as large as flood dragons, creating an extremely terrifying scene. Looking around, it was as if the sky had become a world of lightning dragons. Shrouded in this five-colored light, the Emperor Garden was faintly discernible, making it difficult for anyone to see it clearly. All they could see was countless lightning snakes and lightning dragons roaming about. The world energy of the five elements continued to gather together and float upwards, gathering towards the Emperor Garden. This phenomenon was not only occurring around Dragon Cave Mountain and Heavenly Fate City, but also all of Shadowed Star. Almost everyone witnessed this scene with their own eyes. Under the powerful pressure of this world energy phenomenon, Even third-order origin returning realm masters felt as weak as ants. Somewhere on Shadowed Star, there was a towering mountain 10,000 meters high that pierced through the clouds. Obviously, there was an excellent earth vein here. Otherwise, the world energy aura would not be so abundant. The scenery of this mountain was beautiful, and there were many pavilions and pagodas scattered about. From the looks of it, this was the headquarters of a certain sect. Star Emperor Mountain. It was a tyrannical existence that caused all of Shadowed Star to pale at the mere mention of its name. A behemoth that surpassed even Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect. Although its name was resounding, Star Emperor Mountain's style of conduct was extremely low-key, with very few people coming out. As such, it was very rare for anyone on Shadowed Star to see a cultivator from Star Emperor Mountain. At this moment, in a palace at the highest point of the Star Emperor Mountain, an old man with a calm expression and without the slightest fluctuation of energy was sitting cross-legged. He looked like a mortal. The moment the heavens and earth changed, this elderly man opened his eyes and stared deeply in the direction of the Emperor Garden, a brilliant light flashing across his eyes, as if he could see through all the obstructions and observe the Emperor Garden's movements. After a while, he raised his brow and muttered to himself, "Is the Emperor Jade about to appear?" After he finished speaking, the elderly man's face lit up with joy, and he immediately stood up. The moment he stood up, a powerful aura that was not the slightest bit inferior to that of the woman surnamed Yi spread out with him as the center. His figure flickered and disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already a few thousand meters away. At this moment, a young man with an indifferent expression was sitting cross-legged on a stone platform, staring at the five-colored world energy mass floating up from the mountain in amazement. Seeing the old man appear, the young man was shocked and quickly got up and bowed. Disciple greets honored master. If Yang Kai were here, he would definitely recognize this indifferent young man at a glance. He was the cultivator named Long Qing he had met twice in Lu Yin Sandfield. This person had displayed great power where the soul-cleansing divine water was and occupied the best position, forcing Chu Chang Feng to hold back his anger. In the fourth layer of Lu Yin Sandfield, Long Qing had also met Yang Kai face-to-face. At that time, Long Qing had been attacking the Supreme Profound Sect defending array. If there were any cultivator on Shadowed Star who could attract Yang Kai's attention, Lu Yi was one, and Long Qing was another. However, Long Qing had now broken through to the First Order Origin Returning Realm, which was somewhat different from when he was a Third Order Saint King. Pass down the order and have all the elders move out, the old man ordered lightly. Long Qing was startled but quickly cupped his fists and asked, "Disciple dares to ask what honored master wants all the elders to do?" The old man didn't get angry and instead explained, "The Emperor Jade is about to appear and all the elders are to intercept it. This matter is related to the number of spots to enter the Emperor Garden, so make sure they don't act carelessly. Even if they have to snatch, they must snatch as many as they can." Yes. Although Long Qing was confused, he didn't dare to ask any more questions and quickly withdrew. After Long Qing left, the old man clutched his chest and coughed lightly, his face slightly pale. He was actually injured. It was unknown who had such powerful means to injure such a strong cultivator. Since the Emperor Jade has appeared, the Emperor Garden should be opening soon. Damn it, I was injured by that slut at this time. A fierce look appeared on the old man's face as he secretly felt annoyed. Who was this slut he was talking about? Near Dragon Cave Mountain, all the cultivators were paying close attention to the Emperor Garden's movements. The changes in the heavens and earth lasted for more than half a day before a slight change occurred, shocking everyone present and causing their eyes to widen as they paid closer attention. Up in the sky, the five-colored light that had been enveloping the Emperor Garden began to fade at a speed visible to the naked eye before collapsing and disappearing. At the same time, the buzzing stopped and the world energy of the five elements also returned to normal, as if the previous changes had never occurred. Everyone looked towards the Emperor Garden again in amazement, but in the next moment, all of them exclaimed in unison. The Emperor Garden looked somewhat different from before. It was much larger than before and had inexplicably many new buildings that had not been seen before. It was as if these buildings had been hidden from view until this time's heavens and Earth's heavens and Earth's heavens and Earth's heavens. This discovery made everyone bewildered. They didn't know if this was a good thing or a bad thing. There is more than one Emperor Garden? Yang Yin-yun muttered to herself thoughtfully. There are still half of the Emperor Garden in other places. Only when these two are combined will the Emperor Garden be complete and officially open. After hearing her words, Yang Kai turned his head and saw Yang Yin-yun frown, as if she was thinking about something. At this moment, the Emperor Garden looked even more majestic and magnificent, and an invisible force was radiating from it, causing everyone to tremble. Emperor pressure. The Emperor pressure exuded by the transformed Emperor Garden was even more terrifying than before, and as this Emperor pressure pressed down on everyone present, none of them daring to move, only the sound of gulping could be heard. Chapter 14:13. Enveloped by the Emperor pressure, everyone found it difficult to breathe as their hands and feet went cold. At this moment, no matter how high or low their cultivation was, in front of this Emperor pressure, all masters seemed to have become 3-year-old children. This discovery shocked and terrified everyone, and only now did they realize just what kind of lofty existences the great emperors of Starfield were. If the great emperors were still alive, a single thought from them would be enough to crush everyone present. That was definitely a level beyond the Origin King realm. Fortunately, this Emperor pressure did not last for a long time. After about an incense stick worth of time, the invisible force gradually subsided until it completely disappeared. The sound of heavy breathing could be heard one after another, and everyone's complexion was not very good. All of them had a lingering fear in their hearts. But before everyone could catch their breath, another change occurred. A deafening buzzing sound rang out from the Emperor Garden's side. What happened? Someone exclaimed with bitter faces. Today's events had made them tremble in fear, fearing that something bad had happened to the Emperor Garden. Looking up, everyone saw a beam of light shoot out from the Emperor Garden's location, seemingly slow but actually rapidly falling down. This beam of light was only as thick as an arm, but it seemed to contain enough power to destroy heaven and earth, making it impossible for anyone to look directly at it. Yang Kai's face instantly became livid. This was for no other reason than the direction this beam of light was shooting towards was none other than Dragon Cave Mountain. The Emperor Garden had been suspended directly above Dragon Cave Mountain all this time, so this beam of light was also falling straight down, so Dragon Cave Mountain was the first to bear the brunt of this attack. Although the mountain defending array was powerful and had many powerful spirit arrays inside, Yang Kai was not confident it could withstand this beam of light. In a moment of desperation, he turned to look at Yang Yin and saw a depressed look on her face, immediately understanding that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. In the blink of an eye, the beam of light shooting out from the Emperor Garden collided with Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array. This light curtain, which had been able to withstand the attacks of more than 30 Origin returning realm masters for 2 days and 2 nights without breaking, quickly melted like snowflakes under the scorching sun. Without a sound, a hole was pierced through the great mountain protection formation. The light screen flickered wildly and dimmed in an instant. Immediately after, this beam of light fell into a certain place on Dragon Cave Mountain and disappeared. Faintly, Yang Kai could feel a powerful energy fluctuation coming from this place. Countless eyes turned towards the interior of Dragon Cave Mountain, each with different expressions, some with surprise, some with puzzlement, some with greed, some with dread. Regardless of what that beam of light was, there was no doubt that it had been shot from the Emperor Garden's Emperor Garden. This moment, after the beam of light disappeared, something was left behind. Everyone wanted to know what it was. Was it some kind of treasure to enter the Emperor Garden? Regardless of what it was enough to make everyone's eyes go red with greed. The appearance of this beam of light once again made Dragon Cave Mountain the focus of everyone's attention. At this moment, Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array had been broken, and if it weren't for the woman surnamed Yi standing there, the scene would have long since fallen into chaos. The only reason this place was barely able to maintain balance was because of the deterrent power of this woman surnamed Yi. However, no one could guarantee how long she would be able to deter these people. After all, this was a matter of great importance, and this woman surnamed Yi was alone. So even if she was strong, she couldn't stop everyone. The woman with the surname Yi also seemed to have realized that something was amiss, and an invisible power began to emanate from her body. Even though she appeared to be quite frail and delicate as she stood there, she seemed to be able to hold back 10,000 enemies by herself. Yang Kai's eyes twitched as his mouth filled with bitterness. No one could have imagined that the situation would develop to this point. The only thing Yang Kai could do now was either retreat and allow these masters to explore Dragon Cave Mountain on their own to satisfy their curiosity, or forcefully stop them from entering and monopolize whatever was left behind by the beam of light. There was no other choice. Stopping them was impossible, as even a tiger could not stop a pack of wolves, so how could this woman surnamed Yi stop the impact of so many masters on her own? Retreating was also not Yang Kai's style. While others were curious about what was left behind after the beam of light disappeared, he was also curious. Observing the expressions of the masters from the various great forces, Yang Kai knew that he had to make a choice, otherwise, once they acted first, he would lose the initiative. Realizing this, Yang Kai used his divine sense to send a message to the woman surnamed Yi. The latter's brow rose as she showed a look of surprise before she immediately nodded. Just as the two of them reached an agreement, Emo Xiaosheng of Heaven Battling Union could no longer hold back his curiosity and stepped forward, cupping his fists with a dignified expression. "Senior Sister Yi." Before he could finish speaking, the woman surnamed Yi frowned and shouted, "Don't even think about it." At the same time, Yang Kai's figure flickered and he quickly retreated, his figure blurring as a ripple appeared in the surrounding space. Space Force? Emo Xiaosheng's eyes narrowed as he stared at Yang Kai's gradually disappearing figure in amazement. As an elder of Heaven Battling Union, Missouri Xiaosheng also cultivated the Tao of space, so he was more sensitive to this kind of fluctuation than anyone else. Seeing Yang Kai not hesitate to use his space force to retreat, Emo Xiaosheng instantly understood what he was up to. While surprised by Yang Kai's proficiency in using space force, Emo Xiaosheng shouted, "Boy, you dare." Emo Xiaosheng was indeed afraid of this woman surnamed Yi, but besides her, he didn't put anyone else on Dragon Cave Mountain in his eyes. Yang Kai, a trivial Saint King realm cultivator, actually daring to act first in front of so many masters, how could Emo Xiaosheng tolerate this? Saying so, Emo Xiaosheng also took a step forward, and his figure gradually blurred. Like Yang Kai, he also used his space force. "Come out." The woman surnamed Yi shouted as she stretched out her jade-white hand and clenched it fiercely towards a certain spot in the void. The world energy there suddenly shrank and a figure staggered out. It was the horrified Great Elder of Heaven Battling Union, Elder Kwang. He didn't seem to have expected this woman surnamed Yi's methods to be so powerful that even his trump card could be easily broken. The delicate balance and tranquility was broken by Yang Kai and Emo Xiaosheng. All the masters who had been eyeing Dragon Cave Mountain covetously wanted to enter and take a look, so seeing this golden opportunity, how could they hesitate? Using their movement skills, they rushed towards the place where the beam of light had fallen. "No one will leave." The woman surnamed Yi's tender body flickered and a light flashed as an oil lamp-like artifact appeared out of thin air and floated in front of her. Immediately, the woman stretched out her hand, swept it across the wick, and pinched a blue flame between her fingertips. With a flick of her finger, this blue flame flew forward at an extremely fast speed. The blue flames grew with the wind, and in the next moment, they transformed into a majestic giant bird that was more than 100 feet long. The giant bird opened its mouth wide, and balls of flames the size of washbasins sprayed out from its mouth, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as they flew towards the experts. "Bone incinerating flame lamp." A knowledgeable master called out in alarm, his expression changing drastically as he hurriedly summoned his strongest defensive artifact to protect himself. When the words "bone incinerating flame lamp" were shouted out, everyone else also wore looks of shock and quickly retreated, not daring to face this attack head-on. This was not surprising, though, as the bone incinerating flame lamp was simply too famous. It was one of the few Origin King Grade artifacts on Shadowed Star. This grade of artifact was simply impossible to refine with the current artifact refining standards on Shadowed Star. All of these artifacts originated from ancient times and possessed unfathomable power. The bone-incinerating flame that flew out from this artifact could not be contaminated, as once it did, no matter how high one's cultivation was, they would inevitably die. Although the woman surnamed Yi was alone, with this artifact, even if her strength was not yet at the Origin King realm, it wasn't far off, so who would dare find trouble with her at this time? For a time, many masters wore gloomy and panicked expressions as they tried to hide, creating an extremely lively scene. However, although the woman surnamed Yi was powerful, dealing with so many masters at once, many of whom were in the same realm as her, was extremely taxing for her, causing her face to pale slightly after this one attack. With her cultivation, using this Origin King grade artifact was a great burden for her. Sister Yi, do you really want to make so many of us your enemy? Changpeng Xian of Thunder Typhoon sect looked at the woman surnamed Yi with an ugly expression and asked in a deep voice. The woman surnamed Yi glanced at him faintly and said coldly, "If you stand still, this queen will naturally not find trouble with you. But if you dare to force your way into this mountain, you'll have to ask this queen for permission." Such bold words. Could it be that Miss Yi really thinks we're made of mud? Imo Xiaoxing also stepped forward with a gloomy expression. Just now, he wanted to chase after Yang Kai but was blocked by this woman, so he felt he had lost a great deal of face and was not about to give up. This queen is not made of mud. I don't want to say the same thing twice. The woman surnamed Ye's attitude was extremely tough. Imo Xiaoshang and Changpeng Xian glanced at each other and gently nodded. Although the two of them were usually not on good terms and had fought against each other for countless years, at this time, they naturally stood on the same side. Moreover, because they were quite familiar with each other, they knew what the other was thinking with just a glance. If that's the case, then this old master will offend you. Imo Xiaoshang let out a long roar as a short ruler suddenly appeared in his hand. This short ruler was pitch black in color and looked quite ordinary, but when Imo Xiaoshang poured his Saint Qi into it, it emitted a shocking energy fluctuation and transformed into a stream of light that shot towards the woman surnamed Yi. The moment Imo Xiaoshang took action, Changpeng Xian also took action. A long night was fraught with dreams, so how could they be willing to be blocked by this woman surnamed Yi? All of them wanted to break through her defenses quickly and break into Dragon Cave Mountain to explore its secrets, so they immediately used their most powerful artifacts and offensive methods. Changpeng Xian summoned a large seal artifact that transformed into a behemoth and pressed it down towards the woman surnamed Yi. Jin Shi of Demon Blood Temple, Old Woman Feng of Myriad Beast Mountain, and the other Origin returning realm masters from various sects were also unwilling to give up and did not hesitate to join in the attack. Chapter 14:14. Although the name and strength of this woman surnamed Yi was terrifying, she was still just one person. With so many masters joining forces, how could she possibly resist? Only Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu stood in place with gloomy expressions, biding their time. With their relationship with Dragon Cave Mountain, they naturally wouldn't go looking for trouble with this woman surnamed Yi. They were more worried about the situation on Yang Kai's side. In addition to them, there were two other groups of people who hadn't moved. One group was led by Clear Sky Sect's Great Elder Mou, and the other group was led by Colored Glass Sect's Elder Gong Ao Fu. It was impossible to tell what the former was thinking, but the corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he stared towards the interior of Dragon Cave Mountain with great interest, as if he was enjoying a good show and waiting to see what was about to unfold. Although the latter wanted to break into Dragon Cave Mountain, Gong Ao Fu was just a second-order Origin returning realm cultivator, so her strength was slightly inferior. Seeing the woman surnamed Yi display such great strength, she could only stand in place anxiously. In addition to these people, almost everyone else, regardless of their cultivation, desperately rushed into Dragon Cave Mountain. Most of them didn't want to be enemies with this woman surnamed Yi, but they were simply too curious about the secret hidden behind that beam of light. Taking advantage of the fact that the woman surnamed Yi was being besieged by many third-order Origin returning realm masters, these people used various methods to bypass the battlefield and rush into the mountain. Seeing that the situation was getting out of hand, Gu Qi, Chang Qi, Howen, Ning Xiangqin, and the others naturally took action, summoning their respective artifacts to stop these people. Various colored Saint Chis burst out, and a fierce battle instantly broke out in front of Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array. This battle began and ended quickly. After all, there were simply too many enemies. The woman surnamed Yi and the other 4 Origin returning realm masters had no way to stop everyone. Taking advantage of the woman surnamed Yi being entangled, Mo Xiaosheng once again displayed his mysterious space force and his figure blurred. This time, the woman surnamed Yi was unable to stop him and could only watch as he disappeared and rushed into Dragon Cave Mountain. Damn it! The woman surnamed Yi grit her teeth, and in that brief moment of absent-mindedness, more Origin returning realm masters were able to escape her grasp and quickly rush into the mountain. The woman surnamed Yi felt a deep sense of powerlessness in her heart. If she were an Origin King realm master, it would not have taken her much effort to stop this group of people, but she was just a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator. Although she had already taken one step into the territory of an Origin King, under the suppression of Shadowed Stars world principles, she was unable to break through the final barrier and the strength she could display was greatly reduced. There was no point in continuing to fight, so the woman surnamed Yi grabbed the bone-incinerating flame lamp. Her delicate body flickered as she wrapped up the yang inflammation and chased after the others into the mountain. Since she had already left, the others were naturally unwilling to stay behind and followed her. Qian Tong and Fei Ji too looked at each other and frowned with worry. They sighed helplessly and followed him in. Over on Clear Sky Sec's side, Mo Yu thought for a moment and said, "All of you stay outside. This old master will go in and take a look." Looking at the situation, it was likely that a great battle would break out soon, so Mo Yu would not allow his disciples to follow him in and risk their lives. "Honored Master!" Chun Shirtao suddenly shouted. Mo Yu glanced at her and smiled kindly. "Do you have something to say?" Chun Shirtao bit her red lips lightly and said with some unease, "Junior brother Yang saved my and junior sister Lu Ying's lives. If possible, I hope Honored Master can take care of us." She had mustered up the courage to say these words. After all, Mo Yu was her master, and she was not qualified to ask him to do anything for her. What's more, this time's situation was too complicated, and once she intervened, it was very likely she would draw fire to herself. When she said these words, she was already mentally prepared to be reprimanded by her honored master. However, Mo Yu only pondered for a moment before nodding readily. "Good. This old master will do his best, but don't expect too much. This time, heh." Mo Yu didn't finish his words, but everyone knew what he meant. Clearly, he felt that Dragon Cave Mountain situation was not good this time. However, Qian Shirtao and Qian Shirtao were overjoyed and thanked him profusely, but by the time they got up again, Mo Yu had already disappeared. The two women glanced at each other and breathed a sigh of relief, never having expected their honored master to be so accommodating. Regardless of the final result, they had mustered up the courage to ask for help for Yang Kai in front of Mo Yu, so they had done all they could. On the other side, Gong Ao Fu also told In Su Dai and Dai Yuan to wait outside while she rushed into Dragon Cave Mountain alone. Along the way, her path was unimpeded, but Gong Ao Fu could still sense that this mountain was originally filled with barriers and spirit arrays. But at this moment, these barriers and spirit arrays had all been destroyed. So many masters had rushed in before, so no matter how many barriers and spirit arrays there were, they could not stop them. What's more, there was no one controlling these spirit arrays on Dragon Cave Mountain right now, so it was impossible to display their full power. Gong Ao Fu was secretly shocked. A short time later, she arrived at a certain place on Dragon Cave Mountain where a large number of Origin returning realm masters had gathered. There was no lack of third-order Origin returning realm masters who had formed a semicircle around a large area. At the center of this semicircle was the spot where the Emperor Garden's beam of light had descended. At this moment, a young man stood proudly with an indifferent expression on his face. This was the master of Dragon Cave Mountain, the third-order Saint King cultivator Yang Kai. Gong Ao Fu only glanced at him for a moment before her eyes were instantly attracted by an object in his hand. This object was a square jade token about half the size of a palm. It was pure and flawless and had a faint red light flowing inside it, like a fish swimming in water, giving it a mysterious appearance. Even with Gong Ao Fu's eyesight, she was unable to see what material this jade token was made of and only felt an inexplicable power radiating from it. Countless pairs of eyes stared greedily and curiously at this jade token. Could this be something that fell from the Emperor Garden? Gong Ao Fu's mind was sharp and immediately thought of this possibility. When the beam of light from the Emperor Garden disappeared, it was clear that something had been left behind, and Yang Kai had been the first to arrive. If there was something he had discovered, it would definitely be this jade token. Otherwise, why would others be so greedy? Gong Ao Fu's guess was correct. With the help of the woman surnamed Yi, Yang Kai had only found this jade token when he arrived, but before he had time to study it, Emo Xiaosheng had already broken through the woman surnamed Ye's obstruction and arrived here. It was not that the woman surnamed Yi was incompetent, but rather that 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. It was not difficult for her to defeat Emo Xiaosheng, but preventing him from leaving was a different matter. After all, the other party cultivated the Tao of space and his movement skills were unparalleled. The situation instantly turned into an awkward situation where he was surrounded by so many masters, but Yang Kai was not afraid. If he was forced into a corner, he could simply tear space and escape. Although there were many enemies present, Yang Kai was at least 50% sure he could escape safely. With such confidence, Yang Kai naturally had nothing to fear. What's more, with the woman surnamed Yi on his side, he might not be completely powerless. Little brother. The silence was broken by Emo Xiaosheng as he stared at the jade token in Yang Kai's hand with a sharp light in his eyes, doing his best to speak in a calm tone. Can you let this old master have a look at your jade token? No matter what this jade token was, since it had fallen from the Emperor Garden, it was definitely related to the great emperors of Starfield. How could something related to the great emperors be of low value? Emo Xiaosheng was not the only one who wanted to take a closer look at this jade token. Everyone else also wanted to, but Emo Xiaosheng was the first to mention it. Let you have a look? Yang Kai grinned sarcastically. Isn't that the same as throwing a meat bun at a dog? Yang Kai didn't have a good impression of heaven battling union, so he didn't hold back with his words. Emo Xiaosheng's face instantly became gloomy as he coldly snorted, "Little brat, watch your mouth. This old master just wants to have a look. Do you think with this old master's status, he would covet something that belongs to a junior like you? Isn't that so?" Yang Kai spat disdainfully. "If not, why did you chase me all the way here?" Saying so, Yang Kai directly stuffed the jade token into his space ring. Many masters' faces suddenly became ugly. As the saying went, treasures belong to those with the ability. Although this treasure that had fallen from the Emperor Garden had fallen on Dragon Cave Mountain and was obtained by Yang Kai first, a trivial third-order Saint King like him had no right to possess it. On top of that, in front of everyone's eyes, Yang Kai had actually put this jade token into his space ring. Obviously, he didn't put any of them in his eyes, which was truly infuriating. If it were any other occasion, everyone wouldn't mind killing someone to snatch their treasures. This kind of thing was commonplace and everyone had done it more than once. But this was Dragon Cave Mountain and this woman surnamed Yi was here, so they couldn't help feeling some dread. This was especially true after witnessing the power of this woman, surnamed Ye's bone incinerating flame lamp. Little brother, if you can give this jade token to this old master is willing to pay 100 million Saint Crystals. What do you think? Compared with Emo Xiaosheng's hypocrisy, Changpeng Xian of Thunder Typhoon Sect was much more straightforward. Knowing that it was impossible to take something for free, he immediately tried to purchase it at a high price. In his opinion, 100 million Saint Crystals was definitely an astronomical figure for this little Dragon Cave Mountain. This young man would likely never see so much wealth in his lifetime, so as long as he was smart enough to understand that this jade token was tantamount to a hot potato, he would never refuse his offer. 100 million. Yang Kai raised his brow, seemingly interested, pondering for a moment before saying, I'll think about it. Changpeng Xian smiled happily and asked, "Then how long will it take little brother to consider this offer?" A long night was fraught with problems, so of course, he felt that the sooner the better. Perhaps 10 days or half a month, perhaps 3 or 5 years, who knows? This is a matter of great importance, so Junior needs to consider it carefully. Senior Chung, why don't you return to Thunder Typhoon Sect first and wait for news from this Junior? Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him sincerely. Chapter 14-15. Hearing Yang Kai's words, Chung Pengxian's old face immediately sank. As long as one wasn't blind, they could see that Yang Kai was just being perfunctory. If he really left like this, he would likely never be able to obtain that jade token. Chung Pengxian was furious in his heart, but on the surface, he remained calm. This person held the position of Great Elder of Thunder Typhoon Sect and had a highly respected status, so he wouldn't reveal his true feelings over such a trivial matter. Brother Chung, Brother Imo, why bother talking nonsense with this little brat? Since he doesn't put us in his eyes, let's just snatch it from him. Jin Shi of Demon Blood Temple coldly snorted. A trivial Saint King actually dares to snatch a treasure in front of us? Simply ignorant. In any case, he and Dragon Cave Mountain had already shed all pretense of cordiality, so there was no need for him to speak politely. He was eager to drag Chung Pengxian and Imo Xiaosheng into the water to deal with Dragon Cave Mountain. Although he feared the strength of this woman surnamed Yi, if everyone attacked together, even if there was another woman surnamed Yi, she would definitely not be their opponent. As long as they killed Yang Kai, not only would they be able to snatch the jade token, but they would also be able to snatch the profound gold, killing two birds with one stone. How could Jin Shi let go of this opportunity? Many people had the same idea as him, but besides Old Woman Feng of Myriad Beast Mountain, no one else nodded in agreement. Old Woman Feng, on the other hand, was a straightforward person, so after hearing Jin Shi's proposal, she raised her dragon head cane and coldly said, Old Ghost Jin's proposal is good. This old woman agrees. What does everyone else think? Although everyone could guess the intentions of Jin Shi and Old Woman Feng, whether it was Imo Xiaosheng, Chung Pengxian, or the masters from other great forces, all of them couldn't help feeling somewhat tempted. There was no way to resolve this matter peacefully. Since they wanted this treasure, they could only snatch it from them. Imo Xiaosheng and Chung Pengxian glanced at each other, both understanding the other's intentions. Whoever dares to act will be this queen's enemy. As long as this queen lives, this queen will not rest until one of us is dead. The woman surnamed Yi swept her eyes around coldly as she shouted. Many people felt a headache coming on. They quickly averted their eyes. On the other hand, Jin Shi let out a long laugh as he stared at her sarcastically. Sister Yi, have you been away from the world for so long that you've become pedantic? Do you really think that with your strength alone, you can disregard so many people here? Miss Yi, let this old man remind you. It's better to retreat when the fire burns you. It was a faint threat, but it also had the intention of tying everyone together, wanting to create a situation where they outnumbered the enemy. If you want to die, I'll be the first to fulfill your wish. The woman surnamed Yi stared at Jin Shi. The bone-incinerating flame lamp appeared once again and floated above her head, ready to attack. Jin Shi's expression changed. Although his tone was arrogant, seeing this Origin King Grade artifact gave him a headache, but for the jade token and the profound gold, it was impossible for him to retreat. Fortunately, at this critical moment, Old Woman Feng was also on his side. A dignified look appeared on the old woman's face as she said loudly, Sister Yi, although your methods are profound, you are still just a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Since you have not appeared in the world for so long, why do you insist on wading into these muddy waters? Why not just leave? Another day, we will definitely pay you a visit to apologize. These words were neither servile nor overbearing, giving the woman's surnamed Yi face without losing her status. As long as the other party still had the intention to reconcile, it would not be difficult for her to make a choice. Hearing what she said, Imo Xiaosheng, Chung Pengxian, and the others also nodded in agreement, earnestly trying to persuade the woman surnamed Yi, all of them looking at her expectantly, hoping she would make the right choice. Unfortunately, the result disappointed and annoyed them. The woman surnamed Yi had come out of seclusion this time precisely to deal with Yang Inflammation. Now that Dragon Cave Mountain, where Yang Inflammation resided, was in trouble, how could she just ignore it? There's no need to speak any more nonsense. If you really want to fight, just do it. As long as you can withstand this queen's anger and retaliation. This queen is all alone. so I don't know if any of you have the strength to protect your sex. The woman surnamed Ye's attitude and position were extremely firm. Good, good, good. I gave you face, but you refused. A fierce look flashed across Jean Shi's face. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless, Sister Yi. Saying so, an extremely evil aura suddenly erupted from Jean Shi's body, and the phantom of a golden cicada appeared behind him. With a wave of his hand, Jean Shi summoned countless strange black insects formed from his Saint Chi, buzzing incessantly as they swarmed towards the woman surnamed Yi. The secret art Jean Shi cultivated was the golden cicada extreme demon art, a technique passed down from the ancient demon race, which was extremely powerful and could not be underestimated. Old woman Feng also threw out the dragon head walking stick in her hand and poured her Saint Chi into it. With a twist, the dragon head walking stick transformed into a fierce scaled dragon several dozen meters in length that opened its bloody maw and bit towards the woman surnamed Ye's head. Since things had already developed to this point, there was naturally nothing more to say. Either they didn't do anything, or they had to go all out. The experts present were all decisive people, and they were afraid that the woman surnamed Yi would escape this calamity and wait for an opportunity to take revenge in the future. Therefore, as soon as they attacked, they were ready to kill her. The moment Jean Shi and old woman Feng took action, Changpeng Xian and Imo Shaoxing also joined the battle without hesitation, the former seal artifact and the latter's short ruler both exuding astonishing energy fluctuations as they rushed towards the woman surnamed Yi. This battle was a bit different from the previous one. Just now, everyone was focused on getting rid of the woman surnamed Yi, so most of their attention was not on her, but now, they were fighting with the intention of killing her, so the strength they could display was much higher than before. With 4 third-order origin returning realm masters besieging the woman surnamed Yi, even if she had an origin king-grade artifact like the bone incinerating flame lamp, she was still struggling. However, she was worthy of being the previous sect master of Star Emperor Mountain, a tyrannical character who had made a name for herself hundreds of years ago. Even if she was at a disadvantage in this battle, she was still not easy to deal with. Blue flames flew out from the bone incinerating flame lamp and counterattacked the 4 masters, causing them to panic and panic. Looking at the situation, it was obvious that the battle between these 5 top masters would not be decided in a short time. However, the purpose of Jean Shi and the others had been achieved. With the woman surnamed Yi, the only one of Dragon Cave Mountain's top experts, being entangled, everyone else was just fish on the chopping block. This was wishful thinking on everyone's part. Seeing the woman surnamed Yi being entangled, the other masters naturally did not want to be left out and attacked Changqi and the others. Currently, there were more than 100 origin returning realm masters on Dragon Cave Mountain, with 3rd order and 2nd order origin returning realm cultivators everywhere. Changqi and the others were all alone, so how could they be their opponents? Every time they fought, they would fall into a dangerous situation. Fortunately, the artifacts they used were all personally refined by Yang Yin, so their lives weren't in any danger. Moreover, at this critical moment, Qian Tong and Fei Ji too also rushed in. The two of them naturally would not just stand by and watch the people from Dragon Cave Mountain be besieged. Without even mentioning their good relationship with Yang Kai, this was still the territory of Shadow Moon Hall, and Dragon Cave Mountain was under the protection of Shadow Moon Hall. With so many masters bullying the weak right under their noses, the two of them had enough reason to intervene. However, the two of them were only able to entangle a few enemies on their own, so they could not help feeling anxious. Almost everyone was involved in this dispute at this critical moment, and while everyone's attention was focused on this battle, Yang Yin formed a series of seals with her hands and her figure suddenly disappeared. No one knew where she had gone. With the help of the barrier and spirit array here, Yang Yin easily escaped. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was in big trouble. The woman surnamed Yi, Changqi, and the others were all entangled, and even Qian Tong and Fei Ji too, who had been taking care of him, had no time to care about him. In an instant, he was being targeted by more than a dozen origin returning realm masters. These dozen or so people stared at Yang Kai with greedy looks on their faces as they rushed over, all of them wanting to be the first to kill Yang Kai and snatch his space ring. As long as they could snatch the space ring, they would be rewarded with the greatest merit. Brother Yang, you go. Xin, and I will delay them. At this critical moment, two figures rushed in front of him. It was Wei Guchong and Dong Xiner. Seeing that the situation was bad, the two of them came to his side. Yang Kai did not have time to say anything, so he just cast a grateful look at them. He was not worried about the safety of Wei Guchong and Dong Xiner. After all, these two were elites of Shadow Moon Hall and were famous among the younger generation. Now that they had both broken through to the origin returning realm, even if they could not defeat the enemy, they could still protect themselves. What's more, these enemies might not have the guts to really kill Wei Guchong and Dong Xiner. If anything happened to the two of them, Shadow Moon Hall would definitely not let this matter rest. In an instant, Wei Guchong and Dong Xiner joined forces to release their secret techniques and Saint Qi to wrap up the four enemies, making it impossible for them to interfere with Yang Kai, allowing Yang Kai to breathe a sigh of relief. In this situation, fleeing was undoubtedly the best choice. But how could Yang Kai abandon his friends and helpers and flee alone? Standing in place with a cold expression, Yang Kai waved his hand and summoned out an artifact refining furnace. This Origin King-grade artifact refining furnace expanded in the wind and in the blink of an eye became a behemoth several dozen meters in height. From inside the furnace, a strange fiery bird flew out with a cry and flapped its wings, engulfing several enemies in flames. The current combat power of the Firebird artifact spirit was not inferior to an ordinary third-order origin returning realm master, so it had no problem dealing with these enemies. Yang Kai, on the other hand, sneered as he reached into the artifact refining furnace and gripped it fiercely, seemingly grabbing onto something and immediately dragging it out with great difficulty. An earth-shattering energy fluctuation spread out from the furnace. The strength of this energy fluctuation caused the remaining enemies' faces to change greatly. Although they did not know what Yang Kai was trying to take out of the artifact refining furnace, they could not just stand by and watch. As they rushed forward, they summoned one artifact after another and used one secret technique after another to bombard Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned and stretched out his hand, summoning a purple shield in front of him that transformed into a violent sandstorm that covered his body. Chapter 14:16. The various attacks and secret techniques collided with the sandstorm in an instant, causing sand to fly everywhere. Although the purple shield's defensive power was outstanding, there were simply too many enemies attacking Yang Kai this time, and all of them were origin returning realm masters. The power of the artifacts they summoned was simply not something an ordinary cultivator could compare with. The purple shield's protective barrier was on the verge of breaking in just 2 breaths of time, and appeared to be in imminent danger. Yang Kai's expression became solemn, and just as he was about to put up another protective barrier, a powerful attack suddenly shot towards him from the front. This attack was just a beam of light that seemed to be aimed at Yang Kai, but when it hit the purple shield, the power of the artifacts and secret techniques it was using was reduced to a mess. In an instant, the pressure on Yang Kai was greatly reduced, and this change made him raise his brow. Looking in the direction of the source of the attack, Yang Kai saw a middle-aged, scholarly man with waist-length hair standing there with his hands behind his back with a smile on his face. What's the meaning of this? Yang Kai couldn't figure it out. The others were even more confused, and someone immediately shouted angrily, "Elder Mo, what are you doing?" This middle-aged man with waist-length hair was Clear Sky Sect's great Elder Mo Yu. His personal strength was not inferior to Mo Xiaoshang and Cheng Pengxian's, and he was even stronger than Jin Shi and Old Woman Feng. Hearing this, Mo Yu smiled indifferently. "What else can I do? This Mo has taken a fancy to the treasure in this little brat's hand and simply wants to kill him and steal it. What's wrong?" The man who spoke frowned, and although his expression was one of anger, he didn't have time to pursue the matter. Judging from the attack just now, Mo Yu had indeed intended to kill Yang Kai and steal his treasure, but judging from the result, he had actually helped Yang Kai a great deal because he had resolved most of the attacks aimed at Yang Kai. It was unknown whether Mo Yu had done this intentionally or not, but in his annoyance, he could only remind him loudly, "Elder Mo, you can attack, but can't you take it easy?" Mo Yu smiled faintly and didn't say anything more. Instead, he looked at Yang Kai with interest. Previously, Dragon Cave Mountain had been in a precarious situation and was on the verge of collapsing, but a woman surnamed Yi had suddenly appeared at the critical moment. If it weren't for the Emperor Garden incident, Dragon Cave Mountain would have been calm by now. However, because of the changes in the Emperor Garden, Dragon Cave Mountain was once again pushed to the heart of the struggle, and the situation was even more dangerous than before. He really wanted to know if Yang Kai's luck would end here, or if he could be blessed with good luck again and resolve this crisis. As the great elder of Clear Sky Sect, Mo naturally wouldn't be so bored as to believe in luck and destiny, but Yang Kai had saved the lives of 2 of his disciples. Mo wasn't someone who couldn't distinguish between gratitude and grudges, so since he had already agreed to Chen Shitao's request, he would naturally do his best. If it weren't for Chen Shitao, Mo wouldn't have minded adding insult to injury. After all, the Emperor Garden's rare treasure was something he was also interested in. On top of that, if Yang Kai really died, Mo would be the first to snatch Yang Kai's space ring. After this attack, Mo didn't take action again and instead chose to wait and see. Most of his attention focused on the Origin King Grade artifact refining furnace. The strong energy fluctuations radiating from it surprised him greatly, making him wonder what was hidden inside. The group of enemies who had been eyeing Yang Kai covetously had also regrouped at this moment, their artifacts humming as they prepared to launch a new round of attacks. Right at this moment, a series of whooshing sounds suddenly came from the side. Along with this sound, a scorching power enveloped the entire area. At the same time, a series of golden whips descended from the sky and lashed out at the enemies. Each of these attacks was incredibly powerful, causing all who saw them to pale in fright. These enemies, who had been preparing to attack Yang Kai, were all shocked and quickly tried to resist. This is... Mo's eyes bulged as he stared at the source of this attack in disbelief, quickly discovering that it was actually a towering tree several dozen meters tall with lush branches and leaves. This tree was a dazzling golden color, and at this moment, its branches swayed and countless golden leaves fell like rain, transforming into golden rays of light that shot towards the group of enemies like flying daggers and arrows. These whip-like attacks were clearly formed from the branches of this ancient tree. What shocked Mo wasn't the attacks of this ancient tree, but rather the clear facial features on its thick trunk. At this moment, these facial features were distorted and looked extremely angry. The power of the branches and the attacks of the golden leaves were not inferior to the full strength of a first-order Saint King cultivator. A dense barrage of attacks rained down, creating a terrifying scene. Even a master like Mo would be flustered if he fell into this attack, let alone others. At this moment, there were very few third-order origin returning realm masters among the enemies gathered in front of Yang Kai. So if they were enveloped by these strange attacks, if not for their superior numbers, they would have immediately suffered casualties. Sentient ancient tree, Mo exclaimed, never having expected that Dragon Cave Mountain would have such a treasure. In particular, this sentient ancient tree was actually a rare young attribute spirit tree. Although trees were also a type of living creature, it was extremely difficult for a tree to gain sentience. Mo had lived for so many years, but had only heard of the existence of sentient ancient trees and had never seen one with his own eyes. This was the first time he had seen one. A sentient ancient tree was at least 10,000 years old, perhaps even several tens of thousands of years old. This was a rare and heaven-defying treasure. If it was used for artifact refining, it would definitely be able to refine an extremely powerful artifact. What made him even more flabbergasted was that this psychic ancient tree actually possessed such a powerful offensive ability. How is this possible? Even if an ordinary sentient ancient tree gained sentience, it wouldn't have much strength. When encountering a powerful cultivator, it could only use a special divine technique to hide its aura and avoid disaster. However, the sentient ancient tree on Dragon Cave Mountain had actually transformed into a weapon of war, its branches and leaves acting as a means to attack the enemy. Just by standing there, it was like a single man could hold back 10,000 enemies, making it difficult for even Yang Kai to break through in a short time. This Dragon Cave Mountain has some unfathomable secrets. Mo's eyes shone brightly as he became more and more excited. The divine tree's sudden display of power also surprised Yang Kai for a moment, but he soon relaxed. The divine tree had gained sentience before he obtained it and was a high-grade spirit tree. Over the years, Yang Kai had fed it no less than 10 drops of golden blood, so it wasn't difficult to explain how it could grow so quickly. Considering all this, Yang Kai grinned. Boy, hand over your life. An angry roar suddenly sounded, and immediately after, a ripple appeared in the void not far away, and a fierce-looking cultivator wearing Heaven Battling Union's uniform appeared out of thin air. Judging from the energy fluctuations coming from his body, this person was already a powerful second-order origin returning realm cultivator and was extremely proficient in concealment. Taking advantage of everyone's attention being attracted to different things, this cultivator sneaked up on Yang Kai and launched a fatal blow. It had to be said that this person's calculations were quite good, and he knew how to grasp the right opportunity. At this moment, Yang Kai's mind was relaxed, allowing him to launch a sneak attack to increase his chances of success. A lion would use its full strength to catch a rabbit. Although this person was powerful, on Dragon Cave Mountain's home ground, he didn't dare underestimate Yang Kai, so he attacked with all his strength. The two of them suddenly closed in on each other, and the sword in this man's hand flashed with a cold light as it pierced towards Kai Yang's chest. Before the long sword had even arrived, the sword light was like a snake's tongue, and the biting cold murderous intent was like the cold wind of an ice field, causing Kai Yang's skin to feel pain. Kai Yang still stood motionless in the same place, but the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile, seemingly unmoved. Something's wrong. The second-order origin returning realm master's heart clenched as he subconsciously felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. All he knew was that if he rashly attacked again, he would be the one to suffer a loss. As this thought flashed through his mind, this man's expression became fierce, and he not only showed no intention of stopping, but instead began pouring his Saint Chi into his sword even more violently. The sword wave soared as its momentum soared. Mou stood not far away and stared at Yang Kai without blinking, wondering what he was relying on that allowed him to be so confident in facing a surprise attack from a second-order origin returning realm master. The answer was instantly revealed. Just as the enemy's attack was about to land, a small figure suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. This figure was gray and inconspicuous, no more than 2 meters tall, only reaching up to Yang Kai's knees. Mou raised his brow in surprise as he stared carefully at this gray figure, unable to recognize what it was for a while. It looked like a stone, but it had 4 limbs and facial features. It had a simple and honest face, a sharp nose, mouth, and ears that seemed to have been carved out of stone, but its 2 eyes were extremely bright. Its waist was stooped and its hands reached up to its knees, giving it an extremely strange appearance. Can a stone gain sentience? Mou almost couldn't believe his eyes. What surprised Mou the most, though, was that he couldn't detect any energy fluctuations or life aura from this thing. Is it alive or dead? The stone mongoose answered Mou's doubts with its actions. Facing the sneak attack of the second-order origin returning realm cultivator, the stone mongoose opened its mouth and spat out a black stick. Immediately after, it stretched out its hand, grabbed this stick, and casually swept it forward. As the stick swept out, the world changed color and the world energy within a radius of several kilometers seemed to be stirred up. The corners of Mou's eyes twitched. With his eyesight, he could naturally see how powerful this seemingly casual sweep of the stick was. An ordinary attack wouldn't be able to produce such power. That Heaven Battling Union cultivator is probably out of luck, Mou thought to himself. His guess wasn't wrong. Although this Heaven Battling Union cultivator was a second-order origin returning realm master and was able to see through the power of this stick, he was now riding a tiger and had no way to back down. Dodging was simply impossible, so he could only desperately push his Saint Chi, the long sword in his hand humming and bursting with infinite brilliance. Chapter 14:17. This dazzling brilliance only flashed for a moment before it was extinguished by some kind of attack. Immediately after, a series of cracking sounds rang out as the high-grade artifact in the hands of the Heaven Battling Union cultivator broke apart as soon as it came into contact with the black stick, appearing extremely fragile. How is this possible? The cultivator's eyes trembled violently. His artifact was an origin-grade artifact, and although it was known for its sharpness and elegance rather than its sturdiness, it shouldn't have been so easily destroyed. This artifact had accompanied him for several dozen years and had been nourished by his Saint Chi and spiritual energy after killing countless enemies. It could be regarded as the artifact he relied on the most. But now, it was being destroyed here. At the same time, a trace of horror flashed across the cultivator's eyes. He didn't know what kind of power this black stick contained, but it had actually destroyed his sword with just a casual sweep. If he had been hit head-on, how could he have survived? Considering all this, the cultivator's eyes flashed with determination as he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood mist. At the same time, he quickly retreated in an attempt to avoid this stick. His plan was sound, but he had underestimated the strangeness of this black stick. This black stick was undoubtedly the heaven-shaking pillar that Yang Kai had brought out from the Emperor Garden. According to Yang Yin, this stick was cast from heavenly crystal profound iron, an origin king-grade artifact refining material. It was extremely heavy, with a palm-sized piece weighing 10,000 kilograms. It was extremely sturdy, and there were few methods in the world that could damage it. Even Yang Kai himself wouldn't be able to wield this heaven-shaking pillar. Yang Kai didn't know who had refined this artifact, but it had the ability to change its size at will. When the puppet in the Emperor Garden used this heaven-shaking pillar, it was several dozen meters in length. In the end, it was given to the stone mongoose and swallowed into its belly. At this moment, the stone mongoose had taken out the heaven-shaking pillar to match its size. The heaven-shaking pillar was only 3 meters in length, but that didn't mean it was limited to this size. Seeing the heaven-battling Union cultivator spitting out a mouthful of blood mist and trying to avoid its attack range, the stone mongoose's round eyes flashed and the heaven-shaking pillar in its hand actually lengthened a bit, once again enveloping the enemy in its attack range before sweeping out with undiminished momentum. This sudden turn of events caused the cultivators from heaven-battling Union to despair. In a moment of desperation, they could only desperately push their Saint Chi to form a protective barrier around their bodies. Pa. A soft sound rang out as the heaven-shaking pillar hit the cultivator's body. The heaven-battling Union cultivator's body of pain. The heaven-battling Union cultivator's skin. The heaven-battling Union cultivator's body was distorted, and the heaven-battling Union cultivator's blood gushed out from his mouth, mixed with the fragments of his internal organs. The martial artist himself was like an arrow that had been released from a bow, as he was swept far away by the heaven-shaking pillar. Although he didn't die from a single blow, this kind of injury was definitely not light. If he was only facing the stone mongoose, he might have had a chance to escape, but how could Yang Kai miss such a good opportunity to beat a drowning dog? He shot out his golden blood threads and enveloped his opponent in golden light. Even in midair, this second-order origin returning realm cultivator was already dead. In the blink of an eye, a second-order origin returning realm cultivator was killed on the spot. What's more, the way he died was too horrible to look at, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. In fact, it was reasonable to say that the scene just now wasn't that dangerous. The heaven-battling Union cultivator could only blame his bad luck for encountering the stone puppet wielding the heaven-shaking pillar. The stone puppet was able to change the length of the heaven-battling Union cultivator's heaven-shaking pillar at will, catching him off guard. This was the biggest culprit for his instant death. If he had known this in advance, he would not have been so careless. But it was too late to say anything now. After killing its enemy, the stone mongoose let out a beast-like roar, and its small body rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it became a 34-meter-tall stone giant. Correspondingly, the heaven-shaking pillar in its hand also became much longer. Hong hong hong. After its transformation, the stone mongoose took a big step forward and rushed forward with great momentum. The 34-meter-tall stone giant, coupled with a heaven-defying artifact like the heaven-shaking pillar, could display combat power that even a third-order origin returning realm cultivator would have to avoid. Every time it swung its staff, even space itself seemed to freeze. Many of the cultivators who were entangled by the divine tree were unlucky. One after another, They screamed and didn't hesitate to use secret techniques that greatly damaged their yuan qi in order to escape from the stone mongoose's sight. However, how could the divine tree allow them to do as they wished? Countless branches transformed into long whips that danced in the air, wrapping all of the enemies within. If one was hit by one of the whips in a moment of carelessness, it was inevitable that one's flesh would be torn apart. The stone mongoose took this opportunity to display its might and swung its heaven-shaking pillar one at a time. Every enemy that was hit by it coughed up blood and fell into a miserable state. The heaven-shaking pillar itself weighed several 100,000 kilograms, but in the stone mongoose's hand, it was as light as a feather. Even without the infusion of Saint Qi, it was still an incredible weapon. Only Origin Kings could resist it, while Origin-returning realm cultivators could only evade. The stone mongoose didn't need to be proficient in any secret techniques. Just its earth-shattering strength alone was enough to make the world pale in comparison. A first-order cultivator would die instantly if they were hit by it. Occasionally, an enemy with good luck would survive a blow, but even then, they would only be struggling at death's door. A few golden leaves from the divine tree would easily reap their lives. Only a second-order master would be able to block a single blow, and even a third-order master wouldn't dare to face it head-on. Standing not far away, the corners of Mou's eyes twitched as his lips trembled. This dragon cave mountain? What kind of dragon pool and tiger den is it? First, there was the sentient ancient tree, and now there was the shocking appearance of the stone giant. This was a novel scene that had not been seen in 80 years, but today, it was a feast for the eyes. Mou was not an ignorant person. On the contrary, as the great elder of Clear Sky Sect, he was extremely knowledgeable, but what he saw today was simply too shocking. Just this sentient ancient tree and the stone giant were enough to contend against an army of thousands. What's more, that little brat named Yang Kai still hadn't made a move yet, so Mou didn't know what he was doing. Although Mou hadn't seen Yang Kai take action yet, a person who could possess two powerful spirit beasts, the sentient ancient tree and the stone giant, would definitely possess some kind of strength. He definitely couldn't be underestimated as an ordinary third-order Saint King. For a moment, Mou actually felt a little lucky that he had listened to his disciple's request and not directly confronted Dragon Cave Mountain. Otherwise, if this enmity had been formed, it would have only brought harm to Clear Sky Sect. The sentient ancient tree wasn't so bad. Although it was extremely powerful, it was still a spirit tree, so its mobility was limited. It was able to take root in place and act as a defensive fortress, but using it to attack was somewhat lacking. That stone giant, on the other hand, was extremely frightening. On Shadowed Star, who could fight such a monster? Even a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator wouldn't be able to. Only by gathering a large number of people and besieging it would it be possible to defeat it. Mou had just helped that little brat, so he should know, right? Mou's heart was in turmoil as he was worried that Yang Kai hadn't sensed his goodwill just now. If that were the case, he would have suffered a great loss. Just as the divine tree and stone puppet were fighting together, sweeping away all obstacles in their path, a loud dragon roar suddenly rang out, and immediately, the sky darkened as a terrifying pressure descended from the heavens. The strength of this pressure caused everyone present to feel their scalps tingle, as if a pair of eyes were staring at them, threatening to crush them if they made the slightest movement. Even if this pressure wasn't as strong as the Emperor pressure produced by the Emperor Garden just now, it wasn't far off. Everyone's movements came to a standstill as they turned their heads towards the source of this pressure, their eyes filled with horror. What they saw was Yang Kai standing proudly in place, the Origin King grade artifact refining furnace spinning beside him as he slowly pulled out a dark green, sword-like object from the artifact refining furnace. As this object appeared, the invisible pressure it released became more and more intense. In the blink of an eye, the dark green sword-like object had been completely extracted. As far as the eye could see, the object was no more than a meter long, but it was verdant and glistening. It looked like a sword, but it was extremely strange. It didn't look sharp because the sword didn't have a blade at all. It looked as if it was crudely made from a piece of bone. On the hilt of the sword, there was a round bead the size of a longan. Within the dark green body of the sword, There was something that looked like a small snake that was happily swimming around. This sword seemed to have gained sentience, and when it was held in Yang Kai's hand, it hummed as if it wanted to break free from Yang Kai's grasp and fly into the sky. A huge phantom of a dragon's head suddenly emerged from the dark green sword. The dragon's head was vivid and lifelike, as if it was a living creature. Its two eyes, the size of gongs, contained an endless majesty. As it swept its eyes over the countless masters present, they couldn't help but feel as if they were as tiny as ants. This horrifying pressure was being emitted by this dark green sword. No one dared to look directly at this dragon head. Only Yang Kai raised his head thoughtfully, his demon eye of annihilation appearing in his left eye as he met this dragon head's gaze without fear. An invisible shock wave centered on Yang Kai suddenly spread out in all directions as a terrifying spiritual energy swept out. Even a third-order origin returning realm cultivator felt his knowledge sea tumble for a moment. Yang Kai also let out a muffled snort as his brow furrowed. From his demon eye of annihilation, a lotus bud appeared and strangely sank into the dragon head. The blossoming lotus secret technique was the most powerful soul secret technique Yang Kai had mastered. The dragon roar rang out again, this time filled with dread and panic as a look of pain flashed across the dragon's eyes. Immediately after, its body flickered and disappeared into the dark green sword in Yang Kai's hand. The humming sound disappeared and the trembling sword body calmed down, no longer struggling. Yang Kai let out a soft breath as a thoughtful look appeared on his face. This dark green sword was the first time Yang Kai had used it, and it was refined from the dragon bone and dragon bead. The dragon bone and dragon bead were obtained by Yang Kai from the Saint Crystal lode in the second layer of the Lu Yen sandfield. It had been several years since Yang Kai obtained them. At that time, Yang Kai didn't know what to do with them. After all, these were real dragon bone and dragon beads, materials from ancient life forms, not something an ordinary artifact refiner could refine. Chapter 14:18. Fortunately, Yang Yin had taught him a method to slowly refine the dragon bone and dragon bead using the Origin King Grade Artifact Refining Furnace and the Firebird Artifact Spirit. The Artifact Spirit had a mental connection with Yang Kai, so allowing it to refine the dragon bone and dragon bead was no different from Yang Kai refining it himself. This method did not require exquisite artifact refining techniques. All it required was the accumulation of time. Although it was somewhat crude, it was better than handing it over to an unreliable artifact refiner and wasting materials. Even Yang Yin herself did not have the confidence to use the dragon bone and dragon bead for artifact refining, as it was beyond the scope of her abilities. It could be said that this method was only suitable for Yang Kai because he had an Origin King Grade Artifact Refining Furnace and the Firebird Artifact Spirit. The combination of all these conditions was indispensable. After several years, the dragon bone and dragon bead had completely merged into one. After all, they were of the same origin, so it was not difficult to fuse them together. Now, it was time to use them. However, Yang Kai had not expected that the first time he used this method, he would almost cause trouble. The remnant dragon soul in the dragon bead was unwilling to submit to him. Even if it was just a remnant soul without sentience, it was still the remnant soul of an ancient divine spirit, so how could it be willing to submit? Fortunately, Yang Kai had the blossoming lotus secret technique, so at the critical moment, he had forcibly suppressed the dragon soul's tenacity, allowing him to avoid any trouble. However, this was not a long-term solution. It seemed that he would need to spend some time in the future to refine this dragon bone sword before he could use it without worry. Yang Kai thought to himself as he swept his eyes around coldly, the smile on his face as sharp as a blade. The terrifying pressure slowly dissipated. However, everyone still felt cold sweat dripping down their backs as a gentle breeze blew past. A chill ran down their spines. Everyone thought they could flatten Dragon Cave Mountain at will, but at this moment, it had actually erupted with such terrifying combat power, something they could not have imagined. The sentient ancient tree, the stone giant, and this strange turquoise sword. Which one of these did not cause them to feel fear? This was especially true for this dark green longsword. Everyone knew that it was definitely a good item, but no one knew how much power it could unleash. For a moment, Yang Kai once again became the center of attention. Many greedy and fearful gazes stared at the dark green sword. Yang Kai also wanted to test the power of his new artifact, so naturally, he didn't want to waste any time. Pouring his Saint Chi into the dark green sword, a faint dragon roar rang out as the sword began to hum. Go! Yang Kai pointed his finger, and a green light suddenly flashed from his hand and disappeared. Soon after, a behemoth that was several hundred feet long suddenly took shape in midair. It was a strange creature that was completely green in color. Its wings covered the sky, and its entire body was covered in scales. It looked like an impregnable fortress. The creature opened its bloody mouth, revealing sword-like teeth. The claws were like long spears, emitting a faint cold light that made people shudder. Ancient divine spirit. Mou groaned. Even with his shrewdness, he almost fell to the ground. He had never seen an ancient sacred spirit before. However, Mou was no stranger to this kind of creature. He had read about it in the ancient records of almost every great sect. There were more or less records about the long-extinct ancient sacred spirit, so Mou had naturally seen its image. The behemoth in front of him was exactly the same as the one he had seen in the records. It was clearly the image of an ancient sacred spirit. What's more, it was a true dragon, one of the top ancient sacred spirits. The aura it exuded alone was enough to make any cultivator below the third-order origin returning realm feel their hands and feet go cold, not to mention its aggressive nature. He also has a remnant soul. He actually has an ancient sacred spirit remnant soul. On the other side, Fei Zhitu's eyes trembled violently as he muttered to himself, standing in place stupidly, completely forgetting to entangle with his opponent. Qian Tong was the same, and their opponents were also in the same situation. At this moment, no one was in the mood to continue fighting, all of them turning their attention to the several hundred-meter-long azure dragon. Last time in the Emperor Garden, Fei Zhitu had seen an ice phoenix phantom and knew that Yang Kai possessed the remnant soul of an ancient sacred spirit. At that time, Fei Zhitu had almost been shocked by Yang Kai's opportunities, thinking that he had obtained such a heaven-defying treasure. It was because of this that Fei Zhitu had changed his attitude towards Yang Kai, no longer daring to take advantage of his seniority. Even if this was just a remnant soul, as long as there was enough time and opportunity, it was not impossible for it to grow into an existence not inferior to an origin king. It was better to bully the old than the young. Who could guarantee that Yang Kai would not stand at the top of the pyramid in the future? Forming a good relationship with him now would definitely bring many benefits in the future. So, this time, when Dragon Cave Mountain was in trouble, Yang Kai had followed Qian Tong without hesitation to mediate. Otherwise, with Yang Kai's personality, how could he have done such a thankless thing? He would have definitely sat in Heavenly Fate City and watched from the sidelines. He had thought that Yang Kai possessing the remnant soul of an ice phoenix was already a heaven-defying opportunity, but now he actually had the remnant soul of a true dragon. What's more, this true dragon remnant soul seemed to be even more powerful than the ice phoenix remnant soul he had seen last time. Fei Zhitu was both envious and jealous, nearly coughing up blood. Compared with Yang Kai's heritage, everything he had was trash. While everyone was in a daze, the giant Saiyan dragon had already arrived in front of an origin-returning realm master from Thunder Typhoon sect. This cultivator was a peak first-order origin-returning realm cultivator, only one step away from breaking through to the second-order origin-returning realm, so his strength was not weak. He had been fighting against the divine tree and the stone mongoose before, but even after such a long time, he had remained unscathed, which only showed how strong he was. However, no matter how strong an individual was, they could not directly face an ancient sacred spirit. Seeing the true dragon rushing towards him, this cultivator's face went pale, and he hurriedly summoned a black gold shield in front of him. There was a trace of human-like disdain in the eyes of the huge true dragon. It swiped its claw forward, and with a tearing sound, the shield was torn apart like it was made of tofu. Immediately after, the giant Saiyan dragon opened its bloody maw and swallowed this first-order origin-returning realm cultivator in front of everyone's eyes. A scream rang out but soon came to an abrupt end as the life aura of this cultivator was instantly annihilated. When the giant cyan dragon's body rushed past the cultivator's position, a shocking scene appeared before everyone's eyes. All that was left was a skeleton in a defensive posture, but all the flesh and blood on the skeleton had disappeared. A cold wind blew, causing everyone present to feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Emo Xiaosheng, Cheng Pengxian, Jin Shi, and old woman Feng all had ashen faces as they were almost killed by the woman surnamed Yi. After swallowing the flesh and blood essence of the Thunder Typhoon sect cultivator, the giant cyan dragon raised its head and let out a deafening roar before opening its mouth again and spraying out a green mist that covered the area below. The dozen or so origin returning realm cultivator were instantly enveloped in this mist, and screams rang out one after another. "It's poisonous! Get out of the way!" This green mist actually contained a violent toxicity, causing the cultivator who was shrouded in it to feel dizzy and find it difficult to breathe, even unable to circulate their Saint Chi properly. Those with slightly lower strength staggered to the ground as their flesh and blood rapidly melted away at a speed visible to the naked eye, revealing their white bones, a shocking sight to behold. Only cultivators above the second-order origin returning realm were able to force themselves to escape the range of this green mist, but all of their faces were covered in a green aura, indicating that they had been severely poisoned and would require a lot of time and precious pills to detoxify. This giant cyan dragon turned out to be a poison dragon. Yang Kai was also greatly surprised. He didn't know what kind of divine technique the original body of the dragon bone and dragon bead he had obtained before its death. At this moment, he had taken action with the intention of experimenting, but now that the results were out, he couldn't help raising his brow in joy. Among the true dragon race of ancient divine spirits, poison dragons and fire dragons were the two most aggressive species, so this discovery naturally made Yang Kai very happy. Since his last trip to Grand Burial Valley, when his only offensive artifact, the 100 Mountains picture, self-destructed, Yang Kai had no other offensive artifacts to use. Firstly, he was confident in his own methods and felt there was no need to ask Yang Yin to refine anything for him, because even if he could refine an artifact, it would take a lot of time to nourish it. Secondly, and more importantly, Yang Kai had been waiting for the refinement of this dragon bone and dragon bead to be completed. Now, it seemed that his expectations had not been in vain. This dragon bone and dragon bead artifact was comparable to an Origin King grade artifact, and it also seemed to have a lot of room for growth. After the true dragon transformed from the green sword just now swallowed the physique essence of an origin returning realm cultivator, Yang Kai clearly felt the aura of this artifact grow slightly stronger. This was obviously a sign that it could grow. While Yang Kai was thinking about this, the few origin returning realm cultivators who had just escaped the green mist were targeted by the stone mongoose. These cultivators were lucky and had good strength, but that was as far as they could go. The heaven-shaking pillars swung out, causing the world to tremble and all of them to fall like wheat. The smell of blood filled the air, and all of Dragon Cave Mountain instantly became a purgatory. The situation was eerily one-sided. What's more, it was not a one-sided slaughter of Dragon Cave Mountain's cultivators, as everyone had imagined. Instead, they were the ones being slaughtered, causing the enemy's morale to plummet to the extreme. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Changqi and the others launched a fierce counterattack, quickly regaining the initiative. Speaking of which, Changqi and the others weren't particularly strong. They were only relying on the exquisite artifacts in their hands. These artifacts were tailor-made origin-grade high-rank artifacts Yang Yin had personally crafted for them and were the limit of what a cultivator of their level could use. Originally, they were in a precarious situation and could only support each other in order to stall for time. Now that the enemy's morale had plummeted, Changqi and the others were fighting fiercely, forcing the enemy to retreat again and again. Changqi and the others did not act rashly and instead advanced cautiously, not seeking to gain any merit but only to avoid making any mistakes. For a time, they were full of vigor, causing the enemy to be flustered and unable to do anything. Chapter 1419. Not far away, Emo Xiaosheng and the others who were entangled with the woman surnamed Yi let out a long sigh, knowing that there was nothing they could do at this moment. They had underestimated Dragon Cave Mountain's heritage, thinking that Dragon Cave Mountain was able to kill the first group of CF family cultivators by relying on the power of their barriers and spirit arrays. None of them had expected that even without these barriers, this small mountain would not be easy to bully. The four-peak third-order origin returning realm masters looked at each other and saw the intent to retreat in each other's eyes. There was no need to discuss anything. At their level of strength, a single glance was enough to convey a lot of information. The four of them quickly shook off the woman surnamed Ye's entanglement and flew away. Now that the four of them had withdrawn, how could the others dare to remain? Naturally, they hurriedly fled. Qian Tong and Fei Ji too did not stop their opponents. Although they had helped Dragon Cave Mountain this time, they did not deliberately make enemies with these people. After all, the two of them represented Shadow Moon Hall and had many concerns in their hearts. As such, after a moment of contemplation, they allowed their opponents to withdraw safely. The same was true for Wei Guchong and Dong Xiener. The two of them had just broken through to the First Order Origin returning realm not long ago, so their opponent's strength was not bad. If they wanted to leave, they simply could not stop them. The reason they had managed to survive until now was because their opponents had shown them mercy, not really killing them. Otherwise, with the number and methods of their opponents, even if the two of them had not died, they would not have been able to escape unscathed. The invading enemies retreated like the tide, with several dozen origin returning realm masters hurriedly withdrawing. Besides Yang Kai, who used his dragon bone sword to block a few of them, only the stone mongoose and firebird artifact spirit were left behind, preventing them from leaving. Yang Kai frowned as a sense of helplessness rose from the depths of his heart. If the enemy wanted to leave, he could not stop them all. Although the invasion of Dragon Cave Mountain this time annoyed him greatly, the other party had paid a painful price, so this result was not unacceptable. Moreover, if they continued to fight, Dragon Cave Mountain was bound to suffer casualties. Yang Kai didn't really care about the Yi woman. He now had the dragon bone sword, the stone mongoose, the artifact spirit, and the divine tree. The Yi woman was a person with extraordinary means. The only thing he had to worry about was Changqi, Howen, and the others. Even a rabbit would bite when cornered. If Changqi, Howen, and the others really died here, that was not something Yang Kai wanted to see. Yang Kai was willing to let this matter end here, but it didn't mean that others were willing to do the same. Just as these people were about to leave the range of Dragon Cave Mountain, the originally broken mountain defending array flashed and activated once again, blocking their path. A trace of surprise flashed across the eyes of Imo, Xiaoshang, and the others, but soon their expressions turned cold. They had only retreated to avoid the brunt of Dragon Cave Mountain's attacks, not because they were afraid of it. The other party's attitude, as if they weren't willing to give up, naturally made them feel like they had lost face and become annoyed. You want to leave? Wishful thinking. Is my Dragon Cave Mountain a place where you can come and go as you please? A tender voice suddenly called out. The source of this voice seemed to be far away, but at the same time, it seemed to be right in front of everyone's eyes. However, this voice was without a doubt Yang Yan's. Yang Kai raised his brow in surprise, not knowing what Yang Yin wanted to do. While Yang Kai was still in shock, the earth suddenly began to tremble, and with a loud humming sound, the ground around Dragon Cave Mountain began to crack. In the blink of an eye, the entire Dragon Cave Mountain was torn apart. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk with a loud bang. A certain part of Dragon Cave Mountain suddenly collapsed, revealing a huge crater. Immediately after, a huge black behemoth slowly rose from this crater. When they saw what this huge thing was, cries of surprise rang out one after another. Everyone was dumbfounded. Impossible! A starship? There's actually a starship here? Today, Dragon Cave Mountain was destined to become the focus of attention on Shadowed Star, bringing about one shocking event after another. Everyone had yet to recover from the shock of seeing the remnant soul of the ancient divine spirit appear, but now they were witnessing another incredible scene. Underneath Dragon Cave Mountain, there had been a starship hidden. This starship was different from the starships the great sects regarded as treasures. The main difference was its size. It was not too big, only a few dozen meters long, about a quarter the size of an ordinary starship, and had a sleek oval shape. However, This starship exuded an oppressive aura that made one feel even more uncomfortable facing it than facing the true dragon remnant soul just now. A series of cracking sounds rang out as a series of cannon-like objects extended from the starship's abdomen. None of the people present were ignorant and inexperienced. Naturally, they knew what this was. Crystal cannons. These were offensive artifacts that every starship possessed, and they could also be called weapons. Using Saint crystals as an energy source, they were extremely powerful. Normally, a starship would not use crystal cannons because every time they were used, a large number of Saint crystals would be consumed. Generally speaking, a starship would carry at most 2 or 3 crystal cannons, and crystal cannons were known as the most powerful trump cards of a starship. But at this moment, more than a dozen crystal cannons had extended from the abdomen of this starship. These crystal cannons were aimed in different directions, but all of them were aimed at the densest part of the crowd. Looking at these black cannons, everyone felt an extremely uneasy feeling in their hearts, as if the aura of death was rushing towards them. Giggles resounded throughout the world as Yang Yan's tender voice called out, "Since you've come, don't even think about leaving." As soon as her voice fell, the dozen or so crystal cannons released a dazzling light, and an energy fluctuation that caused the world to tremble spread out. Not good. Emo Xiaosheng and the others' pupils shrank as they exclaimed, "Disperse!" With his eyesight and experience, he could naturally perceive what kind of destructive power was contained in these crystal cannons. Although his shout was timely, the attack speed of this starship, refined by Yang Yan, was extremely fast. Almost at the same time as Emo Xiaosheng's voice rang out, more than a dozen white beams of light, each the thickness of a human arm, shot out from the crystal cannons. There was no sound, no screams, no struggle, and no resistance. Wherever those slender beams of light passed, everything was reduced to nothingness. Not only was Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array broken once again, even the cultivator blocking the path ahead disappeared like a snowflake under the scorching sun. The dozen or so pillars of pure white light shot out for dozens of kilometers before gradually weakening and disappearing. All of Dragon Cave Mountain was a mess as the world energy aura became extremely chaotic. Asterisk Dida, Dida. Asterisk a crisp sound rang out as Emo Xiaosheng and the others all stood in place with pale faces, staring in horror at the starship that had appeared out of nowhere, none of them daring to believe their eyes. When this starship appeared just now, none of them had paid much attention to it. After all, this starship wasn't very large, so they subconsciously thought it wasn't of high grade. However, when the dozen or so crystal cannons appeared, Emo Xiaosheng realized he was wrong. It wasn't until now that he realized how wrong he had been. The grade of this starship was beyond the scope of his imagination. It was definitely not Origin grade and was on the same level as an Origin King grade. Otherwise, the power of the crystal cannons would not have been so powerful. An Origin King grade starship? How was this possible? But the facts were right in front of him, so he couldn't doubt anything. Because one of the crystal cannon's beams of light had been aimed at them just now, Emo Xiaosheng and the other 3 peak Origin returning realm masters didn't dare to meet it head-on and could only dodge in embarrassment. Even so, half of Demon Blood Temple's Jin Shi's body had been grazed by this attack, and now his entire arm had disappeared. The dripping sound was the sound of blood dripping from his wound, causing Jin Shi's face to twist in pain. Old Woman Feng and Cheng Pengxian's faces were also extremely ugly. If they hadn't been fast enough just now, they would likely have suffered the same fate as Jin Shi. Looking around again, Emo Xiaosheng's face was filled with grief. Because at this time, there were only a dozen or so people still alive. At least 50 to 60 Origin returning realm masters had died under the crystal cannon's barrage just now. Those were 50 to 60 Origin returning realm masters, not 50 to 60 cabbages. They were the mainstays of the various great sects, but now they had all died on Dragon Cave Mountain. Emo Xiaosheng and the others felt as if a knife had been twisted in their hearts. If possible, the masters from the various great forces would have preferred not to set foot on this hill today, but unfortunately, it was too late for regret. The dead could not be brought back to life. Not only had they suffered heavy losses, but they had also made such a powerful enemy. For a time, the faces of the masters who were still alive went pale. Run! Mo Xiaoshang grit his teeth, not willing to remain here any longer, his figure flickering as he used his space force to quickly flee. How could Cheng Pengxian, Jin Shi, and old woman Feng dare to remain? Fearing that the other party's starship would fire another round of crystal cannons, all of them fled as fast as rabbits. This time, Yang Yin didn't try to stop him because she was also powerless to do so. Although this starship was powerful, it wasn't omnipotent. The round of crystal cannons just now seemed quite impressive, but in fact it consumed a lot of energy. A scream rang out as Yang Kai killed his last opponent. With a wave of his hand, the azure dragon transformed back into a green sword and returned to his hand. Looking down at it for a moment, Yang Kai showed a satisfied look before tossing it back into the artifact refining furnace and storing it into his body. All of Dragon Cave Mountain was silent at this moment. Only the several dozen-meter-long starship remained suspended mid-air. And this small mountain that was originally full of spirit chi, after going through such an unbelievable battle, was now full of devastation and was extremely dilapidated. The stone mongoose had returned to its original appearance, and the heaven-shaking pillar was nowhere to be seen. It seemed to have been swallowed into its stomach. At this moment, using its hands and feet, it ran over to Yang Kai and climbed up onto Yang Kai's shoulder, grinning widely. Looking around, Yang Kai let out a long sigh. Since arriving on Shadowed Star, Yang Kai had settled down on Dragon Cave Mountain, and it had been several years since then. Yang Yin, Wu Yi, and the others had managed this place beautifully, but now, it was undoubtedly no longer suitable for living. Fortunately, Yang Kai still had a place he could go to, so he didn't feel any regrets. That place was much better than Dragon Cave Mountain, and he had intended to move everyone there. This time's incident was just an opportunity. Chapter 1420. Yang Kai. Not far away, a voice called out. Yang Kai raised his eyes and saw Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu staring at him in a daze, glancing over at the starship floating mid-air from time to time, seemingly wanting to say something but hesitating. Although these two were top masters on Shadowed Star, they were still shocked speechless at this moment. When had they ever seen an Origin King-grade starship? Although Shadow Moon Hall also had starships, the highest quality was only Origin-grade low rank. Grandmaster Golin had spent several years working with a large number of artifact refiners in the sect to refine this starship using countless materials. Such a starship would have no problem searching for mineral lodes near Shadowed Star, but if it wanted to penetrate deep into Shadowed Star's territory, it would undoubtedly be impossible. The dangers hidden in Shadowed Star's territory could not be understood with common sense. Shadow Moon Hall's starship was not good, but that did not mean Dragon Cave Mountain's starship was not. An Origin King-grade starship already had the ability to travel long distances, so with its power, it was not impossible to restore Shadowed Star's connection to the outside world. At the very least, Yang Kai could use it to leave Shadowed Star, escape the shackles of world principles, and travel to other stars to break through to the Origin King realm. Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu instantly thought of many possibilities, causing their mood to fluctuate and their expressions to become excited. Whether or not Shadowed Star could be reconnected to the outside world was something they did not care about, but the two of them had been stuck at the peak of the Origin returning realm for a long time now, unable to break through due to the suppression of world principles. Now that they had suddenly seen such hope, they were naturally excited. But even if their relationship with Yang Kai was good, they were too embarrassed to ask for such a thing at this moment. After all, the value of this Origin King-grade starship was too great. Glancing at them, Yang Kai vaguely guessed what they were thinking and smiled lightly. Elder Qian, City Lord Fei, you two can wait patiently for a while. Right now, my affairs are in a mess, so how about I contact you once I've dealt with my own affairs? Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu both nodded and said, all right. Although Yang Kai did not make any promises, nor did he mention anything, as long as he was still on Shadowed Star, they could naturally contact each other. What's more, Dragon Cave Mountain was now in a state of devastation, with several small hills razed to the ground by the power of the crystal cannons. It was clearly no longer suitable for habitation. Considering all this, Qian Tong said, Yang Kai, if you don't mind, you can take those people to my Shadow Moon Hall's headquarters. What do you think? As the saying goes, The pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. Although Qian Tong's proposal was for his own sake, it was also to provide a foothold for Yang Kai. It was a proposal that was beneficial to both sides. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and said, I appreciate Elder Qian's kindness, but this junior already has a place to go, so there is no need for you to worry. Is that so? A trace of disappointment flashed across Qian Tong's face, but he did not insist and simply nodded, very well. Although this old master does not know where you want to go, since you already have a place to stay, just pretend this old master didn't say anything. When you settle down in the future, just send this old master a message and this old master will pay you a visit in person. Of course. Yang Kai cupped his fist slightly. Immediately, he turned his head to Wei Guchong and Dong Xiner and thanked them. This time, when Dragon Cave Mountain was besieged by so many masters, very few people had come to his aid. Besides the mysterious woman surnamed Yi, only the 4 people from Shadow Moon Hall had come to his aid. This kindness was something Yang Kai would naturally remember in his heart. At this moment, only these people had the courage to remain. The others who were still alive had already fled. Even Mou from Clear Sky Sect, who had an ambiguous attitude towards them, had disappeared. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk a soft sound came from mid-air, and the hatch of the starship floating nearby suddenly opened. Yang Kai glanced over and grinned. Elder Qian, City Lord Fei. This junior will take his leave first. Qian Tong and Fei Jitu nodded lightly and did not try to persuade him to stay. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he arrived in front of the divine tree and stretched out his hand to cover it. At the same time, his spiritual energy burst forth and pulled the divine tree into the black book space. Everyone, led by the woman surnamed Yi, flew over and disappeared through the starship's hatch. Yang Kai followed closely behind. After Yang Kai entered, the hatch quickly closed and a humming sound came from the starship before it turned into a stream of light and disappeared. So fast, Fei Jitu stared in shock in the direction the starship disappeared. Compared to the speed of the starship from Shadow Moon Hall, it was like a little wizard meeting a great wizard. A trace of inexplicable excitement appeared on Qian Tong's face as he murmured, I didn't expect that this little mountain would have such a strong heritage. Mo Xiaosheng and the others have provoked someone they shouldn't have this time. Fei Jitu grinned meaningfully. What's the point of worrying about them? What you and I should be thinking about now is how to persuade Yang Kai to use this starship to leave the cage that is Shadowed Star. As long as you and I break through to the Origin King realm, Shadowed Star will belong to Shadow Moon Hall. Hearing this, Qian Tong's expression shook as his eyes flashed, and he nodded repeatedly. A few dozen kilometers away from Dragon Cave Mountain, Mo Xiaosheng and the others, who had just escaped, all looked up in the direction the starship disappeared, their faces ashen. Not only had they suffered a great loss this time, but they had also become enemies with Dragon Cave Mountain. Judging from the heritage of this little mountain, Heaven Battling Union's days in the future would not be easy. Mo Xiaosheng's expression was ugly as he wore a worried look. Heaven Battling Union's great elder was like this. So were Chang Pengxian, Jin Shi, and Old Woman Feng. Each and every one of them looked like they had just lost their parents as their intestines turned green with regret, especially Jin Shi. Today's battle had cost him an arm, which could be considered a great loss to Yuan Qi. However, while some were happy while others were sad, over on Clear Sky Sect's side, Mou was in a good mood. In any case, he did not hold any malice towards Dragon Cave Mountain this time, and had even helped Yang Kai resolve a crisis. As long as the other party was not blind, they should be able to see through his goodwill. On top of that, his 2 disciples had some friendship with Yang Kai, so it seemed that he could take advantage of this opportunity to gain some benefits. Qian Tong naturally had some ideas about what Fei Jitu was planning to do. Thinking so, Mou slowly called out, Tao disciple is here. Qian Shi Tao responded and stepped forward. In the future, you should spend more time with this Yang Kai. If you can somehow capture his heart and soul, that would be best. Honored Master. Qian Shi Tao blushed. Although her honored master was usually mild-tempered, he had never talked about such a sensitive topic with her before. So now that he was speaking so bluntly, Qian Shi Tao felt a little overwhelmed. This woman had a proud figure and a mature temperament, so her bashful demeanor only added to her alluring charm, causing all the male disciples of Clear Sky sect to stare at her blankly. Honored Master is not joking, Mou said seriously. Mou's expression became serious. If you can marry him, you will be the greatest contributor to my Clear Sky sect. Chun Shirtao was stunned. She had been waiting outside with Lu Ying and the others, and although she had heard that the struggle inside Dragon Cave Mountain was fierce, she did not know what was going on. However, from her honored master's words at this moment, it seemed that Yang Kai's performance inside Dragon Cave Mountain had won her honored master's admiration. What exactly happened inside that caused her honored master's attitude to change so drastically? She was very clear about how high her honored master's vision was. Not long after she had been accepted into the sect by her honored master, one of the sect's elders had proposed marriage to one of his juniors, but he had been flatly refused by her honored master. That elder's junior had excellent aptitude and strength, but even such a person could not enter her honored master's eyes. So how could Yang Kai be so highly regarded by her honored master? In Chen Shirtao's impression, Yang Kai's strength was indeed amazing, and he could be considered a master among cultivators in the same realm. But Chen Shirtao had always thought that his greatest advantage was his unparalleled luck. However, her honored master was clearly not interested in such matters. Chen Shirtao couldn't figure it out. Ignoring the thoughts of these outsiders, inside the starship, Yang Kai was looking around in amazement. When he went to the Lu Yin Desert with Young Inflammation a few days ago, he had heard Young Inflammation say that there was a larger starship in Dragon Cave Mountain's vault. So when this starship appeared, Yang Kai wasn't too surprised. The only surprise was that this starship was a bit too small. After entering the interior, Yang Kai realized that this starship was like a completely different world. Just like the Flying Shark battle shuttle, it didn't look big on the outside, but its interior was extremely spacious. There were exquisite rooms, meditation rooms, artifact refiners, alchemy rooms, martial arts arenas, and a variety of other facilities. Such a starship was even more high-end than the huge Hong Luo Chamber of Commerce starship Yang Kai had ridden in the past. Walking forward, Yang Kai soon arrived at an arched hall. This hall was filled with a refreshing sandalwood incense, and the floor was covered with a large red carpet. The surroundings were decorated with strange stones used for illumination, giving it a very warm atmosphere. At this moment, almost everyone who could speak on Dragon Cave Mountain was here, including the newcomers surnamed Yi and Gu Qi, who were standing beside Young Inflammation. Chang Qi, Howen, and the others all wore the same expression. After all, when the starship was being refined, they had also helped out and entered it many times. As for Qin Yu and Wu Yi, the two of them had already become Young Inflammation's right-hand men. Ning Xiang Chun, on the other hand, maintained a shocked expression as if he was in a dream. From time to time, he would glance over at the woman surnamed Yi with a submissive expression. He knew the origins of this woman better than anyone present, so naturally, he was unable to act freely in front of her. What shocked Ning Xiang Chun even more was that this woman surnamed Yi actually called Young Inflammation Master. With a peak third-order origin returning realm cultivation, she was actually obedient to Young Inflammation and treated him with respect. Ning Xiang Chun couldn't wait to punch himself in the face to confirm whether he was really dreaming or not. When Yang Kai arrived, Wu Yi and the others had sad looks on their faces as they sighed constantly. Although Dragon Cave Mountain could be said to have won a great victory in this battle, not only killing countless enemies without suffering any losses, how could they be happy with the destruction of their home? That was the home they had painstakingly built. But because of an unexpected battle, it had been destroyed. Several years of hard work and effort had now been destroyed, so who wouldn't feel distressed? Chapter 1421. Why are all of you frowning? Yang Kai could tell what Chang Qi and the others were worried about and grinned. It's just a trivial Dragon Cave Mountain. If it's gone, then it's gone. There's no need to worry too much about it. But that's our home, Wu Yi sighed deeply. There is a saying that if the old doesn't go, the new won't come. Yang Kai smiled at her. Even if Dragon Cave Mountain is gone, we still have another place to settle down, and that place's environment is thousands of times better than Dragon Cave Mountain's. Wu Yi and the others all looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, their faces filled with disbelief. Although Dragon Cave Mountain was originally just a small mountain with low world energy aura, making it unsuitable for living and cultivating, over the past few years, it had become a famous cultivation destination. Many cultivators who did not belong to any sect were eager to join Dragon Cave Mountain in search of a place to cultivate. However, Dragon Cave Mountain had never accepted outsiders and had always politely refused those who wished to join. Otherwise, it would have long since become a small sect with thousands of cultivators. Now that Yang Kai said he had a new place to settle down that was thousands of times better than Dragon Cave Mountain, it was no wonder Wu Yi and the others didn't believe him. Even if it's Shadow Moon Hall's headquarters, it can't be thousands of times better than Dragon Cave Mountain. Wu Yi pursed her lips, subconsciously thinking Yang Kai was just comforting her and the others. What if that place is even better than Shadow Moon Hall's headquarters? Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. How could that be? If there was such a good place, why wouldn't the other great forces occupy it? Every place on Shadowed Star with rich world energy has already been occupied by a sect or other great force. How could it possibly be our turn? Changqi also couldn't believe it. What Old Man Chang said is correct, but that place is not something that can be occupied. Besides us, I'm afraid others won't even be able to set foot on it, Yang Kai said with a mysterious look on his face. Even if there was no war this time, Yang Yin and I were preparing to relocate everyone there. This time's events can be considered an opportunity, so you don't need to worry too much about Dragon Cave Mountain. Elder Sister Yang Inflammation, is what he said true? Wu Yi turned her head in amazement towards Yang Inflammation. Yang Yin gently nodded, indicating that what Yang Kai said was right. Seeing Yang Yin nod, everyone showed a look of disbelief. What kind of place is that? Since the environment is so good, why hasn't any great force occupied it? Wu Yi couldn't understand. As I said, they don't have the ability to occupy it even if they want to. Yang Kai smiled. Because that place is inside Lu Yin Sandland. Inside Lu Yan's desert? Wu Yi and the others exclaimed. On the contrary, a wisp of a thoughtful expression appeared on the face of the woman surnamed Yi, and she said with surprise, "The ruins of the Supreme Profound Sect? Oh, Senior actually knows about it." Yang Kai was a little surprised. The only reason he knew about the ruins of the Supreme Profound Sect was because Yang Inflammation had told him about it. But this woman surnamed Yi actually knew about it as well. It was a bit strange. Naturally, I know about it. I just read about it in some ancient records. After all, that place is the Masters, the sect that the great emperors once supported. The woman surnamed Ye's beautiful eyes flashed a strange light as she glanced over at Yang Inflammation, intentionally or unintentionally. So that's how it is, Yang Kai nodded lightly. Although he didn't ask what the relationship between this woman and Yang Inflammation was, it was clear that she knew about Yang Inflammation's identity. Otherwise, with her strength and cultivation, it would have been impossible for her to act so respectfully towards Yang Inflammation. It seemed that this woman surnamed Yi really knew some secrets. However, it wasn't convenient for Yang Kai to inquire about it now. He would have to find an opportunity to ask Yang Inflammation later. On the other hand, when Changqi and the others heard the conversation between the woman surnamed Yi and Yang Kai, they all showed surprised expressions. It seemed that they didn't expect that there would be a sect ruin inside the Lu Yin desert. You'll know when we arrive. Let's not talk about this for now. Go and maintain the operation of the starship. I have already set the route, so you just need to maintain the current speed, Yang Inflammation said lightly. Changqi and the others nodded and excused themselves. Soon, only Yang Kai, Yang Inflammation, the woman surnamed Yi, and Gu Qi remained in the hall. Yang Inflammation cast a glance at the woman surnamed Yi, who understood and waved to Gu Qi. "Little Qi, you can leave." "Yes, martial ancestor." Gu Qi bowed slightly and withdrew. After there were only 3 people left, Yang Inflammation hurriedly stretched out his hand to Yang Kai and said, "Show me what you just obtained." Yang Kai was startled but quickly reacted, took out a palm-sized jade token from his space ring, and tossed it to Yang Inflammation. The latter caught it, examined it carefully, and said, "Sure enough, it's an Emperor Jade." Emperor Jade? Yang Kai frowned. "What's the use of this thing?" "It's used to resist the Emperor pressure and is also a pass to enter the Emperor Garden." Without this thing, no one can enter the Emperor Garden. Yang Inflammation quickly explained, when the Emperor Garden opens, only those who hold an Emperor Jade can safely enter. Oh, doesn't that mean there will be many Emperor Jades appearing? Yang Kai immediately grasped the key point. If the Emperor Garden opened, it was impossible for only one person to enter, and since the Emperor Jade was a pass to enter, it meant that there would be many Emperor Jades appearing. The first Emperor Jade fell into Dragon Cave Mountain probably because I was there. Soon, more Emperor Jades will appear. Yang Inflammation frowned, seemingly thinking about something. A moment later, she raised her head and exchanged a glance with Yang Kai, both of them understanding the other's intentions. Snatch the Emperor Jades. No matter what, Yang Kai had to grab some Emperor Jades, otherwise, when the Emperor Garden opened, without enough passes, he and Yang Inflammation would not be able to enter the Emperor Garden at the same time. Moreover, now that there was another woman surnamed Yi in Dragon Cave Mountain, if possible, she would also enter the Emperor Garden. In other words, Yang Kai needed to obtain at least 3 Emperor Jades to be able to sit back and relax. At that moment, though, a buzzing sound suddenly rang out outside, followed by the sound of something tearing through the air. Yang Kai quickly released his divine sense to investigate, and after confirming what was happening, his face sank. The Emperor Jades really did appear. At that moment, from the Emperor Garden directly above Dragon Cave Mountain, dozens of streams of white light suddenly shot out. These streams of white light flew aimlessly in all directions at an incredible speed, reaching the horizon in the blink of an eye. The many masters who had just evacuated Dragon Cave Mountain were also attracted by this bizarre scene, and after a moment, they summoned their star shuttles without hesitation and chased after these streams of white light like meteors. No one knew what these Emperor Jades were, but since they had been shot out from the Emperor Garden, they naturally did not want to miss them. A lucky cultivator was just standing in place when an Emperor Jade happened to fall not too far away. He rushed over with joy and picked it up, but before he could see what it was, he was found by a stronger cultivator and a great battle ensued. There were also some cultivator who chased after the Emperor Jades but soon lost track of them. After all, these things were simply flying too fast. There were even some who desperately used their secret techniques to chase after the Emperor Jades, determined to capture them. All of Shadowed Star fell into chaos in an instant as masters from all the great forces rushed out towards the Emperor Jade, causing the scene to become extremely chaotic. After Yang Kai noticed that the Emperor Jades had appeared, he immediately left the starship with Yang Yin and the woman surnamed Yi. Just as he stood still, though, Yang Kai stared at a certain spot in the sky and saw the white light shooting towards him. My luck is really good. Not only did Yang Kai show a look of joy, but so did the woman surnamed Yi. With a wave of her hand, she summoned an ancient lamp above her head. This lamp's flame was a deep blue color and exuded a palpitating chill. Origin King Great Artifact, Bone Incinerating Flame Lamp. It was a famous existence on all of Shadowed Star. In the blink of an eye, the white light shooting out from the Emperor Garden was only 1,000 meters away from the trio. Just as it was about to reach them, the woman surnamed Yi stretched out her hand and gracefully pinched the bone incinerating flame lamp's flame, plucking it before flicking her finger and transforming it into a deep blue light barrier that blocked the Emperor Jade's path. Just as this light barrier took shape, the Emperor Jade slammed into it and silently punched a hole in the seemingly solid blue light barrier. The woman surnamed Ye's face changed slightly as she flicked her finger towards the bone incinerating flame lamp and sent out a burst of energy towards it. The flame flickered as it flew out from the lamp and met the Emperor Jade head-on, transforming into a series of blue light barriers. With a loud sizzling sound, the white light from the Emperor Jade was extremely terrifying. The defensive measures the woman surnamed Yi had set up were unable to withstand a single blow and were completely destroyed. This time, her complexion really changed. Before she could do anything, Yang Kai had already taken action. The Firebird artifact spirit let out a sharp cry and flapped its wings to meet the Emperor Jade head-on. However, the Firebird artifact spirit was unable to stop the Emperor Jade's advance, and the moment it came into contact with it, its body dissipated. Fortunately, after experiencing this obstruction, the Emperor Jade's speed dropped significantly. Yang Yan's beautiful eyes flashed a strange light, and with a flick of her hand, the crimson ring she wore on her wrist transformed into a ring of fire that shot towards the Emperor Jade. 3 blazing flame rings. This artifact had once belonged to the great emperors of Starfield, and its grade could not be measured by common sense. The entire Lu Yin Sandfield was a forbidden land on Shadowed Star formed because of the 3 blazing flame rings. Although Yang Yin had only collected one of these flame rings and was unable to display the full power of this artifact as an Emperor artifact, it was not to be underestimated. The Emperor Jade, which even the bone incinerating flame lamp and the Firebird artifact spirit could not stop, seemed to have encountered its nemesis the moment it came into contact with this ring of fire. It suddenly froze in midair, and then the ring of fire rapidly shrank, wrapping around the entire Emperor Jade. A buzzing sound rang out as the Emperor Jade seemed to be trying to break free from the 3 blazing flame rings. But now that it had fallen into the trap, how could it be so simple? Yang Yin sent out a burst of Saint Qi, and the 3 blazing flame rings wrapped around the Emperor Jade like an iron hoop, completely imprisoning it. Chapter 1422. Half a month later, outside Lu Yin Sandfield, a several dozen meter-long starship floated quietly in the air. Inside this starship, Changqi, Haowen, Wu Yi, and Qianyu were waiting anxiously. Since the day the Emperor Garden changed, Yang Kai and Yang Yin had left the starship and disappeared without a trace. No one knew where they had gone, but this carefully refined starship had successfully arrived at Lu Yin Sandfield. But Changqi and the others did not dare to rush in and could only dock and wait outside. Fortunately, after the battle half a month ago, Dragon Cave Mountain's reputation had spread far and wide. So even though this starship was quite eye-catching, no one dared to cause trouble here. After the disappearance of the first layer flame area in Lu Yin Sandfield, many cultivators had come here to inquire about the situation, so the current Lu Yin Sandfield was not a desolate place and was instead quite lively. Now that such a starship had suddenly appeared here, it naturally attracted attention. Changqi and the others had been waiting here for 3 days, but there was still no sign of Yang Kai or Yang Yin. Just as they were wondering what to do, the buck-toothed cultivator, Gu Qi, suddenly raised his brow and showed a look of joy. Martial Ancestor has returned, more than 3,000 kilometers from here. Oh? Wu Yi was overjoyed and did not doubt him, happily saying, "Since Senior Yi has returned, Yang Kai and Yang Yin elder sister must have returned as well." Saying so, she immediately ordered her subordinates to open the starship's hatch and wait. Sure enough, a moment later, a stream of light shot out from the horizon and arrived in front of the starship in the blink of an eye. When the brilliance of this light dissipated, a small starship appeared, one that looked like a shark in the sea. Naturally, this was the flying shark battle shuttle refined by Yang Yin. Yang Kai and the others flew out, and Yang Yin released his Saint Qi to take back the flying shark battle shuttle. Standing mid-air, Yang Kai released his divine sense and could not help frowning. He noticed that many cultivators were lingering near Lu Yin Sandfield. When he and the others appeared, all of them showed a look of curiosity and began whispering to each other. Standing in place and pondering for a moment, Yang Kai suddenly pushed his Saint Qi and shouted, "From today onwards, the area within 100,000 kilometers of the flowing flame sandfield will be under the jurisdiction of my Dragon Cave Mountain. Everyone, please leave immediately. If anyone tries to approach, it will be considered a provocation to my Dragon Cave Mountain, and you will bear the consequences." As soon as these words came out, Yang Xiang shouted out. Although Dragon Cave Mountain had made a name for itself in the battle half a month ago, causing many masters from first-rate sects to suffer greatly, this news was still just hearsay. Whether it was true or false had not yet been confirmed, so Yang Kai's announcement was undoubtedly the same as poking a hornet's nest. After the first layer flame area of Lu Yin Sandfield mysteriously disappeared, the second layer treasure area was exposed. Although the cultivator who came here did not find many precious treasures here, they occasionally found some rare ores. There were even rumors that there was a rich Saint Crystal lode in the territory where the second layer treasure area used to be. There were countless Saint Crystals stored there, enough to increase the strength of a first-rate sect several times over. Saint Crystal lodes were scarce on Shadowed Star. Although the great forces had sank crystal lodes in their hands, they did not have many and their mining efficiency was not high. Most of the cultivator who came here came with the idea of finding a Saint crystal lode, but Yang Kai wanted to drive them all away with just a few words, so how could they bear it? In an instant, the crowd was enraged and clamoring filled the air. As the saying goes, the law does not punish the majority. What's more, Lu Yin Sandfield was one of Shadowed Star's 3 great restricted areas, a place where anyone could enter and leave freely, so what right did Yang Kai have to do this? Listening to the noise and clamor coming from all directions, Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, unmoved. In the future, he would consider the Supreme Profound Sect ruins in Lu Yin Sandfield as his base of operations, so naturally, he would not allow irrelevant people to remain nearby. Shut up. Yang Kai didn't say anything, but the woman surnamed Yi suddenly shouted. With her peak third-order origin returning realm cultivation coupled with her strange soul's secret technique, although her shout wasn't loud, it was enough to cause those who were making noise to feel dizzy and aghast. The scene immediately quieted down. Looking around with her beautiful eyes, the woman surnamed Yi coldly declared, "I'll give you 1 day. If this queen still sees you here after 1 day, don't blame this queen for being impolite." As soon as these words fell, a powerful pressure spread out and the surrounding area seemed to solidify. All the cultivator who was wrapped in this invisible force were shocked to find that they could not move, speak, or even circulate their Saint Chi. Under this power, it was as if they had become as small as ants. How could these stray cats and dogs resist the power of a Shur that had reached the grand accomplishment stage? Even top masters at the third-order origin returning realm would feel like they had fallen into a quagmire after falling into the Shur of this woman surnamed Yi, let alone these cultivators. Third-order origin returning realm. Immediately, some knowledgeable cultivators recognized the terrifying cultivation of this woman surnamed Yi and were horrified. The strong were respected. This was a truth that had never changed since ancient times. The woman surnamed Yi only needed to show a slight hint of her power to shut the noisy people up. After she withdrew her Shur, many of the cultivator immediately summoned their star shuttles and fled at an extremely fast speed. Lu Yin Sandfield's second-layer treasure area did indeed have many benefits and opportunities, but one needed to be alive to enjoy them. If one lost their life, even if there were great benefits in front of them, what use would it be? Although they were unwilling, compared to their own lives, it was undoubtedly unwise to stay here and provoke such a powerful existence. After the first batch of cultivators fled, more and more people quickly left, and in less than half a cup of tea's worth of time, all the cultivators who had gathered around had disappeared. The woman surnamed Yi coldly snorted, turned around, and gently nodded to Yang Yin, respectfully saying, "Master, the miscellaneous people have been cleared out?" And Yang Yin responded faintly before turning his head to look at the flame barrier in front of him. With a flick of his wrist, the 3 blazing flame rings flew out and merged into the flame barrier of Lu Yin Sandfield. The next moment, a crack appeared on the flame barrier, large enough for the starship to pass through safely. Lu Yin Sandfield's third-layer flame area was originally formed by the 3 blazing flame rings, an emperor artifact. Yang Yin, as the sole clone of one of the great emperors, could naturally control it. Although he could not take back the second flame ring, he could still separate it. After Yang Kai, Yang Yin, and the others jumped into the starship, a humming sound rang out as the starship slowly flew into Lu Yin Sandfield. The journey was unimpeded. A moment later, in the original 4th layer of Lu Yin Sandfield, in front of the Supreme Profound Sect ruins, Yang Kai and the others stood in front of the sect defending array and stared at the cloud-covered Cross Mountain range. Amidst the clouds, pavilions and towers could be seen, and the mountain range was filled with rich world energy. Clear springs flowed through the mountains and fields, creating a beautiful scenery that seemed out of this world. Standing here, Wu Yi and the others breathed in the air exaggeratedly, their faces flushed with excitement. Before, when Yang Kai said that there was a new place to settle down, one that was hundreds of times better than Dragon Cave Mountain, they had been skeptical and thought it was impossible, but standing here at this moment, they no longer had the slightest doubt. Before even entering, They had already felt such rich world energy. So what kind of scene would it be if they really entered? Saying that this place was hundreds of times better than Dragon Cave Mountain was not an exaggeration. Moreover, if they could really settle down here, with the flowing flame sandfield's flame barrier protecting them, no one would be able to pose a threat to them. This was simply a paradise, enough to make anyone go crazy and covet it. Was there such an existence in Lu Yin Sandfield? However, this sect-defending array seemed to be impregnable, much more profound than Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain-defending array, so it was hard to say whether it could be broken. Just as everyone was secretly worrying, Yang Yin turned to look at Yang Kai, stretched out her hand, and whispered something to him. No one heard what she said, but Yang Kai understood and reached out to his space ring, took out a token, and handed it to Yang Yin. An Emperor token. The woman surnamed Ye's eyes were sharp and immediately recognized that this was a Star Emperor token. Thinking about how she had taken out this Star Emperor token, which had been passed down for countless years, in order to heal her injuries, she could not help feeling guilty and uneasy. The Star Emperor token she had previously owned was a treasure passed down from great emperors, and although the divine technique sealed inside had been used, it was not something she could casually exchange. Thinking of this, the woman surnamed Yi felt uneasy, wondering if her master would blame her for this. Fortunately, Yang Yin did not seem to have any intention of pursuing this matter. Holding the Star Emperor token, he poured his Saint Qi into it and immediately placed it on the sect-defending array's light curtain. With a flash of light, countless complex runes appeared on the seemingly impregnable sect-defending array and began swimming around like fish. Immediately afterward, a humming sound rang out and accompanied by a strong energy fluctuation, the supreme profound sect-defending array suddenly split apart, revealing a path that led directly to the inside. Although he had a hunch, when Yang Yin opened the light curtain in front of him so easily, Yang Kai could not help smiling bitterly. When he had entered the fourth layer of the Lu Yin sandfield, he had seen the cultivator named Long Qing from Star Emperor Mountain violently attacking this light curtain, but unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to destroy it. At that time, that guy named Long Qing had even invited him, but Yang Kai had refused. Now that he thought about it, his decision at that time was extremely wise. Although this sect-defending array had remained intact for countless years, it was not something a Saint King Realm cultivator could break with brute force. Let's go. Yang Yan's expression was slightly complicated, as if he was recalling something, but at the same time, he did not seem to have any clue. After all, she was not the original body of the great emperors. Although she had inherited some of the great emperor's memories, they were not complete. So she was both familiar and unfamiliar with this supreme profound sect. Chapter 1423. The huge supreme profound sect ruins, after tens of thousands of years of silence, finally welcomed its first group of visitors today. Rich world energy wrapped around one's body, making them feel warm and comfortable. There was almost no need to circulate one's secret art for this world energy to flow into one's body on its own. Cultivating in this environment could save several times the amount of time. Not only were Wu Yi and the others excited, even the woman surnamed Yi wore a look of fascination. On Shadowed Star, the place with the richest world energy was Star Emperor Mountain. The woman surnamed Yi, as the former sect master of Star Emperor Mountain, naturally had the right to comment on this matter, but compared to Star Emperor Mountain's world energy here, it was like comparing a small wizard to a great wizard. At the foot of Star Emperor Mountain, there was a top-grade earth vein that provided the flow of world energy, but in the supreme profound sect ruins, there seemed to be more than one such earth vein, but several. In front of them was a set of white jade steps that looked pure and flawless. Even if no one had cleaned them for tens of thousands of years, they were still spotless. These white jade steps were made of the purest jade and had a warm luster that led straight to the top. At a rough count, there were at least 10,000 steps. Yang Kai and Yang Yin walked forward side by side at a leisurely pace, feeling the rich world energy here while releasing their divine senses to explore their surroundings. The woman surnamed Yi followed closely behind, followed by Changqi and the others. The several dozen disciples who originally belonged to the Haiku family fell behind, whispering amongst themselves in groups of 3 or 5, all of them clearly excited. They had followed Wu Yi and left the Haiku family to join Dragon Cave Mountain. Although it was a heartfelt act, each of them more or less cherished the memory of their original family. But in the following few years, they had obtained abundant cultivation materials and a good cultivation environment on Dragon Cave Mountain, which gradually gave them a sense of belonging to Dragon Cave Mountain and made them feel as if they were a part of it. Now, Dragon Cave Mountain had been razed to the ground. Although it was a pity, Yang Kai and Yang Yin had led them into a new world, one that was countless times better than Dragon Cave Mountain. The past flashed before his eyes. Every cultivator secretly rejoiced at the decision they had made back then. Those who remained in the Haiku family were probably still struggling for some trivial cultivation materials at this moment, but they didn't need to worry about this at all. All they needed to do was sit in meditation and cultivate. There was an unlimited supply of Saint crystals, as well as an unlimited supply of pills. Even their secret treasures were of excellent quality. This kind of treatment was something even the first-class sects on Shadowed Star could not provide. Yet they were able to enjoy. If someone from Heaven Battling Union or Thunder Typhoon sect came to invite them to join now, they would definitely scoff at them. So what if they were Heaven Battling Union? So what if it was Thunder Typhoon sect? Could it be compared with Dragon Cave Mountain? Step by step, the steps fell behind them. After about half an hour, Yang Kai and the others finally reached the top. Looking up, they saw two towering pillars standing in front of them. Above the two giant pillars, there was a huge plaque hanging on it. There were 3 words written on the horizontal board. Supreme Profound Sect. These 3 words faintly gave off a profound and unfathomable charm. It was impossible to imagine who had left behind this handwriting, but their strength was definitely not low. Most likely an Origin King Realm Master. The mountain breeze blew by, clear and natural. Looking through the gate of the Supreme Xian sect, one could see mountains and pavilions everywhere. It was a scene that stretched as far as the eye could see. However, in this magnificent sect ruins, there was no sign of life at all. Yang Kai spread out his divine sense, but was still unable to cover the entire Supreme Profound sect. Such a huge sect, even if it accommodated 100,000 disciples, would not be crowded, but now, less than 100 people had entered. What's more, for a long time, there would be less than 100 people living and cultivating here. Each person would have no problem occupying an entire mountain peak. This should be the front hall. Yang Yin frowned slightly as she thought of something. Let's split up and explore. It seems that there is no barrier here, but we can't be careless. If you encounter anything suspicious, don't rush in. Just send a message to me or Yang Kai. Okay. Wu Yi nodded and immediately divided the several dozen cultivators into more than a dozen teams of 3 or 5 people before dispersing in all directions. Yang Kai naturally did not remain idle and began exploring the front hall of Supreme Profound Sect alone. He thought there would be some good things left here, but to his surprise, there was nothing of value at all. It seemed that all that remained were the huge sect ruins, which disappointed him a little. After exploring for a whole day, Yang Kai gained nothing. On the other hand, the disciples of the Haiku family had good luck. Some of them found some ancient artifacts while others found some pills that could still be taken. One by one, they ran over to report to Yang Kai about what they had found. How could Yang Kai be interested in these things? After a brief inspection, he had them keep them for themselves. This decision stimulated the disciples' desire to explore even more, and in the entire front hall of Supreme Profound Sect, they excitedly walked back and forth, entering and exiting the various palaces. Time flew by and half a month passed. During this half a month, the group of several dozen people did nothing but explore the Supreme Profound Sect ruins, but even so, they had not finished exploring them all. There were 81 mountain peaks in this place, and they varied in size. Every mountain peak had an overwhelming amount of spirit chi, which was not inferior to any sect's main altar in terms of spirit chi. In fact, it might even be better. As for the 9 largest peaks, the richness of the aura was even more amazing. Although there were not many additional gains, being able to settle down in such a place was enough to satisfy everyone. After a while, everyone decided to settle down in the front hall. After all, there were too few people and the Supreme Profound Sect ruins were too large. If they were scattered, it would be inconvenient for them to communicate with each other. Although the aura of the front hall was not as good as that of the 9 largest peaks, it was better than anywhere else. Yang Kai occupied a magnificent palace by himself, which happened to be located at the mouth of a spirit spring. The aura that leaked out of the spirit spring was restricted by a spirit array. With no leakage, it was the best place to cultivate. Of course, Yang Kai was very satisfied. However, now that everyone had settled down here, the name Supreme Profound Sect could no longer be used. After all, they would have to deal with the other great forces on Shadowed Star in the future, so they could not always use the name of Dragon Cave Mountain or Supreme Profound Sect. Yang Yin, Wu Yi, and the others came over to consult Yang Kai, and Yang Kai immediately replaced the plaque of Supreme Profound Sect with High Heaven Sect. Although this was not announced to the world, it could still be considered a low-key sect. High Heaven Pavilion was the sect Yang Kai came from, so it was natural for him to call this new place High Heaven Sect. No one else had any objections to this and did not even ask about the meaning of the name Yang Kai. They had long regarded Yang Kai as a leader, so even if Yang Kai's name was bad, they would not say anything. On the other hand, the woman surnamed Yi praised the name of this new sect. After such a long period of contact, Yang Kai also learned about the background of this woman surnamed Yi. Yi Shiyun, the previous sect master of Star Emperor Mountain, a famous and illustrious figure. On Shadowed Star, she had once wielded great authority, but unfortunately, many years ago, she had left Star Emperor Mountain for some unknown reason. Everyone thought she had fallen and died, but no one knew that she had been living in seclusion deep in the mountains and forests. If it weren't for Gu Qi accidentally discovering Yang Yin this time, he wouldn't have been able to escape. She would probably not have come out of seclusion. As the previous sect master of Star Emperor Mountain, Yi Shiyun had only taken 2 things with her when she left Star Emperor Mountain. One was the Origin King Great Artifact, the bone incinerating flame lamp, and the other was a portrait of a person. A portrait of Starfield's great emperors. Star Emperor Mountain had an ancient legend that although the great emperors were sleeping, one day they would reappear in the world. Tens of thousands of years had passed. This ancestral teaching had gradually been forgotten, and Star Emperor Mountain itself did not know whether it really had anything to do with the great emperors of Starfield, but Yi Shiyun firmly believed in it. In order to inquire about the secrets of the great emperors, she had searched through ancient books and records and found an amazing clue. The great emperors had encountered a powerful enemy and were severely injured, so they had no choice but to use some kind of divine technique to fall into a deep sleep and wait for their injuries to heal. This coincided with the secret that Yang Yin and Yang Kai had told before. In order to investigate this information, Yi Shiyun had spent several hundred years. During that time, she had not asked about any of Star Emperor Mountain's affairs, resulting in her authority falling to the hands of a traitor and finally being forced to leave Star Emperor Mountain. She had spent so much time inquiring about the clues of the great emperors for only one reason: to break through to the Origin King realm. Although she did not know much about the cultivation of the great emperors, she knew that they had definitely surpassed the Origin King realm. Since the great emperors could reach such a realm tens of thousands of years ago, why couldn't she? Yi Shiyun's original intention was to find a way to break through to the Origin King realm by inquiring about the great emperors, but she had not expected to discover such a secret. After leaving Star Emperor Mountain, Yi Shiyun had lived in seclusion. The portraits of the great emperors were hung in her secluded home, burning a stick of incense in the morning and kowtowing 3 times in the morning and evening. Gu Qi was a disciple she had adopted many years ago, and although they were master and disciple, Gu Qi still called her martial ancestor. When he often visited Yi Shiyun or asked her questions about his cultivation, Gu Qi had naturally seen the portraits of the great emperors many times. As such, when this guy saw Yang Yin in Heavenly Fate City, it was as if he had seen a ghost, a look of fear and trepidation appearing on his face. Last time, when he returned to Yi Shiyun's side and told her what he had seen, Yi Shiyun had rushed over to Dragon Cave Mountain without stopping to wait for her injuries to heal, just in time to encounter a group of masters besieging Dragon Cave Mountain. Although there were people with similar appearances in this world, it was impossible for 2 identical faces to appear. Yi Shiyun guessed at that time that the woman named Yang Yin might be related to the great emperors. After arriving at Dragon Cave Mountain and communicating with Yang Yin using her communication artifact, Yi Shiyun immediately confirmed her guess. Otherwise, how could she have helped Dragon Cave Mountain for no reason? How could a peak third-order origin returning realm cultivator be so obedient to Yang Yin? If Yi Shiyun had any doubts before, after these days of contact, all of them were gone. In this world, only the great emperors could refine such a starship, and only the great emperors could easily break through the supreme profound sect defending array. She subconsciously thought that Yang Yin was the reincarnation of the great emperors, unaware that the true bodies of the great emperors were still sleeping in the Emperor Garden. Chapter 1424. Time flew by and more than 10 days passed. After experiencing the initial excitement and novelty, the people of Dragon Cave Mountain gradually adapted to life in the supreme profound sect's former site, which was now High Heaven Sect. Here, the world energy aura was abundant, and the air was clear and natural. It was one of the best cultivation holy lands in the world. Compared to the floating continent Yang Kai had entered when he first set foot in Star Territory, this place was only slightly inferior. The only fly in the ointment was that the entire Lu Yin sandfield was still surrounded by 2 of the 3 blazing flame rings, isolating it from the rest of the world. Not only was it difficult to communicate with the outside world, but when one looked up, one couldn't even see the sun, moon, or stars. Of course, everything had its pros and cons. High Heaven Pavilion seemed to be isolated from the rest of the world, but it was also free from many disturbances. Otherwise, with just a few dozen people occupying such a large and beautiful place, it would be strange if no one coveted it. Everything was in order. The 10,000-year incense that Yang Kai brought back from the 6th layer of the Lu Yin sandfield was placed by Yang Yin in the front hall's secret hall, guarded by layers of spirit arrays. If a disciple wanted to break through, they could apply to Wu Yi and the others. After obtaining approval, they could go to the secret hall and use the 10,000-year incense to enter retreat. The 9-branched jade crystal tree was also placed there. Both of these treasures could help one comprehend the mysteries of the heavenly way and martial Tao, as well as allow one to clear their mind and expel heart demons. Both were treasures that could help one achieve breakthroughs. Both the 10,000-year incense and the 9-branched jade crystal tree were originally placed in Yang Kai's cave mansion on Dragon Cave Mountain. However, more than a month ago, when powerful enemies besieged Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Yin took the opportunity to move these treasures. At that time, Wu Yi had taken advantage of the enemy's attention being attracted by Yang Kai to secretly escape with the help of Dragon Cave Mountain spirit arrays in order to move these treasures. There was also the red candle holder and a small petal of the red candle fruit. They were now living peacefully in a medicinal garden in the front hall. Although they would not grow again, their medicinal effects were perfectly preserved. Even the mother stalk of the blood sword grass was brought here by Yang Yin. The huge blood essence stone was also brought here. These things were good treasures that could be used to arrange array cores. How could Yang Yin forget about them? It could be said that although Dragon Cave Mountain had been razed to the ground, High Heaven Sect had not suffered the slightest loss. On the contrary, High Heaven Sect had taken advantage of this battle to make a name for itself. At least a dozen great forces and hundreds of origin returning realm masters had joined forces to attack Yang Kai, but in the end, they had suffered heavy casualties and had to flee in embarrassment. Such a battle record was something even the top sects of Shadowed Star could not achieve. Only Star Emperor Mountain was capable of such a feat after that battle. No one dared to not put Dragon Cave Mountain in their eyes anymore, and the name of Dragon Cave Mountain's master, Yang Kai, spread far and wide. Performing such a feat with a trivial third-order Saint King cultivation, it was easy for him to become a hot topic in the streets and taverns. High Heaven Sect was established in a low-key manner, and without Yang Kai's knowledge, Wu Yi and the others took the initiative to appoint him as sect master. Yang Yin became vice sect master while Yi Shiyun became great elder. Chang Qi, Haoan, Ning Xiangchen, Gu Qi, and the others were all elders. A small sect with only a few dozen people was beginning to take shape. Although it was small, it had all the essentials, and this was only because no one was willing to open their doors to accept disciples. With the prime location that High Heaven Sect now occupied, coupled with its current popularity, all it needed to do was say a single word, and it would likely become a bustling market, with countless cultivators without any backing coming to seek shelter. With its foundation unstable, now was not the time to do such things. Everyone understood this truth. The divine tree was once again released by Yang Kai. In the battle more than a month ago, the divine tree's performance had left Yang Kai dumbfounded. Naturally, Yang Kai would not be stingy with it, immediately forcing out 2 drops of golden blood for the divine tree to absorb and refine. The stone mongoose's performance was also commendable, and it also received a very generous reward, a large number of rare metals and ores. The stone mongoose could enhance its strength by absorbing the essence of these metals and ores. This was its innate divine technique. The front hall of High Heaven Pavilion gradually calmed down as everyone went about their duties. Yang Kai was also in retreat. Only Yang Yin, Wu Yi, and the others were busy. After all, this place would be her sect's headquarters in the future, so Yang Yin naturally had to rearrange the barriers and spirit arrays. Fortunately, most of the barriers and spirit arrays in Supreme Profound sect could still be used. It was just that they had run out of energy, so all Yang Yin needed to do was repair them slightly or refill them with Saint Crystals. This was not a difficult task for Yang Yin, and in fact, she enjoyed it quite a bit. Yi Xian stayed by her side all day long, never leaving her side, maintaining her status as a subordinate. Yang Kai had occasionally noticed that when this woman looked at Yang Yin, her eyes would fill with fanaticism and worship, as if she would do anything Yang Yin commanded without hesitation. First Heavenly Palace, the palace Yang Kai currently occupied. Inside one of the rooms, he sat cross-legged with his hands stretched out in front of him, holding a green, sword-like artifact in his palms. Although it looked like a long sword, it actually did not have a blade, making it appear extremely blunt. However, at the hilt of this sword, there was a longan-sized bead embedded in it, and inside this green sword body, there was a snake-like thing swimming happily. This long sword artifact was naturally the product of the fusion of the dragon bone and dragon bead. The dragon bone and dragon bead's original form was an aggressive, poisonous dragon. As a part of an ancient divine spirit, its strength was simply unfathomable. As such, even if it was just a piece of dragon bone and a crude dragon bead, this artifact still possessed unfathomable power. During the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai had fully experienced its power, but unfortunately, the wisp of Dragon Soul was extremely arrogant and unwilling to be controlled by him, nearly causing an accident on the spot. In the end, Yang Kai had used his Blossoming Lotus secret technique to forcibly suppress it. At that time, Yang Kai had been forced to do so as a stopgap measure, not a long-term solution. Now that Yang Kai had taken out this sword artifact, he naturally intended to solve this problem once and for all. Otherwise, every time he used it in the future, he would have to forcibly suppress it. Not only would he not be able to display its full power, but he would also likely suffer a backlash. This was not a joke. Suffering a backlash from one's own artifact was not uncommon. Forcing one's own artifact to wield a powerful artifact with low strength was a common occurrence. Therefore, any cultivator who chose an artifact would choose one that was suitable for them based on their own strength and the limits of their ability. It did not mean that the more powerful an artifact was, the better. Moreover, the Dragon Bone Sword in Yang Kai's hand could barely be regarded as a prototype and had not been completely refined. It had only reached a level where it could be used. After all, how could it be so easy to refine the body of an ancient divine spirit? However, what made Yang Kai very happy was that this Dragon Bone Sword seemed to be able to grow and evolve. During the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, this sword had transformed into a giant dark green dragon, and after swallowing the flesh and blood essence of several origin-returning realm cultivator, its aura had significantly increased. After discovering this at that time, Yang Kai did not dare let it swallow at will. It was already difficult for him to completely suppress it now, so wouldn't allowing it to become even stronger be equivalent to smashing his own foot with a stone? Only after this hidden danger was completely resolved could it be allowed to grow unscrupulously. Green all over. I'll call you Green Drop. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he suddenly muttered to himself. As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai reached out and grabbed the hilt of the sword, pouring a massive amount of Saint Qi into it like a tide. A loud dragon roar resounded throughout First Heavenly Palace, and in the next moment, a gust of wind swept through the room as a dazzling green light burst forth. A violent coercion swept out as a giant, dark green dragon suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. It was none other than the verdant dragon bone sword's illusory form, its massive dragon body hovering in place, its head held high as its two gong-sized eyes stared down at Yang Kai, a look of disdain flashing across its eyes. Although it was only a remnant soul and didn't have much consciousness left, the pride and arrogance of an ancient divine spirit could not be erased. In front of the divine spirit race, Yang Kai's current strength was as insignificant as an ant. As the dragon pressure raged, Yang Kai's bones crackled as if he was being crushed by a towering mountain, causing him to feel an indescribable sense of powerlessness. However, Yang Kai did not retreat, nor did he show the slightest timidity, instead simply staring back at the dragon head indifferently. The demon eye of annihilation appeared in Yang Kai's left eye, its long and narrow golden pupil seemingly exuding infinite demonic power. Around this golden pupil, there was also an inexplicable glow. This was the colored glass divine light. When combined with the demon eye of annihilation, the two complemented each other. Their power was not as simple as 1 plus 1. This time, Yang Kai did not use the blossoming lotus secret technique. After all, if he wanted to enjoy the pride of the dragon soul, relying solely on this secret technique was not advisable. He had to let it know its current situation, let it know who was its master and who was its servant in the future. Only in this way would he be able to use it as he pleased in the future without worrying about being devoured by it. One big and one small, two pairs of eyes stared at each other, one filled with contempt and the other with dignity, neither showing any intention of backing down. Even if the dragon bone and dragon bead had been refined by Yang Kai for several years and had long since been tainted with his aura, wanting to completely subdue it was not a simple matter. An invisible contest unfolded between Yang Kai and the giant dark green dragon as invisible spiritual energy shockwaves spread out in all directions. Fortunately, the barriers around First Heavenly Palace were quite good. Otherwise, it would likely have been destroyed in an instant. Although Yang Kai's cultivation was only at the Third Order Saint King realm, the strength of his spiritual energy was not inferior to that of a Second Order Origin returning realm master. Coupled with the assistance of the demon eye of annihilation, even a Third Order Origin returning realm master would suffer a great loss if caught off guard. Even so, it was still extremely difficult for him to deal with the dragon soul. No matter how Yang Kai urged his divine sense to exert pressure on the dragon soul, the other party remained unmoved, showing no signs of panic, fear, or submission. As time passed slowly, Yang Kai's face gradually paled. Using his spiritual energy continuously and unrestrainedly, even with his profound foundation, was becoming difficult for him to bear. The demon eye of annihilation was already oozing with blood, and his entire left eye was completely red. The golden pupil was constantly emitting an invisible suction force, trying to shake the dragon soul, but like waves crashing into a reef, the reef remained motionless, unable to move. Chapter 1425. The stalemate lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, but Yang Kai was unable to make any progress. On the contrary, his spiritual energy had been exhausted and his knowledge had dried up. If not for the 7-colored soul-warming lotus nourishing his soul, his current situation would have been enough to consign him to eternal damnation. Yang Kai felt like his head was being pierced by thousands of needles, causing him great pain. Inside his room in First Heavenly Palace, Yang Kai let out a muffled roar. The demon eye of annihilation collapsed on its own. Without spiritual energy as its source, the demon eye of annihilation could not be used at all. This was the first time the demon eye of annihilation had failed. In the past, when Yang Kai used it, whether it was against enemies or as a deterrent, it had a great effect. But now, it had no effect on the remnant soul inside the verdant dragon bone sword. Yang Kai not only did not feel annoyed, he was actually quite happy. The more difficult it was to deal with, the greater the value of the dragon bone sword. As long as he could find a way to subdue this dragon soul, it would be of great help to him. What should I do to make it submit? Yang Kai gasped for breath as he stared at the giant dark green dragon in front of him, deep in thought. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He raised his eyebrows and a trace of excitement flashed in his eyes. His expression flickered. Although it was just a vague idea, it was absolutely necessary to try it. As the saying goes, those closely involved cannot see clearly. Yang Kai had completely forgotten that there was still a true dragon remnant soul inside his body. It was the Dragon Emperor's inheritance he obtained in Dragon Phoenix Palace's Dragon Valley on Tongxian Realm. After obtaining this inheritance, a golden dragon tattoo had appeared on his body. Before, Yang Kai had not seen much and did not know much about the mysteries of this golden dragon tattoo, but after exploring the Emperor Garden with Fei Ji Tu and the others, he had learned about the existence of ancient divine spirits. Since the Phoenix Empress inheritance he obtained from the Phoenix Nest was an Ice Phoenix remnant soul, the Dragon Emperor inheritance he obtained in Dragon Valley must be the same. Although he had not verified this, Yang Kai felt that his guess should be correct. There was no reason for the Dragon Emperor's inheritance to be worse than the Phoenix Empress. Perhaps, he could use the Dragon Monarch's inheritance to achieve this. Thinking of this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated. No matter what, this was a way. Whether or not it would work would depend on the will of the heavens. He reached out and unbuttoned his clothes, taking off his top. His refined body was immediately exposed to the air. Yang Kai's body didn't look very strong, but his figure was extremely well-proportioned. His muscles hid a huge amount of power, which was very pleasing to the eye. At this moment, there were two diagrams that were like tattoos on his body. One was the diagram of a golden dragon, and the other was the diagram of an ice phoenix. Both of them looked extremely lifelike. The only difference was that the golden dragon pattern seemed to be alive. It was swimming around Yang Kai's body, while the ice phoenix pattern was fixed in one place and did not move. In the final analysis, this ice phoenix pattern was the Phoenix Empress inheritance and did not belong to Yang Kai. It was only temporarily using his body as a medium. On the other hand, the golden dragon pattern was the Dragon Emperor's inheritance and belonged to Yang Kai himself. When Yang Kai swept the ice phoenix tattoo with his divine sense, he was surprised to find that its eyes actually moved slightly, as if it was looking directly at him. But after a brief moment, it went still. Yang Kai didn't know if it was just his imagination. However, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly flashed to Su Yan's figure. The reason this ice phoenix pattern was left on him was because he wanted to give it to Su Yan. Unfortunately, after so many years, he had never had a chance to see her again. He didn't know how she was doing now. He didn't know if she was being bullied. He also didn't know if her cultivation was progressing smoothly. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai composed himself and focused his attention on the golden dragon pattern. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai began circulating his yin-yang joyous unification art. Although he did not have Su Yan to cooperate with him, Yang Kai was already familiar with this secret art, so it was not difficult for him to circulate it. As his Saint Chi surged, the golden dragon pattern swam even faster, as if it was being nourished. After a short while, a deafening dragon roar suddenly came out, and a dazzling golden light suddenly burst out, enveloping the entire room in it. The original green color in the room instantly dimmed a lot. The giant dark green dragon, which had been staring at Yang Kai indifferently, its eyes filled with contempt, suddenly became flustered, as if it had encountered some kind of nemesis, its eyes trembling violently, revealing a faint sense of panic. Asterisk roar. Asterisk golden light radiated from Yang Kai's body, and the phantom of a giant golden dragon condensed above his head, like a god overlooking the giant dark green dragon. The two giant dragons were about the same in size and appearance. The only difference was the color of the two dragons. One was gold, one was green. Although the giant green dragon had a fearful expression on its face, it was clearly unwilling to show weakness to the enemy. It raised its head, and the green light shone brightly, covering up a little of the golden light. It seemed to be on par with the majesty of the giant golden dragon. Seeing this scene, Kai Yang was overjoyed. He knew that this time he was like a blind cat running into a dead mouse. Since he had found the correct method, naturally he wasn't willing to give up halfway. Forcing himself to focus, he began to circulate the yin-yang joyous unification art. The golden light became even brighter and once again suppressed the green light. But this was not the end of it. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of secret was triggered, but with a crisp phoenix cry, the ice phoenix tattoo that was originally fixed on Yang Kai's body turned into a stream of light and shot out. Cold air swept out in all directions while the golden dragon's body exuded a scorching hot energy. Cold and hot, according to common sense, should be mutually exclusive, but at this moment, they were blending together. Not only did there not seem to be any conflict, but it also increased the power of the other party. The golden light, green light, and white shadow collided with each other, creating a crackling sound. The green light was already no match for the golden light and was being suppressed, but now with the addition of the white shadow, it was defeated in an instant. With a swishing sound and a burst of light, Yang Kai couldn't see anything at all. He only felt that the golden and white lights were frantically suppressing the green light, and under the investigation of his divine sense, the green light was also shrinking at an incredible speed. Hong. With a muffled bang, Yang Kai's body shook. When he opened his eyes again and looked around, he found that his room was a mess, as if it had been ravaged by a violent storm. Even the barriers around First Heavenly Palace had been torn apart. On his body, the golden dragon tattoo had returned and was still swimming around happily as before, while the ice phoenix tattoo was once again fixed in a certain place. It was as if everything before was just an illusion and had never happened. However, Yang Kai's attention was immediately attracted by the verdant dragon bone sword on the ground. Reaching out and grasping it, an indescribable feeling came over him. If holding this verdant dragon bone sword before was like holding an artifact, then now Yang Kai felt a connection with it, as if this verdant dragon bone sword had become a part of him and was at his disposal. Although it was very weak, it was a completely different feeling from before. Raising his brow, Yang Kai poured his Saint Qi into this sword, causing it to immediately transform into a giant dark green dragon. However, unlike before, the contempt and disdain in this giant dark green dragon's eyes had completely disappeared, replaced by docility and obedience. Yang Kai grinned, unable to contain his joy. He hadn't expected that the idea he had inadvertently come up with would actually succeed. Using dragon pressure to resist dragon pressure was really possible. Moreover, after such a display, Yang Kai faintly felt that the golden dragon tattoo on his body seemed to be superior to this giant dark green dragon. Both were remnant souls of ancient divine spirits, but the giant dark green dragon was obviously at a disadvantage when facing the golden dragon tattoo alone. Even without the addition of the Ice Phoenix remnant soul, Yang Kai felt that it was only a matter of time before he could subdue it. The addition of the Ice Phoenix only shortened that time by a great deal. With a single thought, the giant dark green dragon began flying according to Yang Kai's will. From now on, when he used the verdant dragon bone sword, he no longer had to worry about it suffering backlash. Having resolved this hidden danger in his heart, Yang Kai was in a good mood. After experimenting for a long time in his room, Yang Kai reluctantly took the dragon bone sword back into his body and continued to nourish it with his Saint Qi. His current strength was still too low to exert the full power of this artifact, and the artifact itself had yet to be fully refined. Yang Kai didn't know how powerful this verdant dragon bone sword would be once all the conditions were met. This was something worth looking forward to. Taking out some pills from his space ring and swallowing them, Yang Kai calmed his mind, sat down cross-legged, and began to restore his consumed Saint Qi and spiritual energy. In just one day, Yang Kai's vitality had been restored to its peak, and just as Yang Kai was about to get up, a loud buzz came from outside and the entire First Heavenly Palace began to shake. Yang Kai's face changed drastically as he subconsciously thought that High Heaven Sect was being attacked, but after thinking about it for a moment, he realized that wasn't quite right. High Heaven Sect now occupied the Supreme Profound Sect's ruins and was protected by the 3 blazing flame rings on the outside and the sect defending array on the inside, who on Shadowed Star had the ability to attack High Heaven Sect. Moreover, judging from the turbulence of the world energy, it didn't seem to be a reaction to an attack. Instead, it seemed to be an internal change. Frowning slightly, Yang Kai stood up, pushed open the door, and walked out. Outside of First Heavenly Palace, Yang Kai determined a certain direction and his figure flickered as he approached it at an extremely fast speed. A short while later, Yang Kai arrived at the huge square in the front hall of High Heaven Sect. At this moment, Several dozen disciples were gathered here, as were all the great elders of the sect, but all of them were looking up at the sky, their eyes fixed on it, as if there was something up there that attracted their attention. Following their gazes, Yang Kai showed a look of surprise because, mid-air, Yang Yin was floating with a solemn expression on her face, her beautiful black hair fluttering in the wind, her hands constantly forming seals as pure Saint Chi emerged from her tender body and transformed into a stream of light that shot towards the sky. Perceiving the arrival of Yang Kai, everyone saluted. Chapter 1426. Now that High Heaven sect could be considered a sect, everyone present, as elders and disciples, naturally could not lack etiquette when meeting the sect master. Even Yi Shiyun, the strongest master in the group, nodded lightly to Yang Kai. But soon, she shifted her gaze and continued to stare at Yang Inflammation's movements, a fanatical light flashing across her beautiful eyes. This woman really takes Yang Inflammation as an idol. Yang Kai quietly curled his lips. He couldn't blame her, though. The reputation of the great emperors of Starfield was simply too shocking. The reason Yang Kai could get along with Yang Inflammation so calmly was because they were so familiar with each other. What is this? Yang Kai stared at the sky and asked in confusion. Reporting to Sect Master, Vice Sect Master Yang wants to open the barrier around Lu Yin Sandfield so that our sect can see the sun and moon again. Ning Xiang Chen quickly replied, his tone full of respect, his pair of old eyes overflowing with light, seemingly unable to conceal his admiration for Yang Inflammation. In this world, who could open the barrier around Lu Yin Sandfield? Only Yang Inflammation. No wonder Ning Xiang Chun had such a look of reverence on his face. Hearing him say this, Yang Kai gently nodded, understanding Yang Inflammation's plan in his heart, so he didn't ask any more questions. Although everyone had moved to the Supreme Profound Sect ruins and changed its name to High Heaven Sect, the three blazing flame rings had always shrouded this place. The fiery red barrier obscured the sky, making it impossible to see the sun, moon, and stars. Living in such an environment for a long time, one would feel somewhat depressed. Therefore, Yang Inflammation should be planning to open the flame barrier that covered the sky and reconnect the current High Heaven sect to the outside world. This was a good thing, and only Yang Inflammation could do it. Yang Kai naturally had no intention of expressing his opinion, so he just stood quietly with everyone, waiting and watching. A stream of pure Saint Chi gushed out from Yang Inflammation's tender body, turning into a stream of light that shot towards a certain spot in the sky and disappeared in an instant. As time passed, a whirlpool vaguely appeared in the fiery red sky. The whirlpool was small at first, but it gradually grew in size. The swirling vortex was a ghastly sight, causing people to shudder in fear. It was as if it wanted to swallow the entire sky. After another half an hour or so, accompanied by a shout from Yang Inflammation, the red ring on her wrist buzzed and shot up into the sky, expanding, directly transformed into a huge ring about a dozen kilometers or so in diameter. This ring slowly rose up into the sky, until it finally came into contact with the flame barrier that covered the sky. Soon after, it fixed itself at a certain spot and did not move at all. It just happened to wrap around the huge whirlpool. Immediately, the vortex rapidly shrank and an unparalleled suction force emerged from it. Accompanied by a crisp sound, the flame barrier covering High Heaven sect burst like a bubble, revealing a space of more than a dozen kilometers around the same size as the vortex. A burst of cheers rang out as all the disciples leapt up in joy. Yang Kai also grinned happily, but soon his eyes were attracted by something in the sky and a stunned expression appeared on his face. Sure enough, Yang Inflammation also murmured softly, her beautiful eyes staring at a certain spot in the sky as her brow furrowed slightly. Immediately after, she waved her hand and the first ring of the three blazing flame rings flew back down and landed on her wrist. However, the flame barrier did not close again and instead maintained a gap of a dozen kilometers or so, allowing sunlight to pour in and allow people to see the blue sky and white clouds outside. However, at this moment, in addition to the blue sky and white clouds, there was another object that attracted the most attention. It was a huge and magnificent palace, the Emperor Garden. Why is that thing here? Wasn't it on Dragon Cave Mountain? When did it move here? A burst of shouts rang out as several dozen disciples wore worried looks on their faces. Once bitten, twice shy. The reason why Dragon Cave Mountain had suffered such a disaster last time was ultimately because of the appearance of the Emperor Garden, causing it to become the center of a vortex of struggle. Originally, everyone had left Dragon Cave Mountain and found a new place to settle down, one that was thousands of times better than the previous Dragon Cave Mountain, sweeping away all of their previous worries. But now, after just a few days of peace, the Emperor Garden had appeared right above them again. This was somewhat unacceptable to all of them. The dignified Emperor Garden, one of Shadowed Star's 3 great forbidden zones, was like a dogskin plaster that could not be shaken off. What's more, Dragon Cave Mountain was a 2-month journey from here, so no one knew when the Emperor Garden had appeared above High Heaven Sect. After all, High Heaven Sect had been enveloped by the 3 blazing flame rings all this time, making it impossible to see what was happening outside. Only Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation knew the reason. Yi Shiyun might have some guesses, but she could not be certain. Yang Inflammation landed lightly from the sky and stood beside Yang Kai, her expression indifferent, making it impossible to tell if she was happy or angry. Glancing over at her, Yang Kai asked softly, "Did you know about this long ago and decided to break the barrier?" I sensed something, but I wasn't sure. However, regardless of whether this happened or not, the barrier in the sky would have been broken sooner or later. This time, it was just a coincidence. Yang Inflammation gently nodded. Yang Kai understood and pondered for a moment before turning his head to the disciples and shouting, "What are you all shouting for? Since the Emperor Garden has appeared here, it must have its reasons. There's nothing to make a fuss about. Just do what you need to do." Hearing Yang Kai's words, the commotion in the crowd calmed down and all of them nodded before respectfully withdrawing. After the weaker disciples left, Yang Kai said thoughtfully, "I don't know when the Emperor Garden moved here, but since it has appeared here, it should be quite lively outside Lu Yan's desert right now." The Emperor Garden had played a big joke on all of Shadowed Star this time. When it first appeared, it was suspended directly above Dragon Cave Mountain, causing countless great forces on Shadowed Star to gather in Heavenly Fate City. But no one had expected that it would actually move. Since it had now appeared above High Heaven Sect, the masters on Shadowed Star must have also chased after it. This was without a doubt. The Emperor Jades had appeared, and the Emperor Garden's opening was not far away, so no one wanted to miss this opportunity. "Do you want to go out and take a look?" Yang Inflammation asked. Yang Kai nodded. Knowing that the front door of his home must be very lively right now, Yang Kai certainly would not sit idly by. "I'll go with you," Yang Inflammation said worriedly. Yang Kai glanced at her but did not refuse, nodding, "All right." After a brief discussion, Yang Inflammation immediately summoned the flying shark battle shuttle, and the 2 of them flew in. Yi Shiyun did not leave Yang Inflammation's side, so naturally she would not fall behind. High Heaven Sect was originally located in the 4th layer of the Lu Yen Sandfield, but now that the 1st layer flame area had disappeared, only the 3rd layer flame area stood in front of High Heaven Sect. Soon, the flying shark battle shuttle passed through the 4th layer and set foot on the 3rd layer flame area, but with Yang Inflammation here, the rolling flames were no threat to the 3 of them at all. They simply parted to the sides and opened up a path for them. After a long time, the flying shark battle shuttle flickered slightly and appeared outside the flame barrier. The hatch opened and Yang Kai strode out, but just as he stood firm, he couldn't help raising his brow and sweeping his eyes around with a faint smile. At this moment, a large number of cultivator had gathered outside the Lu Yin Sandfield, some in groups of 3 or 5, some in neat rows, all of them staring towards the Lu Yin Sandfield anxiously. Almost everyone Yang Kai knew, didn't know, and had enmity with or without enmity with were gathered here, including several hundred great forces from all over Shadowed Star. It could be said that all the cultivator who originally lived in Heavenly Fate City had followed the Emperor Garden here. When the flying shark battle shuttle broke out of the Lu Yin Sandfield and Yang Kai appeared, it instantly attracted everyone's attention, all of them dumbfounded, their faces filled with disbelief. Since the Lu Yin Sandfield was known as a restricted area, it was naturally extremely dangerous. When it was not open, no one could break into it. There was once an Origin returning realm master who thought he was strong enough to break into the Lu Yin sandfield, but as soon as he set foot in the first layer flame area, he was melted away. The Lu Yin sandfield, when it was not open, was not something a human could resist. Only when it was open could a cultivator below the Origin returning realm use their own strength to enter. But now, Yang Kai had walked out safely from inside. So didn't that mean he had been inside all this time? How was this possible? Many of the masters present thought they were seeing things, their eyes filled with disbelief and envy. Although they did not know what method Yang Kai had used to freely enter and exit the Lu Yin sandfield, it was obviously extraordinary. Moreover, there were many benefits in this restricted area. So if Yang Kai could enter and leave freely, didn't that mean he had monopolized all the good things inside? The masters who had enmity with Yang Kai all wore gloomy expressions, almost coughing up blood in frustration. Yang Kai was still young, but he was already so difficult to deal with. If he was allowed to monopolize the resources in the Lu Yin sandfield for a long time, once he fully matured, who on Shadowed Star would be his opponent? Thinking so, many of the masters present exchanged glances as murderous intent filled their hearts. However, not everyone had murderous intent towards Yang Kai. Shadow Moon Hall's Great Elder Qian Tong and Heavenly Fate City's City Lord Fei Ji too both looked over with surprise and joy. After hesitating for a long time, Qian Tong called out, "Yang Kai, there are rumors circulating outside that you have settled down here. Is that true?" When the people from Dragon Cave Mountain first arrived here, they had expelled a group of cultivators, and Yang Kai had declared the surrounding 10,000 kilometers around Lu Yin sandfield a restricted area. So this news had naturally spread out early on. Many masters on Shadowed Star had also heard about it, but none of them had taken it seriously. No one thought that Yang Kai and a trivial Dragon Cave Mountain could settle down in the Lu Yin sandfield, all of them thinking this little brat was just spouting nonsense. Even Qian Tong and Fei Ji too laughed after hearing this, thinking that Yang Kai was just venting his anger over the destruction of Dragon Cave Mountain. But at this moment, no one dared to think so. Yang Kai had clearly come out of the flowing flame sandfield aboard that strange small starship, so seeing was believing, so no one could doubt it. Chapter 1427. Seeing that it was Qian Tong who asked, Yang Kai naturally didn't show any disdain, simply smiling and cupping his fists politely. Junior greets Elder Qian and City Lord Fei. Qian Tong and Fei Ji too glanced at each other with happy expressions. They could naturally see that Yang Kai didn't show the slightest contempt for them just because of his fame or the fact that he controlled a powerful starship. This little brat still treated them as his seniors and didn't lack etiquette. Qian Tong's previous care had not been in vain. Considering all this, both of them felt relieved. "Brother Wei, Sister Dong, you've also come?" Yang Kai then turned to the man and woman standing behind Qian Tong and Fei Ji too and greeted them with a smile. This man and woman were naturally Wei Guchong and Dong Xiener. The two of them quickly returned the courtesy, but there was still a trace of surprise on their faces, as if they had not yet recovered from the scene just now. Yang Kai, that rumor? Qian Tong and the other juniors finished exchanging pleasantries before asking again. Yang Kai's eyes flashed and he said loudly, "Yes, the outside rumors are true. Now, I and a group of friends have settled down in Lu Yin sandfield." His voice wasn't loud, but it was loud enough for everyone to hear. As soon as this statement came out, there was an uproar, with some questioning, some envying, and others gnashing their teeth. Good, good, good. Qian Tong was shocked but also happy for Yang Kai. It's great that you have a place to settle down, and such a precious place at that. I'm sure such a thing will never happen again in the future. Living in Lu Yin sandfield could be said to be free of worries, and there was no need to worry about being attacked again. If anyone wanted to attack Yang Kai, they would have to first break through the flame area. Who could do such a thing? No one on Shadowed Star could do so. Thank you for your concern, Elder Qian, but I don't think there will be any blind fools coming to disturb Junior's cultivation in the future. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, his eyes intentionally or unintentionally glancing at some of the masters. This caused many people's faces to darken, but they couldn't say anything. This junior should have sent a letter earlier, but I've been busy these days and haven't had the time to rest. Fortunately, the two seniors have come here in person. Since you've come, why don't you come in with Brother Wei and Miss Dong? Junior has some things he would like to ask. Kai Young proposed. He wasn't being polite. He really did have something he wanted to ask. Go inside. Hearing this, Qian Tong and Fei Jitu's faces lit up. They looked at each other and nodded without hesitation. Good. The two of us also have the same idea. We're just afraid that Yang Kai won't welcome us. Elder Qian must be joking. This junior is too late to invite you. How could he dare say he won't welcome you? Yang Kai stepped aside and smiled. This way, please. Qian Tong and Fei Jitu smiled at each other but didn't refuse, their figures flickering as they entered the flying shark battle shuttle. Wei Gucheng and Dong Xiner also hurriedly followed. Although the flying shark battle shuttle didn't look very big from the outside, it was big enough to accommodate 20 to 30 people without feeling crowded. There were also many rooms inside, so as soon as they entered, Qian Tong and Fei Jitu looked around with great interest, exclaiming in amazement and admiration. After discovering Yi Shiyun standing behind Yang Yin indifferently, the two of them hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. In front of Yi Shiyun, they didn't dare put on any airs. In fact, they were much younger than Yi Shiyun, so if they wanted to put on airs, it was Yi Shiyun's business. There's no need to be polite, just find a place to sit down. After Sect Master finishes dealing with the matters outside, we'll return together. Yi Shiyun waved her hand lightly. Qian Tong and Fei Jitu quickly nodded, found a chair, and sat down. His own elders were trembling with fear, as if they were walking on thin ice. So Wei Gucheng, a junior, didn't dare to say anything, standing straight behind Qian Tong and Fei Jitu, not even daring to breathe loudly. Outside the flying shark battle shuttle, Yang Kai stood straight in place with an indifferent expression. Although many of the masters present had higher cultivation than him, this was his own territory, so how could Yang Kai be afraid? After pondering for a moment, he said in a clear voice, "This Yang must have heard what you just heard. From now on, this Lu Yin Sandland is the territory of my High Heaven sect. I ask that you not stay here for long, otherwise, it will be regarded as a provocation to my High Heaven sect. As for the consequences, High Heaven sect? What's that? Is there such a sect on Shadowed Star?" Many people voiced their doubts, many of them puzzled, but Emo Xiao, Chengpeng Xian, and the others frowned as they faintly guessed something. High Heaven Sect is a sect founded by this Yang Kai and like-minded friends. Its headquarters is in the Lu Yin Sandland. Did you hear me clearly? Yang Kai shouted again, taking this opportunity to announce the establishment of High Heaven Sect to the world. Founded a sect? Just by you? Even louder doubts and noises rang out. It was no wonder they reacted like this. The establishment of a sect was not a casual matter. At the very least, there needed to be a master capable of holding down the fort. Looking around, of all the big and small forces on Shadowed Star, which one of them did not have a strength equivalent to an Origin returning realm master? Occasionally, there would be a Saint King who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth and founded a sect, but they would not survive for long. For various reasons, they would disappear in the long river of history. As such, no one took this unfamiliar High Heaven sect seriously, much less a Saint King like Yang Kai. Letting these people make noise and despise him, Yang Kai's mouth curled into a sarcastic smile, remaining completely unmoved. Boy! A shout suddenly rang out, and Yang Kai turned to see Emo Xiaosheng of Heaven Battling Union staring at him with a gloomy face. What you just said, is it true? What does Senior Emo think? Yang Kai asked instead of answering. Although Emo Xiaosheng had participated in the siege on Dragon Cave Mountain last time, Yang Kai did not intend to settle accounts with him now. After all, his strength was still slightly lacking. It would not be too late to settle accounts with him after he grew up. In any case, Heaven Battling Union was such a big force that it would not suddenly disappear. Emo Xiaosheng's eyes narrowed, and after a moment of silence, he asked, "This old master will assume you are not joking. But who is your noble sect master?" Junior is not talented, but he has taken up the position of sect master. In the future, I hope seniors can provide me with some guidance, Yang Kai grinned. Sure enough. Emo Xiaosheng was also a shrewd person. Although he knew that Yang Kai would not let this matter rest, at this moment, he did not show the slightest intention of making things difficult for him. Instead, he put on a pleasant smile and said, "Little friend Yang is a dragon among dragons, so there is nothing wrong with him becoming the sect master of your noble sect. In the future, your noble sect will definitely become an existence not inferior to my heaven-battling union, perhaps even surpassing it. Congratulations, this is truly a cause for celebration." A strange light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he grinned meaningfully. "Senior Mo is too kind." The reason High Heaven Pavilion was created was because this Yang and his friends wanted a place to live. High Heaven Pavilion is the same as this junior. We do not have any great ambitions and only want to live in peace. If others don't offend us, we won't offend them. This old dog wants to push me into the heart of the struggle. He's simply too insidious. Yang Kai secretly cursed. Although Emo Xiaosheng's face was kind and his tone was even gentler, his words just now were obviously filled with malicious intent. Heaven Battling Union was already enough on Shadowed Star. If another great force of equal or greater strength were to appear, how could any other great force survive? Emo Xiaosheng was obviously trying to draw hatred towards High Heaven Sect. These old fogies were all old fogies, none of them easy to deal with. If others don't offend us, we won't offend them. Emo Xiaosheng's eyes flashed as a trace of anger appeared. With his shrewdness, he naturally understood the meaning of Yang Kai's words. The other party was obviously using the incident on Dragon Cave Mountain to remind him that since he had offended him, he would not let him off easily. However, now is not the time to make things difficult for him. So after thinking about it for a moment, Emo Xiaosheng said, "Since your noble sect has just been established, there must be many things waiting to be done. This old master intends to enter and observe. Perhaps he will be able to offer some help. What does Sect Master Yang think?" "That's not a good proposal." Yang Kai slowly shook his head, not showing the slightest intention of giving him face. As Senior said, Shrouded Sect has just been established and indeed has many things waiting to be done. Now is not the time to entertain guests. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will invite Senior. Emo Xiaosheng fell silent. He didn't want to enter High Heaven Sect to inquire about any secrets, but now that the Emperor Garden had suddenly appeared here, he certainly didn't want to wait outside Lu Yin's sandfield. Otherwise, once the Emperor Garden opened, those who stayed inside would definitely be able to get close to it while those waiting outside, no matter how fast they were, would need at least half a day to fly around Lu Yin's sandfield's flame barrier and arrive at the Emperor Garden. After all, the area occupied by Lu Yin's sandfield was not small. One shouldn't underestimate this half a day to a day. Perhaps by entering early, one could gain a great advantage. It wasn't just Emo Xiaosheng who thought so. Most of the other masters also had such thoughts. Seeing that Emo Xiaosheng's attempts to negotiate were fruitless, Cheng Pengxian stepped forward and shouted, "We have all come from afar. Why is Sect Master Yang so unreasonable? Why don't you release the barrier and let us in for a short rest and a cup of tea?" In. If there's something we need to discuss, let's all sit down and talk about it." Yes, Sect Master Yang should open the door. Immediately, there were many voices of agreement. There were even some shameless people who took advantage of their seniority to ask Yang Kai to give them some face. How could Yang Kai pay any attention to them? He simply stood in place with a cold expression, waiting for the noise to gradually subside before saying, "It's not that this Yang doesn't want to open the door. It's just that all of you have set foot on this sect's territory without the permission of this sect. If it were your sect that encountered this, how would you deal with it? Presumably, without any explanation, you would be forced to expel all of us, right? However, this sect has only been established recently and has not had time to announce its existence to the world. Considering that this is your first offense, this Yang will not hold you responsible. Please withdraw quickly." Chapter 1428. This is also the territory of your High Heaven Sect? Someone's eyes bulged out of their sockets. Starting from this flame barrier and extending 100 kilometers out is the territory of my High Heaven Sect. Yang Kai said solemnly, "However, anyone who sets foot on this land without permission will be considered a provocation and violation of my High Heaven Sect." As soon as this statement came out, everyone frowned. Myriad Beast Mountain's old woman Feng slammed her dragon head walking stick into the ground and coldly snorted, "Young man, don't you think you don't put the heroes of this world in your eyes? How dare you boast so shamelessly? I boast shamelessly? Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her before chuckling. Then dare I ask, Senior Feng, how many kilometers of your myriad beast mountain's headquarters are forbidden from outsiders? 100 kilometers? 1,000 kilometers? Or even more? Old woman Feng's face sank as she was rendered speechless for a while. What about heaven battling union? Yang Kai turned to Emo Xiaosheng next. Emo Xiaosheng's face was gloomy as he remained silent. What about Thunder Typhoon sect? Yang Kai looked at Cheng Pengxian again, but the latter just coldly snorted and did not respond. Yang Kai laughed heartily. Seniors are all illustrious characters, so there is no need for you to speak in riddles in front of this junior. Not to mention the first-tier sects that seniors come from. Even if it is a second-tier or third-tier sect, no outsider can casually step within 100 kilometers of their headquarters. As far as this junior knows, a first-tier sect's restricted area is within 1,000 kilometers of its headquarters, right? Or even more. This Yang does not ask for much, but this 100-kilometer area must be set aside. Or is it that seniors think this Yang is too young, and that my High Heaven sect has just been established? Do you not put my High Heaven sect in your eyes? At the end of his words, Yang Kai's voice gradually turned cold, and his expression also became cold. Sect Master Yang, you can't say that, right? A sweet voice suddenly rang out. It was clear and melodious, and it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Yang Kai turned his head and happened to see the picturesque young girl standing next to old woman Feng looking at him with a sweet smile. Yang Kai didn't know who this girl was, but since she was standing with old woman Feng, she must be a disciple of the 10,000 Beast Mountain. What can I do for you, miss? Yang Kai looked at her indifferently. The young girl took a step forward and curtsied gracefully. She seemed to know etiquette very well. Coupled with her extraordinary appearance and sweet smile, it was impossible for people to feel any disgust towards her. Opening her red lips lightly, she sweetly said, Sect Master Yang, this little sister is Feng Yin, a disciple of Myriad Beast Mountain. Feng Yin. Yang Kai frowned as he glanced over at old woman Feng thoughtfully. The two of them had the same surname, and this woman's cultivation wasn't high, just like him, only a third-order Saint King. But she had been brought along by old woman Feng all this time. It seemed she was one of old woman Feng's descendants, and a very favored one at that. No wonder she dared to speak rashly on such an occasion without fear of being punished. This little sister wouldn't dare offer advice, but this little sister simply wanted to inform Sect Master Yang that this Lu Yin sandfield is a restricted area on Shadowed Star, an ownerless land. It can be said that it is a treasure shared by all cultivators on Shadowed Star. Every time the Lu Yin sandfield opens, many people obtain benefits and opportunities from it. Sect Master Yang's rash decision to occupy this land and even designate it as a restricted area is somewhat inappropriate, don't you think? Feng Yan's words were sharp and pointed out the crux of the issue in a few words, causing many masters' eyes to light up, and they all nodded in agreement, looking towards her expectantly. Feng Yan, on the other hand, remained calm. At a glance, it was obvious she had experienced many big scenes, so after chuckling lightly, she continued, if we really want to calculate, every great force on Shadowed Star has a share of this Lu Yin sandfield, which is equivalent to Sect Master Yang taking what belongs to everyone. If my Myriad Beast Mountain were to take what belongs to Sect Master Yang, I'm afraid Sect Master Yang would not be happy. By the same token, your noble sect should also ask the opinions of the seniors present before occupying the Lu Yin sandfield. That's right. Emo Xiaosheng immediately seized the opportunity and nodded in agreement. The Lu Yin sandfield is one of Shadowed Star's 3 great restricted areas. It is the shared wealth of all cultivator on Shadowed Star. No one can monopolize it. Shared wealth? Yang Kai sneered and spat disdainfully. That's old history. The Lu Yin sandfield is now my High Heaven sect's territory. If anyone is not satisfied, they are welcome to attack. If anyone has the ability to capture the Lu Yin sandfield, this Yang will offer it up with both hands. Sect Master Yang. Feng Yin frowned, her expression becoming displeased as she faintly said, Why are you being so aggressive? If you really do so, you will be incurring public anger. I wonder if Sect Master Yang has considered the consequences? Yang Kai sneered. My dragon cave mountain has never done anything to provoke public anger before, yet it was still besieged by so many people. If it weren't for this Yang's good luck, I'm afraid he would have already been buried on that hill. So what if I provoke public anger? Little girl, don't play word games with me, and don't be alarmist. You are not qualified to talk to this sect master. Ask your elders to come out and speak. You. Feng Yin bit her red lips lightly, a look of resentment filling her face. Aren't you being unreasonable? Haha, being reasonable? Don't you know that in this world, whoever's fist is bigger is right? Yang Kai looked at her sarcastically, causing Feng Yin to tremble in anger, her face flushing red, but she didn't dare to say anything back. No longer giving others a chance to speak up, Yang Kai coldly snorted, swept his eyes around, and shouted, This Yang has said enough. If you insist on remaining obstinate, this sect master does not mind paying a visit to your headquarters. Since you refused to listen to this Yang's advice and stepped into my high heaven sect's territory at will, this Yang will not be polite. However, if any of your sects suffer any losses at that time, don't blame this Yang for not warning you in advance. This merciless warning caused everyone's expression to become ugly. Yang Kai looked around and was very satisfied with the reaction of these people. As long as they still feared him, they wouldn't seek trouble for themselves. After all, in the previous battle on Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai's side had displayed amazing combat power, especially that Origin King Great Starship. Yang Kai estimated that no sect master would dare disregard it. With the power of the crystal cannons, Yang Kai believed any sect defending array could be destroyed. Suddenly, Yang Kai's eyes fixed on a certain spot in the crowd, and he grinned before calling out, Sister Dai Yuan. Among the crowd, a group of people from Colored Glass Sect was also present, led by Gong Ao Fu, with Dai Yuan and Yin Su Dai following close behind. There were also some other Colored Glass Sect disciples. Yang Kai hadn't seen them before. Hearing Yang Kai's call, Dai Yuan showed a smile on her face and gently nodded. Sister Dai Yuan, do you want to come in and have a look? It will be convenient for you to walk around in the future, Yang Kai warmly invited. In an instant, everyone's attention was focused on Dai Yuan, all of them showing looks of disbelief and shock. If Dai Yuan was a beautiful woman, then Yang Kai's invitation could be explained. After all, which young man wasn't romantic? But in fact, Dai Yuan was not only not beautiful, she was also extremely ugly. Her face was pockmarked and her complexion was blue and yellow, giving her a malnourished appearance. Even if she had a beautiful figure, it couldn't cover up the innate deficiencies in her appearance. Such a woman, if she went out, would probably have very few people willing to deal with her. However, Yang Kai, who had just faced a woman like Feng Yin without any hesitation, actually took the initiative to invite her into High Heaven Sect and even said that it would be convenient for them to walk around in the future. What kind of situation was this? Could it be that this little brat had a special orientation and didn't like beautiful women, preferring ugly ones instead? When this ridiculous idea appeared, everyone couldn't help shaking their heads slowly, feeling that it was somewhat impossible. Facing countless pairs of eyes, Dai Yuan seemed to be a little embarrassed. After all, there were too many masters here, so she didn't know how to answer for a while. On the other hand, Gong Ao Fu's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly, her red lips moving slightly as she sent a message to Dai Yuan, since he took the initiative to invite you, you should go in and see what High Heaven Sect looks like. If possible, you might as well ask him if he can allow people from Colored Glass Sect to enter the Emperor Garden through Lu Yin Sandfield when the Emperor Garden opens. Dai Yuan frowned, and although she subconsciously rejected this idea, she couldn't disobey her honored master's orders, so she could only grit her teeth and say, Receiving Junior Brother Yang's invitation is Dai Yuan's honor. Dai Yuan will respectfully accept. Good. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Yang Kai. As soon as his voice fell, In Su Dai suddenly called out sweetly, her pair of beautiful eyes shining brightly, giving off an alluring aura. She had cultivated a beguiling technique before, and now that she had broken through to the Origin returning realm, her beguiling technique had greatly improved. Coupled with her extraordinary beauty, it was only natural that In Su Dai exuded an alluring aura. Not to mention the masters of the older generation, None of the Saint King realm men could resist this temptation, all of them unable to resist. I also want to go in and have a look, can I? Een Su Dai asked coquettishly, her voice sweet and soft, as if a jade hand was gently caressing one's heart, making one feel comfortable to the depths of one's bones. Do I know you that well? What made her feel like a wet blanket was that Kai Young didn't pay any attention to her at all, directly rejecting her. Een Su Dai's pretty face went from blue to red as she ground her teeth for a long time, the flirtatious look in her beautiful eyes disappearing and being replaced by endless resentment. Yang Kai no longer paid any attention to her and instead looked around, a moment later fixing his eyes on a certain direction in the crowd and cupping his fists slightly. Senior, over there. A middle-aged man wearing a scholarly robe with shoulder-length hair who looked wild and unruly raised his brow and laughed happily. Since Sect Master Yang intends to invite me, this old master will not refuse. Yang Kai rubbed his nose, thinking that before he had even finished speaking, the other party had already taken the initiative. It seemed he had been waiting for this moment, but it didn't matter. In any case, Yang Kai had intended to invite him anyway. This man seemed to be called Moyu. Yang Kai didn't know much about him before, only that he had no malice towards him and was a member of Clear Sky Sect. On Dragon Cave Mountain, this man had taken action once, either intentionally or unintentionally, to help Yang Kai resolve some of his attacks. Chapter 1429. At that time, Yang Kai didn't quite understand why, but now that he saw Chen Shirtao standing next to him, he suddenly understood. It should be because Chen Shirtao and Luing had asked for his help. These two women were indeed people who knew how to repay kindness, and this middle-aged man from Clear Sky Sect was also a good person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have secretly helped him back on Dragon Cave Mountain. Although it was only once, Yang Kai still remembered it in his heart. After all, at that time, no one was optimistic about Dragon Cave Mountain's future, so this middle-aged man acting righteously was a clear distinction between gratitude and grudges. Sister Chun and Sister Luing, come with us, Yang Kai called out. Chen Shirtao and Lu Ying's pretty faces filled with joy as they nodded repeatedly, following closely behind Moyu. The hatch of the flying shark battle shuttle wasn't closed, so a moment later, Dai Yuan and the three from Clear Sky Sect entered. After seeing the situation inside, Moyu's expression became solemn, and he quickly bowed to Yi Shiyun before imitating Qian Tong and Fei Ji and sitting upright. Outside the battle shuttle, Yang Kai's ultimatum rang out. After a short while, Yang Kai also entered the flying shark battle shuttle. After he entered, this strange flight-type artifact flickered slightly before submerging into the flame barrier and disappearing. Outside Lu Yin's sandfield, countless masters stared towards Lu Yin's sandfield with livid expressions, but there was nothing they could do. When they saw Yang Kai's rampant appearance just now, many people couldn't help wanting to attack him, but since Mo Xiaosheng and Chengpeng Xian didn't take action, they could only bide their time, resulting in them missing a good opportunity. The other party had already fled into Lu Yin's sandfield, making it impossible for them to chase after him. Elder Mo, that little brat is too arrogant. Are we just going to let him go like this? A burly man stepped forward and looked at Mo Xiaosheng unwillingly. This man was not unknown, and his cultivation was not low. He had just broken through to the Third Order Origin Returning Realm a few years ago, and was the sect master of a second-tier sect. Although he was a sect master, in front of the Great Elder of Heaven Battling Union, his status was still lower. After all, Heaven Battling Union was not something his sect could compare to. What does Sect Master Lan want? Mo Xiaosheng glanced at him indifferently, his expression neither happy nor angry. I can't take this lying down, Sect Master Lan said hatefully. If Sect Master Lan really can't bear it, why don't you try attacking this Lu Yin sandfield? Perhaps you'll be able to break this flame barrier. At that time, this old master will definitely mobilize the entire Heaven Battling Union to help Sect Master Lan take that brat's head. Hearing Mo Xiaosheng's words, the sect master surnamed Lan not only showed displeasure, but his expression also changed greatly as he quickly waved his hand and said, Elder Mo must be joking. This Lu Yin sandfield has been a restricted area on Shadowed Star since ancient times. Before it opens, no one can enter. So how could this Lan possibly break through this flame barrier? If that's the case, Then stop talking nonsense. It's meaningless. Emo Xiaosheng snorted coldly. Sect Master Lan ate a neither soft nor hard rebuff, and his expression became extremely awkward, so he could only retreat to the side in a depressed mood. Brother Emo, it seems we have no choice but to play along, Chung Pengxian frowned inside. This Emo also thinks so. For now, we need to find a way to enter this Lu Yin sandfield. Otherwise, once the Emperor Garden opens, we will definitely miss this opportunity. As for that High Heaven sect, there's still plenty of time in the future. It's fine to let them take a step back today, but in the future, we'll pay them back double. What Brother Emo says makes sense. Since that's the case, let's not stay here and annoy them. If that little brat really brings out that Origin King grade starship and runs over to my Thunder Typhoon sect, Chung Pengxian couldn't help shivering at this point and quickly shouted a few words to his disciples before taking the lead to withdraw. Emo Xiaosheng also did the same. Seeing these two giants swallow their anger and retreat, how could the other great forces dare to remain here? Calling out to their companions and disciples, all of them quickly retreated until they were 100 kilometers away. Only then did these countless cultivators stop. At the same time, inside the flying shark battle shuttle, young Inflammation stared at a disc in front of him and said with a smile, "Sure enough, they've all retreated and are now 100 kilometers away." A wise choice. Kai Yang sneered, as if he had already expected this scene to occur. It wasn't that Yang Kai could predict the future, but the strength High Heaven Pavilion had displayed today had forced them to make such a decision. Not to mention that High Heaven Sect was located in the Lu Yin sandfield and had no need to worry about being attacked. High Heaven Sect could rely on the Origin King grade starship as a deterrent. With this alone, no one dared to provoke them easily. After all, once provoked, not only would they not be able to attack someone else's headquarters, but they would also have to worry about being harassed by the Origin King grade starship all day long. Who would be willing to take such a loss? Only being able to take a beating without being able to fight back was a sure way to lose. What's more, the Origin King grade starship was an existence capable of long-distance voyages. With its help, Shadowed Star could completely restore its connection with the outside world. If a peak third-order Origin returning realm cultivator boarded this starship to leave Shadowed Star, escape the suppression of its world principles, and travel to other stars, they would have a chance to break through to the Origin King realm. Emo Xiaosheng, Chung Pengxian, Old Woman Feng. Which one of them didn't have such thoughts? Which one of them didn't want to become a passenger on this Origin King grade starship? All of them were masters who had been trapped at the peak of the Origin returning realm for countless years, and their lifelong wish was to break through to the Origin King realm. Now that such an opportunity had appeared in front of them, they naturally wanted to seize it. It could be said that if not for the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, all of them would be trying to establish a good relationship with High Heaven Sect and Yang Kai. Unfortunately, the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain had caused them to shed all pretense of cordiality with High Heaven Sect, and these great forces were all prestigious existences, so naturally, they were too embarrassed to lower their posture at this time. If they did so, they would only become laughingstocks in the future. Emo Xiaosheng, Chung Pengxian, and the others could only settle for the next best thing, stabilizing High Heaven Sect as much as possible and not offending the interests of this newly established sect and Yang Kai. If there was a chance to resolve this grievance in the future, that would be the best outcome. If there was no way to resolve it, they wouldn't just sit back and watch High Heaven Sect grow stronger and would definitely try to uproot it. With age, they were able to analyze the pros and cons clearly in a short time. Otherwise, how could Yang Kai's warning alone make them withdraw 100 kilometers? All of this was because of High Heaven Pavilion's current position and the existence of the Origin King grade starship. Regarding this, Yang Kai was also well aware of this, which was why he was so confident and domineering. Although the flying shark battle shuttle's speed was very fast, the Lu Yin sandfield covered a large area, so it took half a day before the battle shuttle arrived in front of High Heaven Sect. After Yang Yin opened the door of the battle shuttle and walked out with Yi Shiyun, Qian Tong, Fei Jitu, Emo Yu, and the others hurriedly rushed out, all of them gasping for breath. Inside the starship just now, the atmosphere had been too oppressive. They were all top existences in their respective sects and were famous figures on Shadowed Star, but when facing Yi Shiyun, They always unconsciously lowered their heads, not daring to act presumptuously, even speaking cautiously. It wasn't until they left the battle shuttle that they felt much better, but soon, all of them were dumbfounded, their eyes bulging as shock and disbelief filled their faces. The magnificence of the white jade steps and the rich world energy aura in this place almost made all of them believe they were no longer on Shadowed Star. This is... Qian Tong opened his mouth, but no one knew what he wanted to say, only spitting out a single word before falling silent. Seniors, this is High Heaven Sect's headquarters. What do you think? Yang Kai stood to the side and introduced with a smile. Qian Tong and the others glanced over at him, seemingly unable to speak. After a long time, Qian Tong said, "Boy, why bother showing off in front of this old master? This kind of place with such rich world energy aura is something this old master has never seen before. This place can be said to be the best cultivation place on Shadowed Star." Imoyu nodded solemnly. Imoyu also nodded solemnly, a look of envy filling his face. His Clear Sky Sect's great altar was also located in a mountain range with a rich world energy aura, but compared with this place, it was far inferior. This was just the entrance to the sect, yet it was already comparable to Clear Sky Sect's several cultivation halls. If they really entered, just how amazing would it be? This should be the ruins of an ancient sect, right? You didn't have enough time to build such a huge foundation. Feiji too looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully. City Lord Fei's vision is indeed sharp. This is indeed the ruins of an ancient sect. We're just a turtle dove occupying a magpie's nest. We've made several seniors laugh. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. What turtle dove occupying a magpie's nest? This can only be said to be a stroke of heaven-defying luck. Qian Tong laughed and shook his head. He still didn't know why he and the others were able to pass through the flame barrier so easily. Wasn't this a restricted area? Weren't Origin returning realm masters doomed to die if they entered? If you have anything to say, say it inside. What's the point of standing here? Yi Shiyun said lightly, leading the way up the white jade steps with Yang Yin. Since she had spoken, no one dared to disobey and quickly followed. Along the way, Qian Tong and the others secretly inspected their surroundings, feeling shocked by the rich world energy aura here. From time to time, they would exchange a few words, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Yang Kai walked in the rear, accompanying Wei Guchang and the other juniors as they chatted and laughed. Not long after, the group finally set foot in the front hall of High Heaven Sect. The palaces and the huge square once again amazed everyone, and the rich world energy aura here caused everyone to unconsciously take a few deep breaths. Everyone's faces were filled with fascination and envy. Looking up, although the entire Lu Yin Desert was still wrapped in the flame barrier, directly above the front hall, there was a 10-kilometer-wide hole that allowed sunlight to pour in. From this hole, one could see the Emperor Garden floating above. "This way, please," Yang Kai said, and led the group to the reception hall. This palace was where High Heaven Sect received distinguished guests, and Qian Tong and the others could be considered High Heaven Sect's first batch of guests, so Yang Kai certainly would not neglect them. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.